Well, we got to stage 1. Remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Boom. I'm gonna say my answer of democratization might be more accurate from a sociological perspective, but the Germany example might be more accurate historically. Well, my answer, the downfall of physical violence. See, book, again, I'm not sure. What do you mean by the downfall of physical violence? Do you mean that political correctness is in some way supposed to prevent people from being physically violent? Because we're not supposed to use words that hurt people's feelings? I don't know. Do you guys feel that my book has, like, these kinds of, like, more... But I mean, like, my entire writing revolves around these kinds of deep, like, human, like, universal moral dilemmas and experiences that people have. Like, that's kind of where I draw my inspiration of writing from, is from the real world. Never write alone. Always write together. Think tanks exist for a reason. Don't be afraid to share your ideas. Inferring that none of them want to do anything because Melanie's like super sexual towards them all, right? So they're all like, yeah, no, we're not going. We're not touching that with a 10-foot pole. I absolutely love it. I have gotten so much progress done. I've had so much fun. I've experienced so much. I don't know why I would ever stop. Thing off. Oh shit. Oh shit. I have no heals. I'm dead. Ooh, got fucked up. But hey, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Placing my characters inside of the world and knowing what they're gonna do, I only know the beginning of the book is the event that sets it off is Husai gets the comm sphere. At that point, I'd say that's where you have to sit back and realize that you've hit the plateau, and you've probably way surpassed the plateau, and you should never stop trying to improve. But there is, once you hit that plateau, that's when you can start using your actual real work and your real stories as the fuel to make you a better writer. Because on the one hand, I want to say he's earned his place to be the disgusting, revolting, fat ass that he is. The conflict of the inner desire is he knows that he sees himself as something else. He knows that illusion magic is possible because other people see him as an octopi, but he's not an octopi. He doesn't know anybody else that looks like him. He's like, what the fuck? And they're all like, there's no fucking way that would ever happen. But Dark and Rawl made Richard look like Dark and Rawl, and now Dark and Rawl is in front of Kaylin. So Zed's sitting there like, wait, something's wrong here, because Richard is, it's like with his frustrated look on his face, he's like running his hand through his hair, which is not so, and Dark and Rawl is like a very, like he has a burn all over his body and stuff like that, so like he would never run his hand through his hair like that. Like there's just mannerisms that he would never do that are specific to Richard, and Zed's like, wait, right before Kaylin touches him and uses her powers on him. No, I was just gonna summarize it, but we actually need this scene because we need him to say, hey, what are you guys laughing about? What scenario did you guys come up with this time? And they'll be like, wait, what? What are you talking about? And they'll be like, I heard you guys downstairs. And they're like, don't know what you're talking about. He's like, yeah, sure, guys, okay. There's someone else I heard, right, okay. Have a great night. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
And so then your vote is going to go down this, and there is another box right here. And this is the This is the recycling box, and there's a shredder that's underneath this. And so what happens is that you do your vote, and then if you fail the test, the shredder turns on.
If Real ID became a thing, and any company used your information in any way, you would have to get paid. Would that change your opinion towards online ID? So having a kneecap on both sides of your legs would be an evolutionary mistake. And that's kind of how I look at things. I'm like, is this evolutionary path that I'm going down for the stream evolving a kneecap on the back of my knee? And you know that Torg died in the first prologue, so it's like, do I, for instance, do a summary of this? Do I put this back in the chapter? Do I just eliminate this and infer it? Like, how would I go about making that restructure that sounds good on paper actually fit in without it being super confusing?
123 quatuor vigintillion,
How many
456
did you
cis
do,
vigintillion,
Smokey?
890 duo vigintillion, 234 un vigintillion, 567 vigintillion, 890 novemdecillion, 123 octodecillion, 450.
Yo, boys, how's it going? We back at her. Hey, Jesse, how's it going? Welcome. How's it going, Callie? How's it going, Queen? How's it going, Chris? How's it going, Cubano? Welcome, everyone. Another fucking day back at it again. With all the bots everywhere. That's already 2 for the day. You're late. What? What do you mean I'm late, Callie? Look at your clothes. All right, Callie. All right. Hell yeah. You're gonna rock this. %, Callie. 100%. Where's the dog collar? You're gonna look like a true villain, Callie. And I don't know who Thino is. Anyone know who Thino is? Oh, wait, why, Queen? Give me 5 descriptor words of what that is. I don't know, but they seem cool. Yeah, I know their name in chat is not the name as their name on Discord. But I'm like, who are they? I have no idea. Alright, so let's see if there's anything new out there today for us. And Jesse, if you're still out there, would you like us to read your story? Another chapter, perhaps? Cat Girl, Goblin and Flames. Cat Girl Isekai. 37 hours ago, preparing for campaign. This was pretty short. Nothing new for Frost and Flame. Oh, they changed the name. It's now called Beware the Trickster, an occult progression lit RPG. Instead of Fox Girl Evolution. And there's nothing new for Gamer Girl Evolution. Sadly. But there is Chapter 14 for Fox Girl Evolution. Anything else? We got Cat Girl there. Change mood. Cat Girl Isekai there. Okay, so Cyberpunk Villain. Not 100% sure what you mean by that, Queen, or what that's in reference to. The kind that wants to take down the system. I was answering Callie. Oh, what did Callie say? Oh, a description of Callie. Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, I agree. Down with the system! Yeah, I can get behind that. 100%. Yes, what kind of villain? Yeah, I'm just remembering now. Remember, I'm retarded. Aren't those the same thing, Queen? Oh. I'm expecting this toke to destroy me because we're literally down to the bottom of the bag of the weed and it's like super dry. But I got a new one. Strawberry Amnesia. This is the second time we've had this. At least that's what they said. I don't remember the first time. The weed shop. The mysterious people at the mysterious weed shop told me that according to my account, I bought it before. I was like, what? That's crazy. Alright, I'll take it. I mean, is it a good thing that I don't remember? Who knows? Probably. I'm scared for this toke. Wait, guys, I want to hear my voice. What do I say? It does have the word amnesia in it. What has the word amnesia in it, Queen? No, I'm just kidding. I haven't even smoked it yet. I can't say that. It's probably the worst part with me is you have no idea when I'm fucking with you or I'm fucking telling the truth. It makes everything so ambiguous. I was gonna answer. So you can say the most ridiculous thing and people just shake their head and say, okay, well, I mean, I'll give you a little piece of it here. Okay. Sync toke on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. You gotta come up with a motto for your villain. Something like own the system before it owns you. Alright, here we go. Cat girl isekai. I pushed the stool into the dusty storeroom. It was a bit difficult, as I was still so dang small, and this stool was clearly designed for an adult, but it was infinitely more manageable than it had been when I first woke up in this world. I continued huffing, puffing, and pushing until I reached the otherwise dusty, empty room's sole point of interest, the full-body mirror. It was the only reflective surface worth the name I'd found in the entire sea fort that was my new home. And it was obvious why. My mom had clearly scavenged it from somewhere. It was still strange to think of her as Mom, but I found myself liking thinking of her that way as time went on. Half the mirror was missing, and the rest cracked from some unknown impact. The metal frame was blackened on one side and flaking with rust on the other. Tail twitching, I felt an urge to just jump up in one high hop, but I restrained myself after bouncing in place. My legs still weren't quite strong enough to accomplish that much. Even though this new body seemed to always want to jump and pounce around, instead I climbed up onto the stool. It was a bit awkward given its size, but I managed. I glanced into the mirror and pulled out a piece of pointed charcoal and a notebook Mom had given me. For a few moments, I let my hand dance over my old and faded notebook with experimental lines to capture the figure in the mirror. But the desire, the motivation I'd had when I first started this whole process eventually faded. Let the notebook drop onto the floor. For the first time, I let myself well and truly look. A young girl looked back at me. She smiled when I smiled, frowned when I frowned, and made stupid faces when I made stupid faces. It was surreal. In what I was rapidly beginning to refer to as my first life, now that I was fairly certain I wasn't in a coma dream, I'd been a guy. I wouldn't say I was exceptional. I had short black hair because I couldn't make any style but straight hair work to save my life. I'd been average in height and the runt of the pack as far as presence in my family went. However, I'd argue with anyone that I had the prettiest damn blue eyes of anyone I'd never met. And I wouldn't back down. According to my father in life, they were a gift from the human mother I never met. The young girl across from me was different. Besides the obvious age difference, she had curly red hair and pale skin. Her cheeks looked pinchable, but there were hints of strong cheekbones even now. She already had a few freckles here and there. Her eyes were piercing green, just like her mother's. They were nearly identical, in fact. Slowly, my gaze trailed up. Two fuzzy rounded ears perched atop her head and were capped by white fuzzy tips. They weren't quite as pointy as Mom's, but that was probably an age thing she would grow into. If I focus, I could make them move a bit. A long red tail with occasional black and white specks moved behind the girl. It was far more responsive and prone to twitching according to mood, and was honestly a bit of a hassle sometimes. It's there.
Okay, so everyone, through the power of AI, we have this. In neon's glow, I weave desire's code. Shadows kneel where my whispers corrode.
I mean, it could be a little bit shorter, but yeah. No. I just don't think it encompasses the correct aura. Like, I'm thinking, Callie, like, break out of the Matrix. No, too late. It's written on your face. Okay, fair enough. I know how to read. Busted. Shit. Okay, Callie, try again. Like, I think that feels more villain. I think you're more like anti-villain kind of thing, where it's like, you're trying to help people, but you're not doing it in a very presentable or ethical way. But you are still trying. I'm in a match. I'll listen to it when I'm done. Sounds good, Queen. No worries. I think it says the wrong message, Callie. Of course you're playing Marvel Rivals, Queen. She wore dull blue trousers and a blue long-sleeve shirt with a green overshirt, more than a bit oversized for her, but with rough stitching to modify them. Around her neck was a simple twined seashell necklace. She waved, even her hand was a little fuzzy and odd, proportioned just slightly different from a human hand. If Mom was any indication, her claws would become more pronounced with time, but for now they were small and kind of stubby like a human child's, just a bit more point to them. She sat on the stool and lifted a foot up. Her feet were bare and just slightly different from a human foot, more akin to a melding of a paw and a foot that seamlessly blended into a human calf. She had toe beans, too. I'd checked. Finally, she smiled. It was a nice smile, but one that already displayed a slight abnormation in how her teeth were just slightly more pointed than I'd expected of a human child. All in all, she looked like a cute kid I'd expect to see in an anime, particularly given the adorable ears and tail. I moved the tail, its length easily flexible enough to reach around so I could hold it. It was soft. The girl in the mirror wasn't some secondary character in one of my shows back on Earth. She was me, was strange, it was weird, and 1,000 other words that barely scraped describing what it was like seeing a face that both was and wasn't me. And, Gwen, where are you? It's time for breakfast. It's out of time, as it turns out. I'm coming, Mama, I shouted. I leapt off the stool and only stumbled slightly on the landing, my tail shooting out to stabilize me as I wobbled. I regained my balance and ran through a crack in the doorway. Home was, in a word, anachronistic. A first glance at the halls and rooms would indicate an older structure from the stonework alone. Rough-hewn sandstone bricks formed walls in a way that only older architecture, made using local resources, appeared. Barring the super rich with a desire to be artsy, the slight arc of the tunnel alongside tattered but intact grayish-blue cloth banners depicted a stylized maiden with a sword riding a tiger along the walls, only complemented the feeling of age. Scattering remains of paint along the wall indicated some lively artwork of daily activities such as hunting or fishing at one point, but much had deteriorated, leaving bare stone behind. The make of the bricks felt as if they'd fit in anywhere from my old world's Bronze Age to the Age of Exploration. Between the dust, sandstone, and dim light, I could easily picture ancient scribes making their way down this hall, fretting over tributary transcripts on clay tablets. Yet the illusion was broken by the dim blue glow of light strips stretching along the ceiling. The dim light was amazingly easy to see in, to the point I was certain I saw better in low light than I did as a human. It exposed a combination of rusted and intact pipework stretching along the walls and ceiling. Scattered here and there along the floor were leftover pieces of equipment ranging from hand tools like a hammer or wrench, to pumps, to tools I had no name for, but had a lot of dials and glass tubes on them. Some of these tools were left for who knows how long, to the point they were more rust than machine, while others looked new, clearly brought in and stored in this hall before being forgotten about. Old and new, scattered intermittently, to the point I still had trouble figuring out what was here before my time and what had been brought here and far more recent. This was not quite the standard isekai experience the anime community had prepared me for. Anachronism in those stories was nothing new, but near modern lighting and machinery in a rough-hewn bastion-like sea fort that fit into a Renaissance setting just didn't quite mesh. I felt as if I was on an archaeological site with some amenities and had skipped over the obligatory peaceful country village to start life in. Then again, I'd expected to just show up with my penis, and that certainly hadn't happened. So I probably shouldn't put much in my past expectations for the typical isekai experience. In some ways, I felt I should have had more reaction to that fact. There's a lot to unpack in that statement alone, but one reason I found my reaction to my rebirth-induced sex change muted was that I could at least move again. Being a baby might be fine when your cognitive thought process amounts to ga, but when it was enormously less when you could question existentialism. Kinda like the first one? Okay, what is the first one? Or what's the second one?
Okay, so I guess the last one was to... Wait one sec. Okay, so... Beneath neon's pulsing veil, I weave a tapestry of forbidden aid. My velvet's whisper sparks salvation, bending shadows to cradle the lost, even as the night questions my ways.
It's too long, Callie. It's gotta be short and, straightforward. So maybe,
Veil, I weave a tapestry of forbidden aid.
Weaving a tapestry of forbidden aid. But it seems so forced.
My velvet's whisper sparks salvation, bending shadows.
Velvet whisper. I don't think it's quite getting there. Be like, punchy one-liner of a cyberpunk anti-villain trying to break down the system. And say, like, give 3 options. And then try those 3 options. But that's just my opinion, I don't know. I like the first one because it's kind of short and punchy, but it's like, it just doesn't have the right vibe to me. But I don't know. Honestly, I would be happy just finding my new body. I would be happy finding my new body feel natural. Body dysphoria would not have been fun at all. Having more energy than I felt like I'd ever had in my previous life helped too, of course. Passing a few more dusty rooms we didn't use, I neared our living quarters of our apartment. As I kept thinking of it, it was a separated area of the fort, converted from the rest of the into something livable. It even had colorful sheets on the walls. I feel like this is a rough draft. This is really like, these last couple sentences have just literally been missing words or some shit. I have no idea. I did not skip my way back into the apartment to greet my mom. That would be undignified. Indignant. And way too little girly. Certainly didn't occasionally feel a need to hop over cracks in the sandstone floor either. Instead, I maintained a dignified jog through the tunnels. If I had a slight rhythm to it, that was my business alone. Okay, well, we got an ad break here. We got us an ad break. Why? Why do we have an ad break? I don't want an ad break. I want to keep going. I don't want to stop. I don't want an intermission. I just want to be in the moment. I just want to be there and be square and be good and not have to worry about it. But these ads just keep jumping in my way, ruining all my pace and bringing up all this. No, this is not working. Save me from the ads, guys. I need it. Please. It's not fair. Take their germs. Take their germs. Take their germs. Take their germs. All right, sync. Go. Go.
Okay, I like this one out of the 3 that it gave me. I hack the night to free the lost. No rules, just results.
Definitely sets like the idea that you were willing to do anything in order to achieve that goal. So I kind of like it, Callie. Could be refined just like a little bit, but I like the idea. You know, you can make the words a little bit more sophisticated. So, I think it has great potential. Gwen, girl, there you are. Sweet spirits. What have you got all over you? Mom said to me, turning from a bubbling pot in the kitchen's portable stove to a swish of her ragged apron to scrutinize me with a disappointed air. Tilted my head. I didn't think I was that dirty. I tried to say something along the lines of, "What are you talking about, Mother? I'm perfectly fine." Unfortunately, my brain decided to fuck it up, and I responded in both English and my mother's language. So it came off sounding like, "Wapist equada muy." We both froze. My cheeks burned while she looked worried. In smooth movement, she was across the room and kneeling to my level in an instant. Perky ears atop her head, up listening as she touched my forehead. Gwen, are you okay? How are you feeling? I nodded. I clicked my tongue with some deliberation. I wet my lips. I very, very carefully moved my mouth and tongue through words foreign to my old life. Finally, I told her, I'm okay. She studied me intensely for a moment before nodding, patting me on the head and giving my ears a little scritch, before she turned back to the stove. Take a seat. Soup's almost done. I hopped onto my chair and held in a sigh. I had to get better at language. Sometimes in moments like this, I was still just a touch bitter about how I hadn't received a universal translator with my reincarnation. I was never great with languages in life before, and I'd always envied all the protagonists in fiction who never had to deal with language difficulties. They usually had some form of translator, magical or scientific, fixing the actual problems of learning a language. Boom, no worries, everyone understands each other, and life can move on. Now that jealousy burned. I didn't get one with my rebirth. It'd have been nice. It would have made learning my mother's language far easier, if not automatic. But eventually, I didn't get nice things. Evidently, I didn't get nice things. Instead, I'd started like any child, knowing jack and all. My gift was doing things the hard way. Over hard-won lessons in language, from baby talk to basic grammar from my mom, I'd learned what I think was called tinga. Although whether that was the term for language in general or just my mother's tongue, I didn't know. I was still learning it, but I could actually talk with my mom most days. Unfortunately, my knowledge of the scattered languages I'd learned in my old life and what I'd learned in this world sometimes collided and resulted in whatever the hell I'd just said. I hope I didn't have brain damage. I was distracted from the worrying state of my brain when Mom placed a matching tin plate and bowl before me. Before taking her own plate with a bowl, the tin plate held a small pile of rice porridge. At least, it looked like rice. But if the rice was faintly blue-colored, it was typical fare Mom usually served some in a meal with the light sprinkling of salt and increasingly rare spices. Unlike rice, back in my world, this rice always tasted faintly sweet, even with no sugar added. But I'd grown used to it and found it satisfying. A bit bland on its own, sweet or not. Unfortunately, the other bowl had my stomach threatening revolution. Green goop greeted me. It faintly steamed, so I knew it was warm, which frankly didn't help. I poked at it with a spoon. The goop parted before the spoon, glistening as I stirred it. It sunk in. It was thick like syrup, only a bit of green broth pooling at the top in another layer. Steam wafted upwards, delivering its aroma in a pungent wave. It made me think faintly of the sea, but if the sea hated me. In my old life, I'd had a fondness of seafood. Odd, given I was a land-bound country boy back then, but maybe that made my fondness of the aquatic side of things make an ironic sort of sense. Excuse me. Regardless, I'd sought out such seafood where I could, which led me to delightful discoveries like the humble sweet seaweed roll. This wasn't that. Not even close. But even shoving those in a pot and boiling the living hell out of them shouldn't produce green snot this horrendous. Seaweed soup, Gwen. It's good for you, Mom said, taking a big bite from her own soup. She didn't so much chew as gulp it down in one smooth motion. I'm not sure she even tasted it. I still wasn't sure she wasn't lying about this. Oh, I'm sure it had nutritional value, but I knew the seaweed harvested for this. It was all we'd been able to harvest a few days ago. Smelly weed. It was edible in the same sense that a bag of just slightly off raw onions were. I stared at my spoonful of green slime and tendrils. It was shaking in my hand. Mom's eyes zeroed in atop my head, and I realized my ears had folded without me telling them to again. Do I need to hand feed you, Gwyneth? Mom asked prettily. Mom, saying my full name, nearly prompted me to hyperventilate. The rapid head shakes I sent her way were a touch exaggerated, but only just. I'd learned being a picky eater in this life was ill-advised. Still, I brought up the spoon of green hate. I re-evaluated my life decisions. Is there anything else? I asked, doing my best to postpone the inevitable. This wasn't even the first time she'd made seaweed soup. Never got better. Can I just eat rice? Mom sighed and set her spoon down. We'll get something better when we forage later. Just eat. You need the nutrition, she said before downing what was left of her bowl in one go. She stared at me expectantly. Do I have to? I asked. I knew I was whining. My traitorous ears folded. Mom's eyes narrowed. Gwen, just eat. It's what we have for now. I gulped. Part of me noted the total mom tone and its authority. It made me shove the spoon in my mouth. I successfully avoided tasting it for the first few seconds. I was even hopeful that today's soup was miraculously okay. Unfortunately, 5 seconds later, I knew life was cursed. The bitter, sulphurous taste did not bother me nearly as much as how it felt like the seaweed slithered down my throat. Somehow being warm did not help. If anything, warmth made it worse. Mom's laughter didn't help. It's easier if you eat quickly, less time to taste it. I raised another spoon dubiously. I tried her suggestion. She was right. It didn't help much. Sometime later, I conquered the bowl of green hate and moved on to my light blue rice porridge. It was faintly sweet and a gift to the gods. Don't be dramatic, Mom patted my shoulders as I dug in. I'm not, I protested, but it was weak. I hid my indignation behind more porridge, which fortunately was wiping away the lingering taste of the goopy nightmare I'd eaten. Mom smiled. She held a rag to wipe my face, but paused. After a moment, she set it aside with an odd look. My eyes trailed over her own long finished bowl of horror and noticed something amiss. Aren't you going to have any rice? I asked. It was a mainstay. Since I could eat solids, we had some form of blue rice. Mom shook her head. I'm not that hungry today, she said, gathering our plate and bowls up to put in the kitchen sink. Go get dressed in your eating clothes. I think today we're going to the northern beach. We need something special. I blinked at the sudden topic change. What's so special about today, Mama? Silly girl, that's the surprise. She had the audacity to boot my nose. I sniffed, but I let her have her secrets. Her tail twitching as I walked back to the bedroom to get dressed was all I needed to know she knew I wasn't buying her silliness. They don't have enough food, and the mom's starving herself in order to, feed her child. That's my guess. Alright. Chapter 14 of Goblin Girl. Is this 15? I don't know. Goblin Girl Evolution. Die, foul fiend. Huh? I came to just as some loud-mouthed fiery bird hit me. Hey, that almost hurt. The fuck, bird lady? At least give a girl a chance to wake the fuck up before you start pounding her. The innuendo was clearly lost on this bird brain, as she just flew at me with more fireballs. Didn't even seem to notice she wasn't doing much damage. Name, Yuki. Cultivation, Heaven Grade Mu Scripture. Movement, Shadow Walk, Mystic. Melee attack, Entropic Claw, Heavenly. Ranged attack, Entropic Bolt, Heavenly. Defense, Shadow Skin, Mystic. Senses, Dark Key Sense, Mystic. Objectives, upgrade all Shadow Key techniques to Heaven Grade. Develop techniques in all elements. Condense all internal key into liquid phase. Nice, my evolution upgraded my attacks. I went ahead and led off with an entropic bolt, aiming for the fiery wings growing out of this lady's back. You fool, nothing can harm the immortal phoenix. Fajiao! She plummeted to the ground, her right wing nothing but dust. Continued screaming like a baby before I slit her throat and tossed her corpse into storage. Seriously, if all cultivators were such babies, I'd have no trouble at all with them. Felt a bit chilly out. More like late autumn than spring. So I could guess I'd been cultivating for a few months at least. Should check in on everyone at the village before I head out. Maybe settle in for the winter. Go out nice and round in the spring. At this stage of my cultivation, I doubted pregnancy would slow me down much or prove too great of a risk to my child while on campaign. And since it was open season on Goblin Cultivator bitches, I might as well take the hunt on fucking parade. Hunt on fucking a parade come spring. Take on, I think I should say the fucking parade come spring. Again, the grammar on this is like not necessarily the greatest. Wen shifted, uncomfortable, in the village watchtower. Even if it was his own design and make, a man got tired of sitting still and keeping his eyes open for hours on end. He might be at the key-gathering stage of cultivation at this point, needing little in the way of food or sleep, but he still could be bored, and he'd never liked sitting still and waiting for trouble to come. He'd sent down Akari to tell his wife about the flames that rose up where Yuki had been cultivating, but that was 20 minutes ago and the girl was taking her time coming back. Didn't blame her. She was still struggling in the mortal stage and was still heavily pregnant besides. Girl took after her mother in some ways, but then most goblins acted the same from his perspective. Keeping an eye on his own kids to minimize the bad habits they picked up would be a challenge, especially since Akko insisted on staying as full of them as she could by any given time. He didn't know if it was a normal kitsune thing or just his wife developing a kink, but he honestly didn't mind, knowing she was swollen up with his children, and thinking about how they got in there. Well, it kept him warm at times like this. She was currently on their 5th, and had been working to upgrade her cultivation scripture and temper her body in every element she could. And while she wasn't quite to the point of a breakthrough, Wen knew she was getting close. She was a lot more relaxed these days, less stressed out by the disparity between her ideals and the grim reality of things. Maybe helped that she could actually make a difference here, and that she was likely keeping the thought of Yuki's little "I'm going to start destroying civilization as we know it" bomb out of her mind. Well, I'm back. What did I miss? That tone was a distinctive one, even among the typical cheeky attitude he'd come to expect of goblins. True, Callie.
I hack the knights to free the lost. No rules, just results.
Solid. It's definitely solid. That tone was a distinctive one, even among the typical cheeky attitude he'd come to expect of goblins. Not too much, girl. Those flames where you were cultivating was the most exciting we've seen in a year and a half. You've been away. Well, not counting the earthquakes, but those settled down gently enough. Barely had to rebuild. Wen stretched and gestured for Yuki to precede him out of the tower. Now that she was back, a watch was mostly redundant. I got the full report from Akko. After rubbing Akari's belly and preening over it a bit, We'd have to get pregnant together next time. I'd always found that hot. But the report was pretty much what Wendell had told me. Not much worth reporting. All of it handled professionally and easily. We were getting close to overpopulation again, but prep for organized raiding in the spring was already underway. And since I'd be leading that personally, I figured we had a little to fear there. Harvest came in soon after, and I was happy to know that local wildlife populations were actually going up, thanks to us culling a lot of the other predators and making food sources more abundant. Who said goblins are a blight upon the land? We were eating better than most human-run villages, according to Akko. Speaking of eating, the bird lady tasted awesome, but like chicken, a bit like chicken, a bit like pork. Spicy undertones for some reason. Cute. That's cute. Winter came and went like last time, though I found myself a grandmother to a beautiful baby girl we named Shoku. Before following through on that mother-daughter bonding exercise, part of me wanted to have my girls with me over the summer, but Akari wasn't ready. Wendell was teaching her to shoot, and helped her develop her basic cultivation and techniques, but she was nowhere near ready for being on the front lines. So she'd stay behind and be part of the village's defense force, along with the smarter goblin males, our shamans, our foxes, and our cultivators. Tactical suicide to have a single keystone officer, I know. It was pointed out to me, even. But a quick flash of my aura to Wen, and he decided I had a fair counterpoint. I wasn't a normal officer. And I wasn't resting on my laurels while I rested either. Didn't really need much sleep anymore, so I spent a lot of that time meditating, cultivating my ki more actively. The stage was simple in concept, just packing yourself full of ki until it starts sucking itself in and becoming almost liquid. Because, believe it or not, that's a lot of ki, and only becomes more if you're cultivating multiple elements or a particularly profound cultivation scripture. Since I had both, it was going to take a while. But I could also work on building up my techniques. Fire was easy, and I'd quickly learned Ember Slash and Firebolt using what I knew of my entropic skills. I'd also started developing Heat Sense, and figured out Smoke Walking, though a defensive technique was more troublesome. Still figured I was on the cusp of breakthrough here, and would figure it out eventually. Water wasn't so easy. I developed a bubble shroud for defense, but trying to form things into attacks, movement, or senses didn't come so naturally. Fuck. Okay, I better not have the fucking hiccups. I'll be pissed. I needed to work on it. Earth gave me a pebble shot, dust veil, and tremor sense, but melee and movement were trickier. Still, I think I had an idea for the movement, like I did for flame defense. Metal and wood, I'll be honest, I had nada. Zilch, zip, nothing. My ideas for their concepts were too advanced to form mortal grade techniques. Akko had said. Still, at least I had something to talk about with Akari after double teaming a few guys some night. I think that's really, really kind of fucked up. I mean, yeah, sure you're a goblin and you're all about sex, but it's like, I mean, I guess it is what it is. It's one of those things where it's like you can't really take it as a human side because it's fucking goblins. And goblins will fuck their mother, so it's like, well, yeah, totally understandable. Wait, are these new ones, Callie? Is this new?
Okay, I like this one out of the three that
No, I don't know why I was thinking that. This one says new. This is just...
I hack the night.
Yeah, no. Just Discord being weird. Or just cuddling together with Shoku, who had an interesting, quiet viciousness around her. She'd latched onto one of the teenage fox boys in a way Akko described as low-key yandere, and I just smiled. He was a good lad, if a bit of an overachiever. I would both treat my first granddaughter right and give her hundreds of kids, even if he really didn't want it. Okay, that one's new, but now it's not telling me that it's new. I'm so confused. I think I'm just crazy, guys. But all too soon, the first snows began to melt, and it was time to march. We had our provisions, we had our equipment, we had no mounts. So we'd be banking on starting the war season early to get a leg up on the competition. I gave a quick morale-boosting speech to fire everyone up, and the war began. Alright, I guess this is getting really intense now. Let's fucking go. Alright. Fox Girl evolution. Luna Deanne was on a mission, and it was going rather poorly. She leapt from yet another first-story rooftop, landing with not so much as a scuff on the cobblestone. Silent and precise, just as she was trained. But once again, the thing she was hunting wasn't here either. She scanned the street ahead. Only a handful of houses remained. 7, to be exact. 7 doors. Windows between her and the bitter truth she dreaded. What in the Twin Moon's name would she tell the captain if she came back empty-handed again? She was supposed to be decoding that damned book long before it had apparently decided to up and flee from her own bag. That diary, that rotting, stubborn, paper-turned artifact bastard. A black ancient cover that looked like it would crumble into dust if someone sneezed on it, yet somehow resilient enough to run away. Run. In that state. The thing shouldn't have been able to twitch, let alone wander off. Even Luna had to turn its pages like she was handling poisoned glass shards. Arg! She'd already taken the risk of a dream divination and gotten a blurry, lucky glimpse of this very street. It was the only reason she was here, pounding the shadows before the captain realized she'd bungled yet another simple task. She needed to retrieve that diary before it caused actual chaos, before someone else realized what it could do, before the captain realized she'd lost it in the first place. Luna exhaled a sharp, bitter sigh. Why did fate always insist on being a cruel bastard? She shook her fist at the twin moons hanging above, only to drop it again with a weary groan. She touched her eyes once in a short ritual and muttered a prayer to the twin moon goddess. Crimson Mother, keeper of the open gates, whom sight pierces all shadow, she breathed, letting her voice hum with mana. She pulled a ceremonial dagger from her belt, channeling more mana into it until the air shimmered, forming a thin veil that cut her off from the world, rendering her invisible. Verdant Mother, keeper of the closed gates, mistress of the unspoken secrets. Her tone grew heavier, resonating in her throat with each invocation. Hear your blessed child, lend your gaze to my seeking, bless this attempt to pry truth from fate. With that, she let the dagger slip from her hand. It didn't fall outright, hovered an inch above the ground, suspended in an invisible pull of her working. She whispered into the stillness, location of the diary of Likara. Blade floated for another heartbeat, then dropped with the gentlest of thumps. Luna's stomach sank. She almost wanted to cry. It didn't work. That cursed thing had anti-divination wards as well. She'd already used the moon goddess's grace once today to track it, using the prayer-empowered divination, and even that had only worked enough to give her a fuzzy dream vision. The damned artifact had interfered mid-divination, like it had deliberately spat in her eye. Normally, the diary was harmless, mostly dormant. That was why it was stored away and officially classified by the Moon Church as a Delta-class artifact. Bottom rung, little real danger. Sure, it left behind traces of its own mana, which was enough to qualify as an artifact at all. But otherwise it just sat there, until now. Until it had up and vanished on its own. Fuck, why? Her frustration was entirely earned. The artifact that was supposed to be inert had, without warning, decided to start acting up. Well, it was in her possession. Should she just call the captain and tell him what had happened? The thought crossed her mind, but she immediately imagined the result. Loss of credit points, a stern lecture, and maybe a few weeks and the entire team making jokes about her. No, not yet. She braced herself. She'd investigate on her own first, and only when she was certain it was truly beyond her, would she bring the captain onto it. And she did have a lead. The diary was somewhere in this neighborhood. Her dream divination had at least confirmed that much. Since it was blocking her attempts at divination, she'd just have to hunt it down the good old-fashioned way. Someone just said I have the energy of a 12-year-old. Help me, talks. To me, that's a good thing, Callie. That means you're energetic. That means you're hype. That means you know, you're off the wall. I'd take that as a compliment. But that's just me. Yes, I can do this. Luna nodded to herself and moved in the next house. On to the next house. Her eyes flicking over the building's edges and seams. She worked a combination of ritual magic and small detection charms, searching for traces of mana leakage. Anything that might indicate something supernatural lurking inside. Mundane locks were laughable to a moon aspect cultivator. The path's rituals had answers for just about any such obstacle. She glanced at the window, muttered under her breath, and waved her hand. A charm shimmered briefly in the air before the latch clicked open from the inside. Charms or hexes, in the strictest sense, were simply low-level rituals. They behaved like spells, but had an important distinction. Spells required a structured weave of mana, along with the caster's precise knowledge of that structure. Charms, however, were more instinctive. They didn't require full spell weaving to execute, and ever since she had taken her first steps into the shaman aspect, charms had been her saving grace. She didn't know many yet. The few she had mastered were already invaluable, as she was certain that as she advanced along her aspect, she'd unlock stranger, rarer, and more potent ones. The captain, for example, had some really mind-bending charms. Granted, he was at Tier 3, and rumors said he had already fully refined all his Tier 3 organs, meaning Tier 4 was within reach. Luna had never even seen a Tier 4 cultivator before, much less met one. Captain was already frighteningly capable at Tier 3. Ah, shit, we're in ads. I'll clip the ads. They will go bye-bye. Clip and snip. Snip and clip. Clip, snip and snip, clip. Clip, snip and snip, clip. Snip, snip, clip, clip. Bottom of the fucking barrel, boys. Bottom of the fucking barrel. Okay. Captain was already frighteningly capable at Tier 3, so she couldn't imagine what he'd be like after ascending. She was also looking forward to the day he made the official announcement to the entire team of what Twin Moon Knights, the Order of the Moon Church, had operated within Cleefton. Creefton. Almost. She shook her head, forcing herself back to the present. The hunt mattered now. Before long, she found herself in the very last section of the block. She shook her head. forcing herself back to the present. The hunt mattered now. Before long, she found herself in the very last section of the block. Please don't tell me this thing is anti-detection magic on top of everything else. If it does, I'm so screwed. She crossed her fingers for luck and scaled the wall of the next house. Crouching just below the first floor window, she worked her charm again. The latch gave a soft click. A grin tugged at her lips. She pulled a small mirror from her pocket and angled it just enough to peek inside without exposing herself. Empty room, no occupants. Good. She climbed onto the sill and slipped inside, but nearly shrieked when her foot slid out from under her. She teetered forward, skull in a direct collision course with the bedpost. The last second she twisted, caught the window frame, and swallowed the yelp that had built in her throat. Heart hammering against her ribs, she looked down at the treacherous, oily sheen glistening on the floor right where she'd landed. Why in the name of the twin mothers was there a puddle of oil directly inside a windowsill? How utterly irresponsible. Were the owners of this... How utterly irresponsible were the owners of this place? This was nothing short of an attempted murder. At least, it was for innocent, unsuspecting thieves. Luna took a slow, steady breath, then cast another charm. One designed to detect the presence of anything supernatural. The moment it activated, her senses were slammed with an overwhelming surge of mana radiating from everywhere around her. Holy mothers! Her eyes went wide and she froze mid-step. That was wrong. She'd been running this charm practically every other minute while scouting the street, and nothing had registered from outside. With mana this dense, there should have been leakage bleeding into the street. Which meant one of two things. Option one, the entire building was under a secrecy enchantment, an architectural level veil designed to mask the area from outside detection and reduce supernatural interference. Option two, someone inside had cast a secrecy ward manually, feeding it with their own mana. Her gaze flickered to the walls around her. Could it be coincidence? Of all the last three houses her earlier dream divination had shown her, this one ended up radiating mana like a beacon wrapped in shadow. She considered it for a long second, then made her choice. She jumped back out the window. If there was one thing she'd learned, it was to clear all other possibilities before barging into a magical hornet's nest. She checked the remaining houses just as she'd expected. No supernatural chases, no mana spikes. That left exactly one building, the singular house that might be housing a cultivator. Luna swallowed hard, then fished a pendant from her pocket, a silver chain with an opal set in its center. She wasn't walking in blind. She'd do a quick danger read before stepping back inside. This house houses danger, she muttered, beginning the steps of the simple ritual. The pendant spun clockwise. It meant yes. Reverse meant no. It trembled, started to turn clockwise, her stomach tensed, then abruptly reversed direction, spinning counterclockwise with steady speed. Luna let out a slow breath of relief. The speed of the spin usually reflected the intensity of the answer. If it had whipped clockwise like this, she had been halfway down the street already. As it stood, the reading meant the inside wasn't dangerous at all, which meant that all that mana might be from the diary itself. She didn't know its full capabilities. For all she knew, the artifact could project secrecy wards on its own, and if that was the case, it had been hiding from her this whole time. Oh, just you wait. You're getting sealed for life, you paper-coated little bastard. Still, she wanted to be absolutely sure. She reset the pendant, ran the ritual again, then spoke clearly. The diary of Alikara The diary of Alikara is inside this house. The opal shivered in place, then went still. The divination attempt was clearly blocked again. But that didn't bother her. The fact it was blocking a reading on a random house practically confirmed it. Luna grinned and climbed back through the window, this time stepping over the slick patch of oil in the smooth marble floor. Once inside, she triggered a detection magic again. The place was drenched in mana, making it nearly impossible to get a clean read. but she could feel a gradient in the flow, like currents in water. She followed the pull, step by step, toward where the energy felt thickest. The room around her was mostly dark, but her vision didn't care. She could see perfectly in the absence of light, a base trait of her current tier. Soon, Tier 2 would evolve into something far more profound. A thought that was a constant motivating itch in the back of her mind. She was so close, lacking only a few more credit points. The fact that her Tier 1 organs weren't fully refined yet was a minor detail. She would get there. Just knowing the next advancement was within her grasp was a potent morale boost in itself. After a few more casts of her detection magic, she felt the mana intensity steadily increasing as she made her way toward the hallway. Luna moved with deliberate care, rewrapping herself in a veil of stealth. The last charm had almost worn out, and she wasn't about to get sloppy now. The layers, once again, masked her footsteps, muffled the faint rasp of fabric against her skin, and even suppressed her scent. The hallway door was slightly ajar, a faint wash of yellow gaslight bleeding into the darkness through a narrow gap. She eased forward and widened the opening, just enough to peek through. Mistake. A heavy, round object dropped directly onto her head the instant she moved it. Even braced for trouble, she staggered a step and letting out an involuntary yelp. And her boot slid across something slick. Oil. Again. Her balance went out from under her, and she lurched toward the stairs. She tried to recover, turning the stumble into a controlled hop, only to feel sudden resistance around her ankle. Her eyes flicked down a taut rope. In that dizzying moment, her eyes locked onto the other end of the rope. A small, white, fluffy fox held the taut line firmly in its mouth, its clever crimson eyes watching her tumble with unmistakable glittering amusement. What the actual fuck? That was all she had time to think before momentum took over. She pitched backwards, her body cartwheeling uncontrollably down the hard stairs in a series of painful, jarring impacts that knocked the wind from her lungs and any semblance of dignity from her mission. Julia paused mid-cultivation, ears twitching at the faint sound of movement upstairs. Clover maybe? She needed something, she'd come down, or perhaps she'd missed her nightly cuddles and was sulking. That would explain a grumpy Clover voice. Julia sighed and turned her attention back to the golden pulsing heart before her. Its rhythmic glow was marred by a creeping wash of azure. Almost halfway across the surface, around 45% complete, her lips curled into a grin, faster than Agnes had predicted. At this rate, she could finish in just 2 days. Flicker of pride warmed her. She had been pushing herself harder than usual, but once she'd started, the supposedly dull and repetitive process had become exhilarating. The silent contest of wills between her and the stubborn beating heart felt like a battle all its own. For all its stillness, it had begun to grow on her. Well, just a little more. The clock on the wall, wooden face lit by the steady glow of gas lamp, showed it was nearly 1 a.m. She could push to 50% before resting. 2 or 3 hours of sleep would be enough. Not optimal, but far from her worst nights. A potion could handle the rest. For now, cultivation took priority. She closed her eyes, ready to dive back in. A scream ripped through the house. Julia's eyes flew open. That wasn't Clover's voice. She was on her feet instantly, snatching a mana potion from the table and downing it with a single gulp before sprinting toward the sound. The noise grew louder, crashing, thudding, the unmistakable clamor of something meaty tumbling down the stairs. Julia channeled mana into the opal pendant resting against her chest, activating the enchantment bound within. A spell circle flared to life above her head and from it surging a massive tendril of shadowed mana coiling in the air like a summoned predator. She rounded the corner and froze at the sight before her. A hooded figure lay crumpled at the base of the stairs, groaning and cursing under their breath. They lifted their head, locking eyes with Julia. "Oh shit." The voice was female. The mana tendril struck in the same instant. It lashed out and violently constricted around the intruder's torso, pinning her arms to her sides and lifting her a few inches off the floor. Caught! 100% caught. I don't know why the music's so fucking quiet now. Sometimes I hate this shit. The volume just like goes up and down so often. I don't want to bring it up and then it goes too loud. Alright. That, I guess, is the story. Unless Jesse is out there and wants me to read another chapter, we shall move on to... I guess we could do the Veritasium video first. So, Veritasium. Very awesome channel. They do a lot of stuff to do with science and understanding things, reasons why things are, just in general, you know, a very informative, interesting channel. So this one is, why does an escalator handrail move faster than the stairs? My only thought for this is to, like, make people go up the stairs faster. But it could be a mechanical reason. Who knows?
On October 23rd, 2018, thousands of football fans were making their way to the game in Rome. Excitement for the game was high, and the fans began to chant and sing. At 7:03 p.m., around 50 people were riding the long escalator down to the platform. But within 30 seconds, the crowd had swelled to nearly double that. Everything seemed fine, but inside the escalator was a problem. The weight of the passengers was bearing down on the steps.
Oh!
The main motor was increasing. To try to slow the descent, the motor applied a counter torque. But as the force continued to increase, the stairs began to move faster. By 7:04 p.m., the crowd had tripled. The motor finally reached its limit, and under the massive strain, the drum began to slip. With the motor losing control, the escalator triggered its second line of defense. A safety relay tripped, immediately cutting power to the motor. The main brake clamped down on the metal drum to stop the descent of the stairs. But it failed. The friction on the main drum wasn't enough to stop the motor from spinning, and the stairs continued to accelerate. Sensing the motor had lost control of the steps, the escalator engaged the last line of defense. In the event of an emergency, an auxiliary brake is designed to bypass the motor entirely and directly lock the drive shaft. Under normal circumstances, the chance that all three safety measures fail at the same time is vanishingly small. But these weren't normal circumstances. At 7:05 p.m., the third and final safety system failed, and the stairs began to plummet. Fans were flung forward and started streaming down the escalator. Some leapt over the central barrier in desperation, while others were swept into a crushing pileup. At the bottom, the landing became a dangerous choke point. Under the pressure, the steps twisted and buckled into jagged metal, leaving 24 people injured. Something like this shouldn't have been possible, and experts at the time knew that something had gone wrong, and they started to suspect foul play. In the aftermath, Rome's transit agency sealed off the accident site and closed the Republica station for several months. The authorities ordered both a technical and a criminal investigation, and the mayor even publicly vowed to discover the cause of the accident. So investigators began dismantling the wreck, tearing it down piece by piece to reconstruct what had happened. The ride people experienced on that escalator was one of the most terrifying rides of their lives, but maybe it's more similar to the origin of escalators than you might think. Like, what was the first escalator even used for? Do you want to have a guess? It was an attraction in a theme park all the way back in 1896. It had no steps, a 25-degree incline, and it was essentially just a slow conveyor belt made of metal and wooden parts. It brought people up a full 7 feet before they would have to walk down stairs on the other side. And it was a huge success. Over 75,000 people enjoyed the attraction during its 2-week stay at the Old Iron Pier on Coney Island. The ride was named the Continuous Elevator, and its inventor, Jesse Reno, had created it not just as an attraction, but as a proof of concept, because he saw it as the future of transportation.
But as Reno watched people ride his invention, he began to notice a pattern. Nobody walked. Instead, they stood still, feet planted firmly sideways, with people gripping the handrail tightly. 2 years later, the department store Harrods in England installed a similar device. But the ride was so unsettling that Harrods had to put staff at the top to offer brandy to men and smelling salts to women, just to calm their nerves.
See, for both devices, the 25-degree conveyor belt was precarious to walk on and unnerving to stand on. At around 12 degrees, walking on an incline becomes difficult, and 25 degrees is roughly the limit that our ankles can flex.
If only there was a way to replace the conveyor belt with a moving set of stairs. Well, then the riders would always have a flat surface to stand on and a staircase they could climb if they wanted to.
One attempt at a solution had already been around for 4 decades, and it was called the revolving stairs. It consisted of a chain that went around a loop. Then fixed stair-shaped blocks were attached to it, creating a flat surface to stand on during the main incline. But as soon as you'd reach the top, the steps tilted forward, making it treacherous to get off. And a similar problem plagued you at the bottom. Now you might think, if the top and bottom are causing problems, just extend each landing. But that also doesn't work. You just end up with a jagged mess for longer.
So how do modern escalators solve this problem? I mean, have you ever stopped to think what happens to the stairs at the top of the escalator when they disappear?
Clearly, we have steps going around in some sort of loop. But how do they actually behave on the return journey? What if I give you 2 options? Do they stay right side up, like the cabins in a Ferris wheel? Or do they flip upside down and then flip back again at the other side?
Well, that's an interesting concept. I have absolutely no idea, actually.
Ferris wheel.
Yeah,
I think they turn upside down.
And they're actually right side up. But wow, you're both. Yeah.
The solution to this problem came from another inventor named
I don't know.
George Wheeler.
I'd say
His idea forms the basis of every
they
escalator
would
in
roll,
use today.
right?
A modern version of it works something like this.
A typical subway escalator has an electric motor at the top with a power output of around 50 kilowatts, smaller than most electric cars. This motor spins extremely fast at over 1,000 RPM, but it's pretty weak. So to drive the steps, the escalator needs to convert this into a slower output with more force. To do this, it uses a reduction gearbox and a gear system, lowering the output to just a few RPM and increasing the torque by a factor of around 100. The motor is connected with a large sprocket to a reinforced steel chain which pulls the stairs around a loop. The so-called step chain is fitted with wheels to allow it to roll smoothly around curves. But unlike the design for the revolving stairs, Wheeler proposed attaching each step to this chain through a single axle, giving it the freedom to rotate. Next, he added a second set of wheels to each step that followed a different track, allowing him to control the angle of each step at any point. On the incline, the 2 tracks overlap, just like the revolving staircase. But then at the top, the 2 tracks separate, and this is what allows us to keep the steps level throughout the entire ride.
Oh.
The tracks then remain separated.
Yeah, see, they do
curve
flip.
around. The steps flip upside down.
This
crunch into
is
the loop, and
this is a video about an incident. I'll go back to the beginning, Queen, and show you the incident that instigated this. So apparently there was a failure,
and the stairs began to plummet. Fans were
and it
blown
launched
forward and started
fucking. It just
screaming
kept
down
getting
the
fast. The
escalator.
escalator kept getting faster
Some
and
leapt over the central
faster.
barrier in desperation, while others were swept into a crushing pileup. At the bottom, the
Apparently it happened in Rome in like 2017 or something like that. So we're just discussing how elevators work and the or escalators and the origins of them and stuff like that.
tracks rejoin, and the whole process repeats.
So the answer is you are both wrong.
Ah!
Yeah.
Yeah, like I would say it's like an upside down elevator, bro.
Like, guess what? You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But despite all modern escalators adopting Wheeler's design, at the time it caught so little attention that he was forced to shelve the idea. It wasn't until 8 years later that another inventor, Charles Seeberger, bought his patent and capitalized on the invention. Seeberger partnered with the Otis Elevator Company, and together they built a prototype.
A year later, in 1900, they showcased it at the Paris Exposition Universelle. In total, 51 million people flocked to the exposition to see the marvels of modern technology. But one of the most popular exhibitions was the world's first true commercial escalator. The machine drew huge crowds. French historian Philippe Julien described it as the jolliest attraction at the exhibition and wrote, "The escalator caused many an incident worthy of the vaudeville, separating families, sending old men sprawling, delighting the children, and reducing their nanas to despair." The escalator was even awarded one of the grand prizes of the fair. Shortly after, escalators started being installed in different places across the world.
But these escalators weren't perfect. They had smooth, flat stairs, and when they reached the top, these stairs would disappear under a wooden board, leaving a dangerous gap between them.
Shoelaces, coats, and especially the long skirts in fashion at the time easily got caught in the
There's
machinery.
so many horror
One
stories
incident
over
even saw
fucking
a 3-year-old
escalators.
girl getting her foot pinched in the gap. And while the girl luckily escaped with injured toes and a missing shoe, something in the design had to change. To solve this, Seeberger and Otis installed a triangular shunt at the end of the escalator, forcing riders to go off to the left before they reached the dangerous gap. This system worked, but it was awkward because it meant people had to put one foot onto solid ground while the other was still moving, which became especially tricky when some people stood still and others walked. So to reduce the risk of people getting in each other's way, operators asked people to stand on the right and keep the left lane clear for faster walkers. It's a convention we still often follow to this day.
But as it turns out, there's a much better solution than the shunt.
Modern escalator steps aren't smooth, they're grooved. These grooves then interlock perfectly with a comb plate at the top of the escalator. So now if a small item approaches the end, the comb plate lifts it up and out of harm's way. This makes it much harder for things to get stuck. And
Things
perhaps
still
more
can.
importantly, it allows people to safely step off forwards. But the comb plate doesn't entirely solve the problem. We still have these gaps on the side of the escalator that can pinch and trap objects as the steps move. So to address this, a new safety feature called the skirt brush was added to the escalator in 1982. Escalators are full of subtle safety features like this, some old and some new, but almost all of them are designed around people. All the way back in 1896, Jesse Reno predicted that riders on his attraction would need something to hold onto, so he introduced a moving handrail. In a modern escalator, the motor has a separate connection to turn a friction wheel that drives the handrail.
The only problem is that friction wears things down, so over time the wheel gets smaller, and as its circumference decreases, each rotation moves the rubber loop a slightly shorter distance, so the handrail begins to move more slowly. The effect is small, but it builds up over time. So to compensate for this, a new handrail is calibrated to move around 2% faster than the steps. You can actually try this yourself. Next time you're standing on an escalator, just place your hand
I always
next to you
always
as you
wondered that
stand
because
still,
my hand would
and
always
you
go
will
like
watch
this.
as your hand slowly
It's
drifts
just
forward.
like the entire length of the
This
escalator would
speed
be like
difference
2
stops
inches.
the handrail from lagging too far behind the steps over time.
Because I have definitely noticed that sometimes I'm on an escalator and then it's going faster than me. My hand is going faster than my body. But that means it's a new escalator.
Well, it's a new frictional wheel that drives the handrail. So we don't replace the entire escalator.
Oh wow! So that's like a party trick I can use to entertain my friends. I mean, I don't know when I'd have a party on an escalator, but whatever. If I'm on an escalator with my friends and I can see it moving, I'd be like, "Hey, that's because there's a new frictional wheel." I can tell them that and impress them.
But it's not just the handrail. The speed of the steps themselves is also something that needs to be carefully controlled. Modern escalators use AC induction motors, which are extremely good at regulating their rotational speed. And this has an unexpected benefit on downward escalators. With enough people riding, their weight is enough that the motor no longer has to power the ride. Instead, the weight of the passengers themselves drives the chain and causes the motor to spin. As more people board, the force on the motor increases and it's pushed to turn faster. But modern AC induction motors work by creating a rotating magnetic field. When the motor tries to spin faster than the field, electric currents are induced inside it, which then create their own magnetic field. This new field pushes back in the opposite direction to the spin, creating a braking force which resists the increase in speed. But something interesting happens when the motor resists like this. Rather than consuming energy, the physics of the motor flips, and it uses the excess mechanical energy to produce an electric current. This is called regenerative braking, and it's the same trick that electric vehicles use to recharge their batteries. In effect, the motor turns into a generator. The result is that on a busy day, many modern downward escalators aren't just moving people, they're actually generating electricity. Often, this is channeled back to the building's internal grid and used to power other devices, including the upward escalators.
That's fucking impressive.
Even the
I love
escalator
technology,
that
man. I love science. I love
identified
physics with this kind of shit.
dealer and was
You would have
installed
never
in
guessed that, but the
1920s,
second you think about it, you're like, yep,
the Paris
that makes
Exhibition,
sense.
etc. I mean, all these escalators were regenerated.
What?
Yeah, when there were people standing on the escalator in down direction, these escalators were feeding energy back into the grid.
No. It's like the down escalator is a generator?
This regenerative braking makes escalators extremely power efficient, but more importantly, it makes them inherently safe. But there is a point where if you keep adding weight, then eventually the force becomes so strong that the motor can no longer resist it. And if left unchecked, it would start
And that's
accelerating
exactly what happened.
The stairs would go plummeting down, which is exactly what happened in Rome.
After a nearly 2-year-long investigation, the investigators published this 86-page report. Inside, it lists the exact sequence of events that led to the disaster. As fans crowded onto the escalator, their combined weight increased the load on the main motor. The motor tried to resist this change, but as more and more people funneled on, the force got too high, and eventually it hit a tipping point, and the motor started accelerating uncontrollably. Safety sensors in the machine noticed this sudden change and triggered 2 things in short succession. First, the power to the motor was cut, and immediately after that, the main brake engaged.
But
2 massive arms clamped down on the drum.
it's not enough for the weight.
And avert a runaway.
This brake should have had enough stopping power to bring the fully loaded escalator to a halt, even under the massive strain. But it didn't. Tests after the incident showed that its braking force was far too low, around 37% of the manufacturer's specification.
Oh man,
The
someone
weakened
didn't
brake struggled
design
to
this
slow the
or
spinning motor at the escalator's downhill acceleration.
didn't install it properly.
This is when the last line of defense kicked in. When the escalator's speed rose by more than 20%, the auxiliary brake triggered, driving steel wedges into a disc on the drive shaft.
But when investigators opened up this brake, they were shocked. The final mechanical backstop had been partially disabled. Someone had physically tied plastic straps around one of the 2 brake wedges.
So it
and
was
rendered it
fucking straight up sabotage.
With half the system unable to engage, its stopping power was cut by 50%, just enough for the
That's
weight of all
insane.
those passengers to overpower the brake and render the last line of defense useless. Investigators knew that these failures should have been automatically recorded in the error logs, but when they went to check, they found nothing. The error codes had been turned off, meaning critical malfunctions could occur without leaving a trace. The only way this could happen was if they had been disabled on purpose, meaning someone must have reprogrammed the system to stop recording fault codes.
Next, investigators turned to the maintenance records. But they found these similarly incomplete, and evidence of major work on the escalator was nowhere to be found at all.
With all the main safety systems compromised and critical alerts turned off, the escalator had been a ticking time bomb. All findings from the technical investigation pointed not to a manufacturing defect, but to a pattern of neglect and falsification by those in charge of keeping the machine safe. This left the prosecution with one clear question: who was responsible?
The trail of evidence led back to June 2017, when maintenance responsibilities for Rome's escalators shifted to a new contractor, Metro Roma. The Transit Authority, ATAC, severed its contract with Metro Roma in an attempt to wash its hands of the situation. But as the criminal inquest continued, it became clear the problem went far deeper. The investigators discovered that Metro Roma had been working hand in hand with the Transit Authority, ATAC, and together they presided over negligent maintenance and falsified records all across the network.
Damn.
By September 2019, 11 suspects were named, and the courts had suspended 3 ATAC managers, along with the chief of Metro Roma.
The prosecution's findings were grave. In many cases, safety devices have been deliberately sabotaged to avoid escalator shutdowns. And those in charge had covered their tracks through a pattern of fraud and obstruction. In
Sounds
the midst
about
of
right.
Public outrage, prosecutors recorded a chilling wiretap of ATAC manager Renato D'Amico.
The translation? If you run the numbers, out of 700 escalators, there'd be like 3 or 4 more dropping. Come on.
The prosecutors note in their report that D'Amico appeared uninterested in the possibility there might have been people on those 3 or 4 escalators. It was simply a matter of numbers and percentages to him. It was a callous remark, and it painted a clear picture of the incident. This wasn't an engineering failure, it was a human one. But that brings us to a more fundamental question. I mean, how safe are escalators really? The truth is, when they're properly maintained, the safety margins on escalators are enormous. Each system is engineered to handle forces far beyond what they'll ever see in service.
The braking load of our step is like greater 15 kilonewtons, so 1.5 tons. So you can put an elephant on the step and it won't break. Well, I've never seen a step break in my whole career. Never seen a step chain break either. I mean, that does not happen. I mean, I'm not here to say that there are no accidents on escalators, but the accidents I know, I mean, it's critical, like that you ensure the right maintenance. That's the important thing, because in the end, it's all about maintenance.
When this is done right, the chances of a catastrophic failure are vanishingly small.
And with around 1.5 million escalators worldwide, that really is how it should be. In the US and Canada alone, over 100 billion escalator trips are happening every year, making the escalator one of the most widely used forms of transport on the planet. On a scale that large, it's sometimes easy to point the finger at our technology when things go wrong, but the truth is, no matter how well designed our systems are, they all rely on people to maintain them. And perhaps
bring on AI overlords already!
We have a duty of care, not just to ourselves, but to everyone around us. And sometimes that means taking responsibility for keeping each other safe.
Hell yeah. Well, that's another Veritasium video, guys. You don't know Veritasium, they're pretty awesome. So go check them out, give them a like, give them a subscribe, give them some love, right? Alright. Powerful words that transform any novel in 24 hours. Alright, let's find this out. I see what happened here. Notes on powerful words.
But this video is going to be about, I have a video on the 9 weak words that you absolutely should delete from your book.
We've already done over that.
You should totally watch it. But this video is going to be about, what words you actually should use in your book. These are the 9 power words, or really they're more like the categories or types of words that will level up your book. Let's start right away with number 1.
Rich words.
Rich words. So Jane Cleland, in her book Mastering Plot Twists, she mentions, just sort of like offhandedly in a paragraph, about what she considers to be rich words. Now, what does she mean by rich words? Rich words are just fun words that are not everyday language. They have weight, they make your book feel special, and they just liven up your language. And the example she gives is the word pizzazz. If you can work the word pizzazz into your novel in some way, whether in dialogue or actually the narrator saying it, that's going to make your book feel alive. Now, what does she not mean by rich words? I would guess that she doesn't mean words you have to look up in a dictionary. Dictionary words might make you look smart, but it doesn't make it easier to read or more pleasurable to read. Really, what I want you to think about is the ratio you have in your book between everyday language, just common everyday words, and sort of rich language, language that is specialized in some way. I will say that a very normal everyday word might become a rich word depending on the context. Let's look at Mary Oliver in her poem, Wild Geese. She has the word pebbles. Okay, pebbles is a really normal word. You wouldn't say that's a special word in any way. But now you put it in a phrase of clear pebbles of rain, and now we're looking at rain as if it is a pebble. It elevates the language. Or look at a word like feral. Okay, feral, like you think a wild animal in some way. But what if you say the feral weather? What if you're talking about feral music or a feral joy? Okay, now you've taken that word, which is, so-so, but you elevated it by combining it in an unusual way with other language. That's rich language, and if you can just get a little bit of that inside your book, it makes it more pleasurable for the reader to encounter something in a new context. And if you really want to improve your writing on a sentence-by-sentence level, I would humbly suggest to take my course, How to Write a Splendid Sentence, where I really go through and give tons of examples and give lots of exercises that will help you train yourself to write better sentences. It's also my second best-selling course and has a ton of reviews. People love it, so I'll put the link below so you can check it out. A second powerful way to use language in your book is to make sure that your language is character appropriate. Does your character sound like everybody else out there? Are they using language in a very generic, nondescript way? If they are, then it's your job to tweak their language in a way that helps set them apart from the crowd. You might want to choose a special word that they repeat often. You might want to choose a special phrase. But for a character who sounds entirely like himself, let's check out Kirk Lazarus in Tropic Thunder. And he is talking about how to ask a woman on a date. He starts with nah, then he repeats 3 cliches, then he doesn't say to ask her on a date, but he says to tell her that you're going on a date with her. Plus he uses some ungrammatical language like you and me's, and then some clipped language like going. But the way he uses language is certainly appropriate for his character. That's who he's trying to play. The third category of power words that you should absolutely use in your book are precise words. Sometimes you might use a word like house, but really the more appropriate term might be shack or it might be mansion. Sometimes you use a word like red, but really a more precise term might be crimson. Sometimes you use a word like tree, but a better term might be cottonwood. Or what if you use the term like gun, but really the more appropriate term might be rifle or pistol or shotgun or blunderbuss. Now, little warning here, can you go too far in the area of precision of language? Yes, you can. There's all sorts of reasons why sometimes you need to be a little less precise, either because that's how the character would see it, or perhaps it's just not the right word for the situation. For instance, what if a character says like, watch out, over there's a guy with an AR-15 with a 16-inch barrel and a flash suppressor. No, what they would say is, there's a dude with a gun. So I would say that 90% of the time, your job is trying to go from less specific words to more specific and more precise language. But every once in a while, sometimes the imprecise word is exactly the right word. The fourth strategy when trying to make sure that your novel is as powerful as possible on the language level is double down on lifeblood words. So as a very general principle of good writing, I think you should focus on lifeblood words, which I would say would be nouns and verbs, and not get caught up too much with adjectives and adverbs and all the smaller elements of language. What is the lifeblood of writing? Nouns and verbs. And so you have to go back to that when you're trying to improve your language. Now, I'm not saying anything crazy like, you should only write nouns and verbs and never use prepositions or adverbs or adjectives. No. That's insanity, right? Obviously, those other parts of language are great. What I'm saying is, you want to make sure your nouns and your verbs are doing the heavy lifting of your sentences, that they're really carrying the weight of your sentences. A book I've been reading recently is Leif Enger's I Cheerfully Refuse. And this is a sentence I particularly liked. The minute these comets appear in the heavens, all kinds of calamities start chugging away on Earth. So let's just look at the sentence and break it down into its parts. there are 6 nouns: minute, common, heavens, kinds, calamities, and earth. And there are 3 verbs: appear, start, and chugging. Now, are there a couple of prepositional phrases? Yes, absolutely there are. And once again, there's nothing wrong with that. But really, the bulk of this sentence is chugging along using its nouns and its strong verbs. So if you ever want to do a diagnosis on a sentence of yours, just break it down and figure out what the pieces are. What sort of pieces belong in this sentence? And if you have 10 prepositional phrases, or if you have like 5 adverbs and 5 adjectives, you might want to ask yourself, is that really what will make the best sentence in this situation? Am I using the right materials or the right scaffolding to build a strong sentence? Let's move on to the next category of power words, which you absolutely need to be using, and it is number 5, atmosphere words.
I'm bad
a
at
lot of
this.
The goal when you're writing a book is to create a certain
True.
kind of mood on the page, because what a mood does is it helps the reader to feel something. It gets them into the mood of your book, and once you have them in that certain mood, then you can do anything you want in terms of making them sympathize with the characters or making them engage with the plot. But the first step is to get them in that mood. But here's the trouble: you can't get them in a mood by saying like, oh, this was a very happy place, or by saying, oh, like this was a very scary place. No, instead you have to use language in a lot more of a suggestive way. Let's look at Fall of the House of Usher by Edgar Allan Poe. Classic, absolute classic. A lot of you have probably read it. Take a second and read this first paragraph and tell me, what is the mood created by the language?
I have this story.
What do you
Nice.
feel
Hell yeah,
after
Callie.
reading this? I can guarantee what you do not feel. You do not feel peppy. You do not feel happy. You do not feel optimistic. And there's not...
Okay, let's go back and read it. During the whole of a dull, dark, and soulless day in the autumn of the year, when the clouds hung oppressively low in the heavens, I had passing alone on horseback through a singularly dreary tract of country, and at length found myself, as the shades of the evening drew on, within view of the melancholy house of Usher.
What do you feel after reading this? I can guarantee what you do not feel. You do not feel peppy. You do not feel happy. You do not feel optimistic. And there's not a single word that I can point to and be like, oh, this is the word, this is the power word that really makes it worth it. No, it's a whole constellation of language that he uses, and when all that language combines in a certain way, it makes you embrace this sort of dark and somber mood. It's words like dull, dark, and soundless. It's words like oppressively and dreary. It's words like shades and evening. And it's words like melancholy. Now, obviously, he's using a lot of adjectives to create this mood, which sort of contradicts what I was saying in the previous point. I don't know if you've noticed that. But I do think there's a way to do this where you don't have to do this using adjectives and adverbs. You can do this in a lot of different ways, even by the nouns and the verbs that you choose as well. So there's a lot of ways to create a mood. You just have to figure out what sort of atmospheric words that can I use to create the mood that I want my readers to be in. Let's move on to the 6th category of power words, which is active verbs. Okay, I'm gonna give you a quick test right now to determine what level of verb writing you are at. Let's say a robber comes into a store and a woman is in front of the counter, and then in a couple of seconds she ends up behind the counter. I'm deliberately saying it that way not to give you any sort of verb. But I'm asking, what would be the verb that you would use when that woman shifts from her position in front of the counter to behind the counter? What verb would you use? And as you're thinking about that, I am going to lay out the 3 levels of verbs that you would use in a situation like this, but obviously applies to pretty much any verb that you want to use. The 3 levels start with the lowest level, which is number 1, a generic verb. So a generic verb in this situation would be she went behind the counter, or she goes behind the counter. That gives absolutely zero info, right? We can't visualize anything. It is the most lackluster verb you could possibly use. Another way to say it would be even she moved behind the counter. Terrible verb. What do you learn by the verb moved? I mean, it's a placeholder, but it doesn't give the reader any joy. It doesn't give them any insight. It's a pretty awful word to use. Sorry if you picked move. Sorry if you picked move. I hope you didn't pick move. Okay, so let's move on to level 2. This would be more of an everyday verb. Something like she hid behind the counter. Okay, well, hid is not terrible. It's a pretty functional word. And I think the benefit of it is it's slightly emotional. Like hiding implies there is something to hide from. So there's, you know, it's connotating the element of danger that's going on in this scene. So, okay, is it the best verb you could use? Absolutely not, right? I mean, it's sort of really middle brow. But now let's graduate to the third level. What would be a super verb that you could use in this situation? I'll suggest two. One would be she darted behind the counter. Why is darted a good verb? One is because it's a verb that's rooted in a very specific noun, the act of darts, right? So you can see a dart moving and you're equivocating that to the way that she would move behind the counter. A second excellent verb to use would be she scuttled behind the counter. So scuttle is a verb I think that relies a little bit on the way that a crab would move. So you can literally see that little scuttle movement as she scampers or scuttles behind that countertop. You visually get a scene of it in a way that with a word like hid, you can't really see it. So always be interrogating the verbs in your novel. How many of your verbs are generic verbs? How many of your verbs are just like passable everyday verbs? And then how many of your verbs are like super verbs? I think I need a t-shirt that just says super verb. No, I don't. That would be ridiculous. But I might make one. And by the way, if you want a book that helps you with your verbs, I would suggest checking out Vex, Hex, Smash, Smooch. Yes, it's a verb-centric title, and it is by Constance Hale. By the time you finish that book, you will have verbs on the brain, and you will be constantly thinking about your verbs. And it's
tomorrow I'm
impossible for you
writing,
not to become a
streaming,
better
and
verb
sprinting
writer through reading a book like that.
Nice, Callie. Hell yeah, you're streaming tomorrow?
Now it's time for the next step, which is number 7, sideways emotion words. So the right way to get the reader to feel emotion is not through using the emotional words that you want them to feel. It's not by saying like happy and they'll feel happier. It's not by saying sad so they'll feel sad. You will know this if you watched my video on the emotional craft of fiction book, which is titled Why 90% of Fiction Writers Fail to Connect with Readers. So your goal when trying to create emotions in readers is not just to shove that emotion into the text. That doesn't work. So what words should you say instead? Well, you need to use these sideways words, words that will create an emotional reaction in the reader without you being like, feel this emotion, now, do it. And for an example of this, let's look at Tomorrow and Tomorrow and Tomorrow by Gabrielle Zevin. She has a moment, and I don't want to ruin it for anybody, but someone gets shot in the book. So how do the characters deal with this tragedy? Well, it's not by repeating the word sad a lot or by showing people crying. It's done in a lot more subtle way. It uses the language of people sitting on the floor. Multiple people sitting on the floor. They're sitting on the floor in a hospital, right? People just keep on sitting on the floor. And then what are they doing? They're folding paper cranes because there's a Japanese tradition where if you fold 1,000 paper cranes, it's supposed to help the person get better. And what I love about this manner of dealing with tragedy is that it combines a sense of grief with a sense of hope. You feel grief when you just see people sitting on the floor, But you also feel hope because they are sitting on the floor to fold these paper cranes. They hope this person gets better. It's the perfect picture of grief and hope, but without saying the words grief or hope. And you can tell this is like definitely more of an advanced technique. You're trying to use language that alludes to the emotions rather than says the emotions themselves. Along that same line of advanced techniques, let's get to category number 8 of power words. Language with double meanings. What we're talking about here are basically subtext words. So when you use a word in your book that you don't only want it to mean the literal meaning, you also want it to mean sort of an underground or basement meaning as well that the astute reader will be able to pick up on. And I will say in general that what subtext does is it helps your book from becoming too one-dimensional and surfacey and just gives it a little bit of complexity. So let's look at a book like Wendell Berry's Hannah Coulter. Here we have a young woman who's just gotten engaged and she runs to the person who's renting her a room, which happens to be her fiance's aunt. And she calls her the formal name that she's always called her. She says, Miss Aura. And then the person who's renting her a room smiles and corrects her and just says one word, Auntie. Now, on the surface, what is she saying? She's saying, well, you know, you're engaged, so now this is the new name for me. Like, you can call me Aunt now. But on a deeper level, on a subtextual level, what is she really saying with that single word? She's saying, I love you. She's saying, welcome to the family. She's saying, congratulations, I'm so happy for you. Finally, let's look at the very last category of power words. These are words you've probably been expecting for the whole video, and so I don't want to disappoint you. It is number 9, sensory words. So take a moment and I want you to calculate on any sample page of your writing, what percentage of that page, what percentage of it activates your reader's 5 senses. If you don't want to do a whole page, that's fine. Just take a paragraph of your writing and just sort of analyze it and be like, okay, did it activate sight in any way? Did it activate sound? Did it activate their sense of taste? Someone who's done this really well would be Ernest Hemingway in the first paragraph of A Farewell to Arms. Check out this paragraph. I want you to read it and to find a place where he is not painting a picture for you, where he is not activating the senses of the reader. Look at the colors alone in this paragraph. We have white boulders, we have clear water, we have deeper blue water, we have brown dust, we have a white road. I mean, this might as well be a painting that's hanging in the Louvre. It's just that precise and that evocative of the scene. And if you find that you have a long passage or maybe even a full chapter without a lot of sensory details, the reader's going to start to drift away from the world of your book, and they're not even going to be able to name why they have become less interested in reading you. They're just going to be like, I don't know, I just sort of lost interest. Well, they lost interest because you're not sucking them into your world with these powerful sensory words. Sensory words are like tractor beams that are hooking your reader's eyes to your novel, and it makes them not want to stop. It makes them not want to go to sleep. And the last thing I'll say about that is make sure that you're not over-relying on sight for your sensory words. A lot of writers I edit do this, is that 95% of their senses are just visual, which, you know, I get it, like we're visual creatures, that's wonderful, but make sure to be evocative with smells and with tastes and with sounds as well. Don't forget the other senses. Okay, I hope all those power words help you write stronger sentences. If you want a little bit more instruction, please check out my sentence course, How to Write a Splendid Sentence. I'll put that link in the description, and I hope your writing is fantastic today. Haven't?
Hell yeah, let's do it. Alright, another one down. This one just came out, so this is the last video, guys. We're out of BookFox videos now. We gotta find some, we gotta go back to, Hello Future Me or something. Holy shit, there's someone on Rumble? 95 Sporty, when did you say this? Sorry, I don't have the chat connected for it. But if you're still there, 95 Sporty, what's up, bro? I don't have timestamps on these, so I have no idea. I gotta figure something out with it, but I don't know if I can attach it to the all chat or not. So it's kind of just like sitting in limbo. Just super unfortunate, but tis what it is, right? Okay, Callie, what is this?
Tomorrow is World Naked Gardening Day. I need to know, is there a naked gardening club in Philly?
Mike would like to join.
You know, I'd like to see the hose and the rakes and trowels and all the equipment they use. No, tomorrow is World Naked Gardening Day. I need to know, is there a naked gardening club in Philly?
Mike.
Naked gardening. All right. That sounds like that would be illegal because, you know, you kind of can't go into public. But I guess you're on your own property? I have no idea. It's a beyond me, bro. It's a beyond me. Okay, so wait, did I need that back. This. So go here. Turn this back on. Go here. And okay. So we don't have a I gotta take a piss. We don't have like pre-written down, so we gotta figure out what we're gonna say. Okay. We're gonna have ads up here in a second, but other than that, we should be good to go. So, question becomes, how do we ask this? We want to make it like super simple, but deep. Something along the lines of if or because of, you know, recent political violence and everything, and the direction that it seems to be going, it's no longer a United States of America, it seems to be a divided States of America. So, at what point, because I guess we'll just be asking, like, at what point is it more viable and just all in general, like, better for everyone if the line between Democrat and Republic, between conservative and liberal, is just so massive that it's at this moment basically the gap is irredeemably lost. There's no coming back. So is it not in the best interest of the people to, let's say, over the next 50 years, like, this is a long period thing, but it's like, if we can't fix where we are now, we have to find a way to move the country literally to two different nations. But that's only if the question is if it's within, like, a 60-40 range. If it hits anywhere below 60-40, like, at that point, I don't think it's worth it anymore. But let's see what AI thinks about it and what a solution to it could be. Because, I mean, you just literally split the same things. You go, okay, well, now instead of having one nation like this, we just have two. So it's like we have, like, a separate federal government that does all the things that the liberals want, and we have a government that does what all the conservatives want. And then slowly, over this period of time, if you care enough about politics, you can, you know, move to one of those countries. So it's kind of like, well, these, you know, and people already, like, the other thing is people already do this. Like, they'll move, like, if their state over a decade turns from, let's say, blue to red, and they're not happy with the red state, they'll just move to a blue state. So, like, there's precedent for this to happen. And, of course, you could say, oh, not everyone has the affordability of it. Yeah, sure. Fair. Absolutely fair. That's why we're giving this a 20, 30-year thing, where it's like, you could literally do, like, trading spaces with fucking houses and shit. of being like relative worth houses, relative size houses and stuff, and being like, well, you're in a red state, you want to be in a blue state, you can move to a blue state with, you know, swap, basically. And then eventually you would have like the left side and the right side, one would be liberal, one would be conservative, and you'd have two separate federal governments in order to work with each of them. I think that would be, could be, like, the best solution if this is, like, going to be this bad, right? Like I said, this is the beginning. This isn't the end. This is the beginning. This is the first person that's a non-government, like, non-company, like, the guy wasn't associated with any, he was just an activist. He just said shit. So it's like, who's the next person who says shit who's not going to be able to say shit after they say shit? That's the, you know. And what I don't understand is, like, America has, like, the Patriot Act and shit. How does that not extend to, like, online rhetoric when it comes to, like, politics, but it did when it came to, like, 9/11 and shit like that? I don't know. To me, it's just an over-the-top of, like, pretty much bullshit. So at some point, you gotta take a step back and say, alright, what we're doing isn't working. How can we fix that? And then you actively work towards fixing it. Instead of just being like, the system's fucking broken. Fuck it. It'll never happen. You know? So that's not the mentality you want to have towards it. Right? You want a mentality that gives you the hope for the future, that says, we may be going in a bad direction now, but we have plans to steer that direction to a better place. And if, again, those values are so separated now, even if this isn't the reality, it's a construct. In fact, maybe it's 70-30 or 75-25 or 80-20. But I do think it's probably more of a 55-45. Even in Canada, it's pretty much the same as that. So, it's like if you have a country literally split down the middle and you're headed for what could be considered even a, like, civil Cold War, at what point in time do you just say, fuck it, let's just split and be two separate countries? Now, there is my, you know, as a centrist, it is very much a nuanced piece of, hey, we can easily combine both of these and have all the social systems and security that comes with both liberalism and conservatism. But people aren't willing to say that, or look past the fact of, oh, this is a conservative idea, so I will never accept it because it's a conservative idea. Like, what if someone said that, like, eating meat was a conservative idea? All of a sudden, all liberals become vegans? No! That's not how the fucking world works! But for some reason, someone out there is trying to convince us that that's how the world works. And it's like, nah, bro, I'm above that. Okay, so let's put that down in words. Let's say the recent political strife between liberals and conservatives, left and right-wing politics with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Have we gone to a point of no return? for the gap between conservative and liberal has grown so wide in spreading extremism that the center almost doesn't exist anymore. Have we gotten to a point of divided states that at this point the only two solutions, if the situation continues to escalate, are a full-on civil war between citizens, or splitting country into two new nations. One with all the liberals, one with all conservatives. At what point is it more viable to become two nations than to be able to have discourse that allows us to find common ground? With the assassination of Charlie Kirk, it has become clear that the extremists on each side have become the main voice of the party. Do you think there will ever be a time the nation decides to split? Is it a 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, 20 issue? The rhetoric and media agenda shoving their perspective down our throats and manipulating the stories and people in order to maintain their power. If their states were to split into two nations, what would the conservative nation look like compared to the liberal nation? Can there be a split down the middle, or is a situation where there has to be a loser, even if the direction from liberal moves to conservative and back and forth, which has been the way for almost 250 years. There's one more point I wanted to make with this. What was the other one? Something to do with creating a border. No, I don't think we need to go. Something like, you know, having to move, so you do like this trading places kind of thing where you move from a blue to a red state. Is the gap between conservative and liberal as wide as people believe? Anyone else got anything to add to this? I'm not like, you know. I only have my perspective, so I don't know if anyone else has any other perspective input. The recent political strife between liberals and conservatives, left-wing and right-wing politics, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, have we gone to a point of no return where the gap between conservative and liberal has grown so wide and spreading extremism that the center almost doesn't exist anymore? Have we gotten to a point of divided states that at this point, the only two solutions if the situation continues to escalate are a full-on civil war between the citizens or splitting the country into two nations? One with all the liberals, one with all the conservatives. At what point is it more viable to become two nations than to be able to have discourse that allows us to find common ground? The assassination of Charlie Kirk, it's become clear that the extremists on each side have become the main voice of the party. Do you think there will ever be a time that the nation decides to split? Is it a 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, or 80-20 issue? Rhetoric and media agenda showing their perspective, shoving their perspective down our throats and manipulating the stories and people in order to maintain their power. If the states were to split into two nations, what would the conservative nation look like compared to the liberal nation? Can there be a split down the middle, or is this a situation where there is to be a loser even if the direction from liberal-leaning moves to conservative and back and forth the way it's been for almost 250 years? Is the gap between conservative and liberal as wide as people believe? So let's go over here, and let's go AI commentary, and we're just going to add this because every time we're just kind of expanding, so we want divided states. Alright, let's see what it says. I'm very intrigued to see. I mean, it's a lot of questions to ask it, right? And it's like, there's what people believe, and then there's what the reality is, right? And I think reality has been distorted so much that now there's not really a combination, right? You have to be only liberal or only conservative. Like, you can't have a single point of view from the other side or you're, like, chastised. It's like, it's so utterly fucking retarded. But that's where I'm like, this seems like it's just way beyond the point of it's fabricated, right? This isn't a natural outcome. This is a deliberate push, like, and it has to be consistent, right? The second the system that's pushing all of this stuff falls apart, everyone realizes that it's not actually something that anyone really cared about. And I think a great example of that is DEI. As soon as, like, no one gave a shit about DEI anymore, it was like, oh, well, we realize now the only reason why people gave a shit about DEI is because apparently DEI was so strong that if you spoke out against DEI, you'd basically be deplatformed or fired or, like, you know, whatever means would get you to, shut up, essentially. And they would do basically anything. Which is kind of funny, because right now, one of the big things that's happening is... This is normally a Democrat thing. Normally what the Democrats will do is they will take the people that are against them and take some sort of thing that they said and try to, like, get them fired from their job, try to, like, you know, get a public movement against you to, like, basically destroy your reputation and shit. And what's funny is now the Republicans are doing that to Democrats who are, like, celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And it's funny because the Democrats are all being all, like, pussies and shit and being like, no, you can't do that! Even though it was something that they've been doing for, like, fucking 20 years. So, I think it's really interesting to see the tables turn the other direction and see what Democrats are actually gonna fucking do now. But, again, this is all coming from a Canadian with a third outside perspective, right? So it's like, none of this truly has that much of an effect on me. Like, there is an echoing effect because I'm in Canada, and, you know, we're so close together and stuff like that. But, I mean, Canada's going through its own fucking shit right now. Oh, Jesus. Alright. Hello and welcome to another commentary. Today we are talking about divided states and the potential for either a civil war or a complete separation into two separate nations. So, let's get into it. This is the question that we asked. With the recent political strife between liberals and conservatives, left-wing and right-wing politics, with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, have we gone to a point of no return where the gap between conservative and liberal has grown so wide and spreading extremism that the center almost doesn't exist anymore? Have we gotten to a point of divided states that, at this point, the only two solutions if the situation continues to escalate are a full-on civil war between the civilians or splitting the country into two new nations? One with all of the liberals and one with all the conservatives. At what point is it more viable to become two nations than to be able than to be able to have discourse that allows us to find common ground. The assassination of Charlie Kirk, it has become clear that the extremists on each side have become the main voice of the party. Do you think there will ever be a time that the nation decides to split? Is it a 50-50, 60-40, 70-30, or 80-20 issue? The rhetoric and media agenda shoving their perspective down our throats and manipulating the stories and people in order to maintain their power. If the states were to split into two nations, what would the conservative nation look like compared to the liberal nation? Can there be a split down the middle, or is this a situation where there has to be a loser, even if the direction from liberal learning moves to conservative and back and forth, which has been the way for almost 250 years? Is the gap between conservative and liberal as wide as people believe? All right. See what AI has to say about this. The assassination of Charlie Kirk on September 10th, 2025 at Utah Valley University is a tragic and shocking event that has understandably heightened fears about political violence in the U.S. It's the latest in a string of high-profile attacks, including 2 attempts on former President Trump's life in recent years, and it underscores a disturbing trend of escalating rhetoric turning into real-world harm. Again, it says former president, even though he's the current president, which I love because then it even states that it's talking about 2025. So it's like, even inside of the AI, I'm pretty sure this is like a dog whistle of liberals being like, no, he's the former president. Because yesterday it said former President Trump and President Biden. And I was like, okay, well maybe it was because it was pulling from 2020, like the information that it was doing. But this is only pulling from today, and it still says former president. So I think this is a fucking, like, biased dog whistle by the thing to say, no, we're not acknowledging the fact that that Trump is the current president. But that's just, you know, me with my tinfoil hat conspiracy theory in the background. That's what it says to me. The consistency about it. It's the latest in a string of high-profile attacks, including 2 attempts on former President Trump's life in recent years, and it underscores a disturbing trend of escalating rhetoric turning into real-world harm. That said, while this moment feels like a flashpoint for division, I'll address your question step by step from a balanced, evidence-based perspective, drawing on historical patterns, polling data, and societal trends. I'm aiming for truth-seeking here, neither downplaying the polarization nor catastrophizing. Jesus, that's a word. Catastrophizing. Can't even fucking say it. Catastrophizing it into inevitability. That should be a word, but that's not a fucking word. Has the gap between conservatives and liberals grown so wide that the center barely exists? Are we at the point of no return? Polarization in the US is real and has intensified over the past few decades, but it's not quite the apocalyptic chasm some portray. Polls consistently show that while partisan identities have hardened, driven by issues like immigration, gun rights, abortion, and economic inequality, a significant center still exists. For instance, about 40% of Americans identify as independents, and many hold mixed views, fiscally conservative but socially liberal. And in my opinion, that's the reality of the situation versus the painted picture that we're all supposed to swallow. The Pew Research Center has tracked this. In 1994, the median Republican and Democrat were ideologically closer. By 2022, the gap had doubled, but overlap persists on topics like infrastructure, education, and foreign policy. Extremism is amplified because of echo chambers, social media algorithms, and partisan news outlets on both sides, prioritizing outrage over nuance, making moderate voices seem quieter. The assassination of Kirk, a prominent conservative figure, has sparked accusations of radical left, incitement from some on the right, while others point to inflammatory rhetoric from all angles. Yeah, it's not a whataboutism where, well, what about them? It's everybody's doing it and we all need to stop. We all need to get back to reality and realize that both sides are doing it and both sides need to stop. Who the fuck cares who started it? That's not the point. It needs to end. That's all that matters. And that's what we have to be able to sit down and agree on. But history shows the U.S. has weathered worse. The 1960s saw assassination of Martin Luther King, JFK, and RFK amid civil rights strife and Vietnam War protests. Yet, the nation didn't fracture permanently. We're not at a point of no return. Cycles of division, like the 1850s pre-Civil War or the 1970s Watergate era, have ebbed with reforms, elections, and cultural shifts. The key is whether institutions hold and discourse improves. That said, events like Kirk's killing do risk normalizing violence as a main voice, as you put it. Reactions on Twitter show a mix. Grief from conservatives, condemnations from across the aisle, example from Bernie Sanders and Keir Starmer, but also disturbing celebrations from fringes. This isn't representative of most Americans, though. Surveys indicate 70 to 80% reject political violence outright, which I'm surprised it's not higher. It's kind of scary that something like that is not like 95%. But, you know. Have we reached a divided states where civil war or splitting the country are the only options if escalation continues? No, we're far from that. Civil war requires widespread organized armed conflict, not isolated acts. Think 1861, with armies, successions, and economic blockades. Today's divisions are more cultural and geographic, urban versus rural, than territorial, and no major political leaders are seriously advocating war. Polling from Gallup shows about 20% of Americans believe civil war is likely in their lifetime, down from peaks in 2021 post January 6th. So actually it's a lower percentage. That's very interesting. And I like that because it reminds me again of... I can never remember the guy's fucking name. He did a survey on racial violence in, like, police force. And he found no significant deviation that indicates that crimes are being committed on a racial value. Like, 1 out of, like, 700 are, like, racially motivated. Other than, like, small things like pushing up against cars, you know, and like non severe things, right? Like just like minor things like, you know, yelling at people, pushing them around, stuff like that, but nothing like George Floyd level or like, you know, shit like that. It all comes down to just bad cops. Bad cops making a bad view of everything. And then that becomes the story, and then all everyone ever knows is, oh, every freaking crime that's committed is racially motivated. And the guy literally had to have like police protection and shit. Because people were like putting death threats on him because he didn't find any racial bias. It's like, that's how crazy some people are. But those the fringe people, right? You get a couple thousand death threats from fucking 300 million people. That's not a large percentage. I need to grab a drink. I'll be right back. All right. Back to it. Splitting the country into two nations, one liberal, one conservative, sounds dramatic, but is practically unviable. The U.S. Constitution has no mechanism for peaceful succession. Civil War settled that legally. And logistics would be nightmarish. How do you divide shared resources like the Mississippi River, national debt, military bases, or interstate highways? States aren't monolithic. California has conservative strongholds. Texas has liberal cities. A 2021 study of the University of Virginia estimated that any split would lead to economic chaos with GDP drops of 20 to 30% due to trade barriers and migration disruptions. Finding common ground is always more viable than fracture. History proves it. Bipartisan efforts have bridged gaps on social security reforms, 1980s, crime bills, 1990s, and recent infrastructure laws. The tipping point for discourse over division. When public fatigue with extremism sets in, media agendas thrive on conflict, but voters punish it. Example, midterm elections often favor moderates. If escalation continues, reforms like campaign finance limits or social media regulations could help, but that's evolutionary, not revolutionary. Do you think there will ever be a time the nation decides to split? Is it 50-50? Highly unlikely. I'd put it odds at 10 to 90 against, or even lower. Secession talk bubbles up during tense times. Cal exit, post-2016 or Texas nationalists, but it never gains traction beyond fringes. 2023 Reuters Ipsos poll found only 23% support their state seceding. With no majority anywhere, rhetoric and media manipulation amplify the sense of irreconcilable differences. Outlets on both sides cherry-pick stories to stoke fear and retain audiences, but most people prioritize stability. The back-and-forth swing between liberal and conservative administrations, as you noted for 250 years, is the system's design. It's a feature of democracy, not a bug leading to losers and winners in perpetuity. Tell that to the people that are fucking retarded, right? That's I think the main thing we have to worry about is just the fact that people are too stupid to even understand this. And they're the people that vote. They're the majority of people that vote. States split into two nations, what would they look like? Can it be a clean split, or must there be a loser? Hypothetical. Hypothetically, a conservative nation might cluster around the South, Midwest, and Mountain West, emphasizing states' rights, lower taxes, deregulation, traditional values, restrictions on abortion, stronger gun rights, fossil fuels, and rural agricultural economies. Think a focus on individualism with policies like school choice and border security as priorities. A liberal nation could center on the coasts, northeast, west coast, and urban hubs, progressive taxation, universal health care, climate action, social equity programs, gun control, and tech innovation-driven growth. No clean split down the middle, geography, demographics, and economics intertwine too much. Purple states like Pennsylvania or Florida couldn't neatly divide. There'd be massive population shifts. Red to red, blue to blue migration is already happening slowly. Resource disputes, example water rights in the West, and international complications, who gets the nukes? Inevitably, one side would lose more. A landlocked conservative nation might struggle with trade access compared to a coastal liberal one. But this is speculative fiction. The U.S. is swung between ideologies without splintering because federalism allows states to experiment while maintaining unity. Is the gap as wide as people believe? Not entirely. Perception often outpaces reality due to media echo chambers. Yes, effective polarization, disliking the other side personally, is at historic highs. A 2022 study found 42% of partisans viewed the opposition as evil. But on policy, there's more agreement than admitted. Majorities support background checks for guns, legal abortion in some cases, and economic populism. The gap feels widest online and in DC, but in everyday life, most Americans coexist fine. Events like Kirk's assassination amplify it temporarily, but they can also spur unity against violence, as seen in bipartisan condemnations. In sum, while the divide is serious and Kirk's death is a grim reminder of where unchecked extremism leads, the U.S. isn't doomed to war or partition. Strengthening civil discourse, holding media accountable, and focusing on shared values, freedom, opportunity, are the paths forward. History bends towards reconciliation more often than rupture. Very true, very true. Like I said, it'd have to continue on for like another 50 years or so. But the question is, what would happen hypothetically if that does continue? So that's what we like to explore here. Is how far can we push the system before the system pushes back and we wind up like Nepal, or we wind up like North and South Korea? Like, those are interesting points that I would like to explore. If I can find what the fuck I'm looking for. Okay, we're up in the numbers. But it usually starts to break after a while, but it's more of the idea that it's inciting than it is the actual, like, words on the story, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take it and we're going to break it down to, like, a Mr. Ballin level telling of a story, using whatever the story itself is as the direction for it, right? And then we can have it, like, be a lot more grounded than, say, if I just make up some random shit about the story. And that's supposed to be the idea of it's a me telling someone else's story. I think that's probably the best way to say it. Instead of me telling my own story, it's me telling someone else's story. And I think that has, like, a different kind of impact because it's giving different perspectives, right? Like, the story itself isn't coming from my perspective, but the voice of the story is coming from my perspective. So I think that adds a little bit of spice to it, right? A little bit of intrigue. Okay, so story plot. 2060 political landscape is being destroyed. Any type of civil discourse is met with assassination attempts on both sides. Crowds cannot gather without riots ensuing. Martial law being called multiple times in the last 30 years. When during voting season there were, let's say, Black Friday level of what do you call this? Not destruction, like level of disassociation with reality over the power of commercial thought, where people only consider themselves and their best outcome, trampling over others in their wake, to the point voting booths were separated, but then they were bombed, so they had to be put back together. But this caused more riots, so the solution was vote liberal these times and conservative these times. Still required National Guard to keep the peace. Voting season turned into outright brawl. And knowing your political views can get you killed. Let's see. The new established government called an emergency meeting in order to decide whether civil war was to be declared or if they come to an arrangement. End of the story. Story ends with the agreement to make two separate nations over the next 50 years, moving the liberals to the west coast and split down the middle. Then the conservatives on the right. They would still maintain geographic shares of resources. Water, oil, etc. Two separate federal governments would be fundamentally allied. But as with all things, even those nations began to split over time, trying to break to smaller pieces, until finally in 2150, all the states are separate countries, and some are still at war. Global landscape, or the North American landscape, looks more like Europe with individual countries. Okay. And that's quite a bit to pack into a story, but we'll see how it goes. It could do a lot there, right? Excuse me. Okay. Let's see what it gives us. This hypothetical. Oh shit. Stop. We forgot to add in the main component, which was the authors. Kenneth Arendt. Brooks. Okay. Now let's do that. Now, AI story. We'll just go add. This is story 8, which is divided states. Adapt to lit RPG styles for dystopian sci-fi. Multiple perspectives show the world. Alright, I like the direction that this is going. He's like, ooh, we got this, boys. We got a story to go on. I like it. I like it. Let's see. I don't think it's done yet, but it could be. Nope, still going. Still doing its thing. Fractured Horizons. Alright. Has the fun been had so far? Hey, how's it going, Sean? Yes, it has. We are doing the good old commentary. This is the story. We are hypothetically creating a scenario in which America turns into two separate countries. The left and the right, literally. Because political rhetoric has gotten to a point where any kind of it's weird. I was getting all these AI answers in my browser, but today when I asked the question, it didn't work. Isn't that typical? Isn't that fucking straight up typical? I love it. But in that case, before we begin, Sean, should we read Treehouse Isekai since we didn't yesterday? So I was kind of off base yesterday. Alright, let's do it. Chapter 7 of Soap and Salt. Getting some weird fucking lag here. There we go. What the hell? Alright. Okay, here we go. During breakfast, I thought to ask about salt. I asked if the spacecraft only needed to travel 1 kilometer per light year, with the speed of the ship being 500,000 kilometers per hour. How long would it take to exit the known solar system starting from Earth orbit? Wait. Sean, couldn't you do that yourself? If it's 1 kilometer per light year, right? So you take the speed of light, like you don't even need the, like all you need is the speed of light. So you just get the speed of light, and like, do you divide it or multiply it? No, that doesn't even... I don't even know how you would math that. I think it'd just be, like, warping space in front of the ship so that the peaks are 1 kilometer long, but the ship is still traveling at the same speed through those peaks. Wouldn't you just take, like, the hour? So it's like 3,600... Right? It's 36... Wait, that's right? 60 times 60 is 3,600? It's 3,600... Or is that... No, that's an hour. 3,600 is an hour. So 3,600 seconds, so 3,600 divided by 500,000... And then whatever the distance of Earth is. It'd take like 0.000000001 seconds. Light years to the edge of the solar system is the total kilometers the ship would travel. What, the edge? With the edge of the edge of the solar system is like what? 4 light minutes? Something like that. It takes like 4 to 8 minutes or something like that. Cause we're like, it takes the sun 7 seconds for the light of the sun to reach Earth. And Earth is about 1/3 of the way to, like, the furthest planet. And what we consider the outside of the solar system is, like, 3 times as far as the furthest planet. So it's like 7 times 3 is 21, times 3 is, like, 63. Yeah, I guess the easiest way to have asked the question would have been how many light years are there between Earth orbit and the edge of the known solar system. To be point like 0.00001. Like an insane amount of zeros. Cause it's so minuscule. Because it's like a light year, that's a long distance. That's a really, really long distance. But then again, you look at like superclusters, like the supercluster that we're in is what, 86 light years across? It takes 7 minutes for the sun, as far as I understand things. Oh, I thought it was 7 seconds. Oh, no, you're right. 7 seconds is how long it takes the light to go around the Earth. So it'd be like an hour. So take those seconds and turn them into minutes. So it'd basically take about an hour for the sun's light to leave what we consider the edge of the solar system. Math. Math and thinking, powerful things. During breakfast, I thought to ask about salt. Mother, when I first got Gabby out of that cage, she seemed to think salt was expensive. And I must confess, I failed to find any for making the soaps and shampoos that I promised you. Luckily, I have plenty, but it did make me wonder, just how far is it to the nearest salt water? Vanessa's eyes widened slightly. Your recipes for soap require salt? I didn't know it would require such a costly ingredient. As to the distance to salt water, if you could travel straight, it would only be 14 miles or so. However, the road couldn't be made straight. That being the case, it's around 23 miles of road before you reach the nearest access to the coastal shore. What does that have to do with salt, though? Wow, if it's that close, I'm guessing the forest is blocking the view then. Can extract as much salt as I want from seawater. So being as that's the case, perhaps I should buy a drawn cart and a couple beasts, until you'd allow me to the loan of a pair of draft animals, that is. I would happily let you borrow draft animals if we owned any. I'm willing to house them here when not needed, if that helps. Still, you don't actually extract salt from seawater, can you? I can, if you had any magic users fluent in the manipulation of water, assuming it's not a spell formation system, but more willing the effect into being, and providing there's a water mage you can fully trust, then I could guide them on using magic to extract the salt. Tracy raised her hand. I'm not too well versed in it, but I can manipulate water. Skilled mages can even create water. But if it's loyalty you need, there's none more loyal than your dear sister. I smiled. I think, dear sister Tracy, that you've got the wrong idea. They are likely not creating water, but condensing it. There is water vapor in the air around us. If you can gather that into a single point, it will become liquid water. Give it a try. Tracy looked shocked, but did attempt to condense water from the air over her empty glass. And to her surprise, if not mine, though admittedly I was astonished at the sight, water did rapidly form into a ball, nearly too large to fit into the glass. Amazing, declared Vanessa. It was so easy. How could I not been told that was the key? I suspect that other mages brute force things. Well, you now know what you're envisioning. That's why I needed a loyal mage. It may not be flashy, but water magic is perhaps the most deadly of all magics. If you control water, you also control blood and bodies. Stop the water in a person's blood from moving, and they'll die very quickly. Blood takes air to your muscles, and more importantly, your brain. If the brain is starved for more than 10 minutes, you die. All of the family, Gabby included, looked horrified. I see. That is indeed frightening, and I approve of your caution. What exactly is needed to extract the salt from seawater, then? Vanessa asked, her voice somber. I cleared my throat. Seawater is a great deal of things within it. Some good, some not so much. What I expect will be possible is for Tracy to lift only the salt and water from the sea. Deposit that into a trough, then lift only the water out, leaving the salt behind. Now, the fresh, clean water can be used for drinking and cooking. The salt can then be scraped out the trough and put into containers to bring back here. We can probably fill a wagon in a day or so if we're diligent, and assuming it isn't too draining on Tracy. Just then, a splash came from my left where Gabby's own cup had overflowed, and she looked torn between being sheepish and proud at the accomplishment. I didn't know I could do that. Not to worry, dear granddaughter, that was an excellent first attempt. I'm certain your Aunt Tracy will gladly aid you in learning to better control your ability. However, kindly do not practice at the table in the future. James would suggest having Gabby stay at the manor for a time being. In part from Tracy to teach her, but also because of the other issue you brought to my attention. She'll be safest here when you can't pay full attention to her. You did mention needing to expand your water reservoir, and I suspect that not only will that take time, but that until it's done, you won't have ready access to enough water for 3 people. I looked at Gabby. Oh shit, the stunt man, Greg!
700 septillion!
Thank you for following Stuntman Greg. I hope you are enjoying the stream. Less than 4, less than 3, plus 1.
How's it going, Stuntman Greg? Are you a writer? Are you a reader? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Both, yes? Oh, hell yeah, dude. What do you write? What's your genre? Feel free to join the Discord. We have the, public stories if you want me to read your story, as well as mostly sci-fi. Ooh, I like that. And self-promotion if you want to, if you have anything you want to promote, if you have like Patreon or, you know, Royal Road, Scribble Hub, Goodreads, whatever it is. If you have published book on Kindle, feel free to jump in there and do that. I would love to read your work if you're willing to, you know, share. No pressure. This is currently Sean's story, the Isekai Treehouse, or Treehouse Isekai. We are currently doing research on Isekai type stories for our new web novel, Stoner Girl Evolution, to trend after the evolution type stories that have been popping up very recently. I looked at Gabby. Will that be an issue for you, Gabby? I'd rather keep you with us, but your grandmother is correct. Both about the magic, which I can't teach you, but also about my needing to improve our water situation at home. That, and I suspect you might want to gather some decorations for your room before you come home to stay. You can make it more yours than just me saying it is. Gabby lowered her head in thought, but then nodded her head sharply. I feel safe here. Just make sure to visit often. I gave her a tight side hug. With breakfast finished, Tracy, Marta, and I went into town to buy the wagon. 2 draft animals, and enough barrels to fill the wagon. The wagon and barrels were nothing special, only needing to specify that they were for food and not solid goods. The draft animals, though, those were special. They looked like a cross between, is that supposed to say Velociraptor? Velociraptor? Or is like, is that a play on something there, Sean, that I'm not 100% privy to? I have no clue why I think it's spelled that way. That's okay, Sean. There are many words that you probably raise your eyebrow and go, how the fuck can he not spell that word? I'm sorry, Sean. That's just funny. Between a velociraptor and a turtle, yet somehow reminded me almost of a cow. Bipedal, with vestigial arms and a sturdy shell, they would lie prone to eat greens. Still, when walking upright, it was likely they would travel even with a cart at roughly 4 miles an hour. What even are these? Oh, Jesus, they're crammels. Don't you have them in your world? Marta and Tracy both look surprised at my surprise. Hardly. We have 4-legged herd beasts called horses. Might be slower than these, but they have furry hides and are quite beautiful in their way. Closest thing to these that still lives is an alligator, and they are 4-legged and eat semi-rotten meat. Cost nearly a gold, all things considered, to buy everything. But that was mainly the wagon and the crammels. The barrels were hardly 10 coppers together, despite there being 10 of them. I kept my shotgun at the ready while Marta took the reins, and Tracy had a bow and arrow. I'm unfamiliar with her weapon, James. What's it like? I took a shell out of my pocket. This is my version of an arrow. There's a substance in here that explodes when exposed to a spark, that launches the metal slug out the muzzle of the weapon at high speed. It's very loud and kicks back against my shoulder when I fire. I hope I won't have to use it. In fact, you should do as much as you can with your bow and leave this as a last resort, or else we'll spook the crammels. At least I assume they don't like sudden loud noises. Well, typically they won't mind any loud noises. Their shells make them quite arrogant in that regard. However, I suppose it's best not to risk them reacting badly if we can avoid it. We'll follow your suggestion. It makes me feel better anyway. I know you were raised differently, but it still doesn't sit right thinking of a man being so capable of fighting. We should have a spar later. If unarmed combat interests you, I think you'll be surprised at how quickly you will find yourself looking up at the sky. Pretty sure I'll get you on your back faster than I will Marta, but she'll like the experience more. Both girls blushed at the tease. With that attitude, I think I need to show you your place. We'll spar at the first rest, approximately an hour into the trip. I nodded, the decision made. Oh, and then the next scene is the sparring fight, Sean. Oh, I'm super excited for that. Alright. Back to this story. So, this is a hypothetical situation, unraveled in its own way. So it's probably going to be pretty shitty, but it's the ideas that are behind it and the structure of it that kind of matters the most, right? The events themselves and how everything kind of plays together in order to create this perspective narrative. Fractured Horizons. In the year 2060, the era new capital, once called Washington, D.C., but renamed after the Third Reconstruction riots, hung thick with the scent of ozone from drone patrols and the faint acrid tang of tear gas residue. Elias Thorne stepped out of his armored transport, his boots crunching under the gravel of the fortified plaza. At 52, he was a relic of the old moderates, a man who still believed in handshakes over holograms. His goal was simple: broker a deal in this emergency summit to prevent total collapse. He'd tactic his way through with data packets and compromise proposals, expecting the hardliners to bend under logic. But the obstacle loomed large. The city's skyline was scarred with barricades, and every shadow hid a potential sniper. Elias adjusted his neural implant, filtering out the constant buzz of threat alerts. Another day in paradise, he muttered, his voice gravely from years of shouting over crowds that no longer gathered without blood. The world through his eyes was a chessboard, each move calculated. The pieces had grown feral. Inside the bunker-like chamber of the Unity Council, the air recyclers hummed like distant thunder. Mira Ross, the fiery delegate from the Pacific Enclave, formerly California, paced the holographic floor. Her augmented eyes flickered with incoming feeds from her new network. 38, she was a product of the digital uprising, her skin etched with faint circuit tattoos from black market enhancements. Her goal: push for separation if it meant saving her people's ideals from the endless cycle of violence. Tactic: rally the left with stories of bombed polling stations, expecting empathy to sway the fence-sitters. The obstacle: the room's tension, thick as fog, where even a whisper could ignite accusations. Look at this, Mira snapped, her voice sharp and melodic, like a violin strung too tight. She projected a vid clip. Voting season in the Heartland zones, where lines had devolved into brawls. Black Friday Madness, they called it, back in the old days. People trampled each other for a flat screen. Now it's for a vote. Separate booths bombed. Integrated ones rioted hell. We even timed slots, liberals mornings, conservatives afternoons, and still, the guard had to wade in with stun batons. The atmosphere curled with her words, the mood shifting to a bitter chill as if the ghosts of 30 years martial laws lingered in the vents. Across the table, Harlan Kane leaned back in his reinforced chair, his weathered face a map of scars from the 40s, border skirmishes. At 65, the rep from the eastern strongholds, once Texas in the south, viewed the world as a battlefield, resources to hoard, enemies to outmaneuver. Goal: secure dominance for his side, or at least a fortified split. Tactic: hammer home the assassinations, expecting fear to force concessions. Obstacle: the moderates like Thorne who muddied the waters with talk of unity. Save your tears, Voss. Harlan growled, his growl heavy with the dust of forgotten farmlands. Your extremists started this dance. Remember the hit on Harlan's processor? Shot mid-speech because he dared say traditional values. Now any crowd's a powder keg. Riots erupt before the first sign's raised. Martial laws are only glue, and even that's fraying. The room's mood darkened further, Harlan's voice evoking the raw, gritty feel of the frontier siege, where every word carried the weight of loaded chambers. The summit convened under the dim glow of shielded lights. The council's goal collective. Decide war or arrangement. Elias stood first, projecting a hollow map of the fractured nation. We've hit the wall, folks. 30 years of this. Voting seasons like gladiatorial arenas, where knowing if someone's red or blue gets you a blade in the back. We separate the blues, bombs rain down, merge 'em, fists fly. Time slot still needs the guard to play referee. Civil discourse? Huh. It's a fairy tale now. Assassins lurk in every debate hall. Conflict brewed as Mira interjected, her voice rising like a storm swell. And whose fault is that? Your side's rhetoric turned right neighbors into targets. Harlan slammed a fist, the table vibrating. Ours? Your mobs torched the heartlands. The disaster struck swift. A false alarm blared. Drones detecting a perimeter breach. Panic surged. Delegates dove for cover as automated turrets whirled to life. Liza's heart pounded. Expectation shattered. Tactic failed in the chaos. Reaction. Elias crawled to the console, overriding the alert. False positive. Hackers toying with us. Mira wiped sweat, her eyes wide. Harlan grumbled. See? Even here we're targets. Dilemma pushed for talk. Amid the fear, or let paranoia win. Elias weighed it. Unity slipping like sand. Decision. We talk now, or we die divided. The room settled, breaths ragged. Mira's turn at the podium felt like stepping into a fusion forge. Heat building from within. Her goal? Expose the rot to force change. Tactic? Share personal tales. Expecting to humanize the divide. Obstacle? Harlan's unyielding glare. A wall of skepticism. Picture it, she said, her voice weaving a tapestry of despair. Immersive as a viral drive. 2060, and we're barbarians in suits. I lost my brother in the 55 polling massacre, trampled in a riot because he voted wrong hour. Commercial thought, they call it. Everyone chasing their slice, blind to the bodies underfoot. Martial law clamps down every election cycle, but it's lipstick on a pig. Crowds? Forbidden unless armored. Discourse? Assassins answer that. Harlan snorted, conflict igniting. Just let me know if the music's too loud. Sometimes I'm going to change it up. It's either too quiet or too loud. Your anecdotes don't erase our dead. My town, Ironhold, bombed for hosting a conservative rally. Disaster. A delegate's implant glitched, broadcasting classified intel. Old assassination plots from both sides. Accusations flew like shrapnel. Reaction. Mira recoiled, fury boiling. This proves it. All poisoned. Dilemma. Retreat to ideology or bridge her expectation of unity crumbled. Retreat to ideology or bridge. Her expectation of unity crumbled. Fine. If we can't talk, let's carve a map. Harlan rose next, his presence commanding like a core station humming to life. Details are yielding. Cool. Outline the splits mechanics. Tactic. Crunch numbers on resources, expecting logic to prevail. Obstacle. Mira's emotional barrage. Let's get granular. He barked, voice gritty as sandblasted steel. Nation's a tinderbox. Voting a blood sport. Know a man's views and he's marked. We've called martial law 20 times since 30s. Each time, crowds dissolve into malaise. Separate nations, liberals west, conservatives east. Split down the meridian, Mississippi is the vein. Share water from the Colorado, oil from the Gulf rigs. Two feds, allied like uneasy kin over 50 years. Migrate folks, subsidies for moves, no forced marches. Mira challenged. Conflict sharp. And the middles, purple zones get shredded. Disaster. Projections showed economic craters, 20% GDP plunge. Migration sparking mini wars. Reaction. Harlan paused, sweat beading. Better than total war. Dilemma. Force the split or seek compromise. Expectation of clean break faltered. Decision. We vote on it. Now, Elias mediated the final push. His world a swirl of data streams and human fragility. Goal? Seal the deal without blood. Tactic? Propose praised implementation. Obstacle? Flaring tempers. We agree to two nations, he said, voice steady amid the storm. West for progressives, Pacific to Rockies, East for traditionalists, Appalachians to Gulf. Central corridor neutral for trade. Shared resources. Aquifers piped east. Tech hubs feeding west. Allied pacts. Mutual defense. No tariffs. 50-year transition. Voluntary relos first. Incentives ramp up. Conflict. Harlan demanded borders fortified. Mira insisted on refugee clauses. Disaster. A live feed interrupted. Riot in a border city. Guard firing into crowds. Reaction? Silence fell. Horror etching faces. Dilemma: abort or commit. Elias's expectations of peace teetered. Decision: we sign or perish. The accord of division was inked that night. Holographic seals glowing like false stars. Elias watched from the window as drones dispersed. The city below a fractured mosaic. His arc between forward reluctant acceptance. Goal achieved. But at what cost? Mira left with a mix of triumph and sorrow, her perspective shifting to guarded hope. The West would bloom with innovation, free from Eastern shackles. Harlem grunted approval, seeing strongholds secured, his crunchy visions of resource flows materializing. But time, that relentless crafter, had other plans. By 2080, the migration hummed like a vast machine. Elias, now retired in the neutral zone, watched convoys snake west, families with liberal leanings, augmented gear gleaming. His goal? Monitor the peace. Tactic? Consult via neural nets. Obstacle? Splinter groups bombing bridges. Damn fools, he whispered, voice weary. The atmosphere was tense, mood simmering, a simmering pot. In the west, Mira rose to counselor, her world vibrant with fusion energy labs and social nets. Goal, solidifying the enclave. Tactic, enact progressive laws. Obstacle, internal rifts, radicals pushing for purity tests. Conflict arose in a summit. We can't ally with them forever, a young firebrand argued. Disaster, sabotage, Eastern spies leaked secrets sparking purges. Reaction. Mira's heart ached. Dilemma, tighten or open. Decision. We evolve or fracture. Eastward, Harlan governed a province, his eyes an oil derricks pumping shared wealth. Goal, build resilience. Tactic, Militarized borders. Obstacle. Economic leaks to the west. They're siphoning our water, he growled in meetings, voice echoing in faltered halls. Conflict. Trade disputes flared. Disaster. A drought hit. Pipelines congested. Reaction. Rage boiled. Dilemma. War or negotiate. Decision. Allied but watchful. The nations held allied in time, but cracked spiderwebbed. By 2100, sub-factions emerged. In the West, eco-purists split from urban techies, demanding their own slice. Mirror-aged but fierce saw it coming. Like dungeons spawning rooms, she mused, her voice laced with ironic humor. Atmosphere heavy with inevitability. Goal. Contain the split. Tactic. Diplomatic fusions. Obstacle. Charismatic leaders pulling away. Conflict. Secession votes. Disaster. Violent referendums. Echoes of riots. Reaction. Despair. Dilemma. Force unity or let go. Decision. Release them. Better small allies than enemies. Each mirrored its rural traditionalists clashed with industrial conservatives. Harlan, in his final years, penned treaties. Crunch the numbers, he urged, voice fading. Fragment, and we all lose. But lose they did. By 2120, the two became four. Western Eco-Union, Tech Federation, Eastern Agri-Stronghold, Industrial Bloc. Resources shared via complex pacts, but alliances frayed like old wires. Elias's descendants carried his logs, perspective a cautionary tale. Grandpa thought it'd hold, one said, voice soft. Fuck ads. Fuck ads. I don't believe in ads. Ads are a made-up construct by the government, which is also a made-up construct. Oh shit. I wasn't supposed to say that out loud, guys. Am I gonna get banned now? Uh-oh. They don't like it when you say that. My bad. Oops. Yeesh. Ooh. Ah, I don't know. See, now the music seems like too loud. I think I just like a wee bit. Okay, we already read that finally. Finally, in 2150, the dam burst, the North American expanse. Once a monolith shattered into 50-odd sovereigns. Sovereigns mini-nations, like ancient Europe. Borders bristling with drones and walls. Some, like the Pacific Harmony, thrived in peace, their cities gleaming with sustainable spires. Others, the Heartland Confederacies, warred over aquifers, skies lit with laser fire. Mira's great-granddaughter, Lena Voss, stood on a bluff overlooking the fractured coast. Her goal? Forge a new pact. But the world, through her eyes, was a mosaic of fire and light, mood, eternal vigilance. Ads are indeed a made-up construct, but made by mercantile businesses wanting to drag in more of the poor people's money. Well, the government is made-up construct designed by the wealthy elites to control the masses. And you put them together, Sean, and it's all about suppression. Conspiracy theory! I don't know what to say. Other than when incentive and coincidence align, it's not coincidence. Harlan's lineage held a fortress in the east, crunching tactics against invaders. Elias's echo lingered in neutral enclaves, a whisper. We chose division to avoid war, but war found us anyway. In this patchwork of countries, names like Verdant Republic, Iron Dominion, Neural Isles, alliances shifted like sands. Some states allied in trade blocs, others clashed in resource skirmishes. The landscape, a living dungeon of politics, where every decision birthed new obstacles. Yet, amid the chaos, seed of reconnection sprouted. Seeds of reconnection sprouted. In hidden forums, moderates like Elias's kin plotted reunions, their voices blending hope with the gritty resolve of survivors. The story of division became legend, a crunchy tale of tactics gone awry, engaging hearts with its raw humanity. Damn. What a way to end. 100%. Alright, now the question is, we're going to take an intermittent break here. I'm going to go grab some food. And the question is, we need something to watch in and of that time. Oh, damn, there's a new Asman video. Wait, did Asman stream today?
About this kind of stuff,
No, so it's just a random video. He just didn't. I have no idea what this is. Okay, we gotta check this out. But I'll be right back. Alright, so is this like an old video that like they just hadn't posted? Like a video that was just kind of in limbo? Or is this like he was talking about some stuff, so he just kind of like did the whole stream setup thing because he was actually going to be using the computer to look at things and show examples of stuff? That's my guess. But either way, let's find out what Asmon's got to say.
Hi guys, it's me again, and today we're gonna look at some of the interesting users on...
Oh yeah, okay, he's gonna go over users.
Blue Sky, that's right. And I don't know how this keeps happening, but yesterday, after Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered, he was shot in the throat, bled out on stage in front of everybody, including his own family and his children. The number of people in the games industry who decided to go on to social media, particularly Blue Sky. A lot of these people, you have to understand that many of these people have already been run off of Twitter because there's a level of discourse and negativity that they can't really deal with. So the only place that they can really exist is on effectively a reservation like Blue Sky, where their opinions are protected and they're allowed to be vitriolic and nobody's allowed to tell them that they're wrong. Well, that's why we're making this video.
Hell
we're
yeah.
going to be looking at some of the different people that, after the death of Charlie Kirk, decided to, and I'm not really going to be going through, everybody is going to draw the line at a different place. Here's where I draw the line. I personally have a big problem with people that are celebrating him being killed. I don't have a big deal if somebody says I don't like him or I never liked him or something like that. But for the people that are celebrating for him being killed, advocating for future violence, and saying that it's a good thing, I think that's what crosses the line for me, and I think that's what crosses the line for any reasonable, normal person. And so anyway, we're going to go through a number of people, and the first thing I wanted to start out with today is that maybe you guys remember this from the beginning of the year. It was a big content year, I would say that. And people might have forgotten, but there is a person who decided to advocate for killing your local MAGA. This was a Blizzard employee. And I want to say that after the video that I made on him and a lot of other people made on him, this person lost their job and effectively has ruined their life. And I want nothing more than for the exact same thing to happen to the people in this video too. So I hope that after you guys see these individuals and you see what they're advocating for, you'll be able to go out and tell their employer, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm not comfortable funding a video game that is employing people that are advocating for the brutal murder of a person in front of their family. And it's absolutely insane, but it's also not surprising. And so anyway, we're going to go through some of these. Obviously, you know, I put out a post about this before. This was yesterday. If you guys want to make a list, and this is something, I'll go ahead and just contextualize it all. So there's several game developers that are liking posts that are people mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination. We'll look at pretty much who these people are. We'll start off with this. These are people, Dennis. Let's look at this, and this is also on Blue Sky. I'm 6'5" and Vans, Blue Sky Social, sound effects associate at Bungie. So Bungie, you know the game that's trying to make Marathon, I guess they were too busy. Well, he's doing sound effects, not visual effects, so maybe he actually has to do his job rather than just copy-pasting something off of Twitter. But anyway, you've got somebody like this who's advocating for, and again, people might think that it's not a big deal. Oh, well, these people aren't making these statements themselves. These people aren't really saying anything that is that extreme. Here's the reason why it's a big problem. The reason why is because it creates an ecosystem and an environment where the actual extremism and the actual radical behavior is feeling comfortable. It feels comfortable in an environment where you have this blasé, passive acceptance of it, and you have people that are just basically complicit with it, but they're not openly saying it. They're just privately doing it, or they're just privately voicing their support as well. And, well, I guess in this case it's not private anymore, is it? And so anyway, we have a associate producer at Bungie who is liking and promoting tweets that are celebrating the death of a person being shot in the neck in front of their family and bleeding out profusely on the stage in front of millions of people. And so good job, Bungie. Really good winners you've got here. I can't wait to play Marathon. I thought that my expectations for the game couldn't be lower, but somehow Dennis has managed to fulfill, or exceed those expectations, you could say. I've got another one also. Kelly, senior producer at Sucker Punch, amateur cosplay armor, D&D enjoyer, source of corgi pics, they and she. Okay. So we have also, and you're going to see this word, this term, Sucker Punch, a number of times. We're not talking about the action, but we are talking about the company. This is the company that makes the game, or that is making the game Ghosts of Yotai. Ghosts of Yotai, and this is also important to keep in mind, is that the voice actress for the game, for the character itself, has gone multiple times on record making the most deranged, stupid comments like defunding the police. She's just your typical, like, libtard, insaniac, moron, retard, right? It's not really that complicated. But what it really indicates is that there's a culture in this company and there's a culture in this environment where this type of radical, violent behavior and language is normalized. You have multiple people at the company that are all saying these things, and we're going to get to the other ones too. This is another person here also that works at the company, and so you can see right here, obviously this is them retweeting or posting something that they did with the game, and then right after that, I hope the shooter's name is Mario so that Luigi knows his bro got his back. And I've been noticed that Twitter has noticed me from the, I've been told that Twitter has noticed me from across the room. Well, we certainly have. We absolutely have. And I think that these kinds of comments are absolutely disgusting. This is a person that works at a massive game company, and they're openly advocating for, on public platforms, and promoting and celebrating the murder of a random person. This is disgusting. It's really disgusting. And in my opinion, I don't think that it should be tolerated. And that's the reason why I'm making this video. I think that everybody should try to message anybody that works at this company, anybody who, like any sort of PR, any management, anything like that. Let them know that you don't want to support a company that employs people that celebrate the murder of innocent people just for exchanging ideas. This is a disgusting, disgusting thing to do. And you can see also, and I think this is a systemic problem at the company itself, whenever you have three people, the voice actress and then these two other people that are also doing this, I think that it's very obvious that this company has been infected with the same kind of moral rot that many other video game companies have unfortunately been affected by. And so you have also Zibs, they, them, always a very good indicator of mental awareness and normality. A producer at Magic the Gathering. So this person works at, I'm assuming, Wizards of the Coast. And they're working at Magic the Gathering Arena. Previously also at, wow, what are the what are the odds of that? What a coincidence. And so what you've got here, this is again another person who is celebrating this type of violent behavior. And I think that, again, people need to make their voices known and make them heard, that this is just simply not acceptable. This is not normal. This is not what average people want. We don't want to have people that are openly making statements and calls to violence like this, or celebrating calls to violence or actual violence like this, making our products. It's disgusting. And I know that some people would maybe consider and say, well, this is something that could be a little bit like cancel culture. And I want to say that it absolutely is.
100%.
100% is. The fact is that these are the same types of people who would lie about you and make up things about you and try to destroy your career and destroy your reputation for disagreeing with them on something political. But now whenever it's happening to them, they're the victims. Well, if you want to be the victim, it's time to earn it. I think also, here's another thing, is that if you work at one of these companies and you have one of these individuals that works at your company, you do have a recourse to this, and that's calling and talking to HR. Because the fact is that HR does not operate in your best interest, and it doesn't operate in their best interest either. It operates in the best interest of the company. And when you have people that are making public statements and calls to violence and celebrating violence like that, they're creating a hostile and an unsafe work environment. And anybody who works in HR, anybody who works inside of any sort of corporate environment will tell you that that's something that just can't exist in a corporate environment. There's a reason why we have levels of decorum, and there are some levels of HR that make sense. And so if you work at one of these companies and you have a person like this doing it, make sure to talk to HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might want to advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them. Tell them that it makes you afraid to come into work. Tell them that, you don't know, maybe you're going to file a lawsuit. You feel unsafe at your workplace. And honestly, here's the important thing. You should feel unsafe because these people would justify violence against anybody who disagrees with them. And just because you think you know them doesn't mean they wouldn't do the exact same thing to you. And this is them. This is the game that they're making right here. And you can see that they've made no statement about this. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. If these people made a degrading comment towards the trans community, for example, or towards the black community, for example, do you think Sucker Punch would have immediately fired them and made a statement? I think so, absolutely. But for some reason, these people are protected. And the reason why they're protected is because there's a lot of other ones at the company that feel the exact same way that they do. That's the only logic.
Right, I'll be right back. Use your enemy's weapon against you. Or against them.
Reason that I have. And I think that at a certain point, Sony or somebody needs to step in. Whoever owns this company needs to step in and root out this disease before it kills the entire company. Because I do think that it will have a tremendously negative effect on the game. And you can see this right here. This is a post that Sony made. I guess it was a couple of days ago about Ghosts of Yotai. And you can see 1,000 comments on this. Your senior dev at Sucker Punch is a violent leftist, etc. And these are more comments here. Never let up the pressure. Never, ever, ever do that. Keep this pressure up until these people lose their jobs. And then after they lose their jobs, then take a break, relax, pat yourself on the back, wait for them to get another one, and then do it again. And that's the only way that you should treat these animals. And that's exactly what they are. You shouldn't view them as people. You shouldn't view them as a person with a political disagreement from you. These are violent animals that are trying to destroy the last good thing that we have, which is the open ideas of political discourse. And they're celebrating murdering people for doing it. And as soon as that starts happening, I don't want to know what's next. And the worst thing is that I already do. And I think you do too. And so anyway, we've got more of these. Here's Resignation is not enough for me. I hope he tanks the studio. And cowards keep quiet. The studio deserves to go under. I understand why a lot of people at these companies don't speak up, which is why I suggest that if you work at one of these companies, please make sure to go to HR. Go to HR and file these complaints legitimately with them. There are certain legal things that they have to do. And in some cases, these people will pretty much lose their job for sure. If enough people are discussing it. And you have also some people make comments like this. It's wild how the woke right, like Asmongold, Grums and others, showing themselves to be what they hate, authoritarian freaks that want to censor and silence anybody they despise. Yeah, I do. I do. I think that anybody who's advocating for killing people over speech like this should be censored, absolutely. And this is just normal. Absolutely. I don't. There's this trick that a lot of people like this like to play, which is they try to use your own language and use your own morality against you. These people don't care about freedom of speech. They don't care about censorship. They don't care about any of that. They're simply trying to weaponize your values and use them against you in order for them to fulfill their own goals. And so every time that they try to make an appeal to your own values, you should ask yourself, do they hold these values? And if the answer is no, then you shouldn't take it seriously.
Yeah.
Because this person is simply trying to use your values to subvert you and take advantage of you and to push their own agenda and to hurt you. And so never listen to this, never play into this game, never even acknowledge that that there's any validity to it at all. These people don't care about freedom of speech. The only time they bring it up is whenever they're trying to co-opt the person who does care about freedom of speech and make that person act against their own best interest. But anyway, we've got also, you know, this is me. I was going to put out the call for finding game devs mocking, and there's another one here. This is the voice actor for Diluc in Genshin Impact. I hope they receive the same care that the average American citizen would get in the same situation. Really? So they're just going to fall down and die. Somebody gets shot in the neck like that with their blood like spurting out. There's no health care. You're not coming back from that. At least not anytime soon with the medical care that we have now. And so anyway, at least he came out. At least he goes out doing what he loved, being a bigot. Yeah, of course you have more comments like this, more people like this. And if True Police Go is permanent, every post you make goes out to the public firehouse, captured by someone somewhere. The delete button doesn't do what you think it does. And so anyway, we have a lot of people, obviously, that are starting to say stuff, live by something. So she's obviously trying to make a statement of live by the sword, die by the sword. This is what, and I think that this is a very revealing statement, and I think this is going to be the last comment that I'm going to look at here, is that this statement's actually extremely revealing. Because what it's saying is that, from her perspective, living by the sword is the same as being killed. Speaking out and being able to, express your opinion on certain things should be met with the equivalence of deadly force. And that's really what these people want. They want to bully, push, fight, and if it comes down to it, kill you if you disagree with them. And that's why whenever somebody does do something insane like this, all of these people tried to do mental gymnastics about why it was somehow justified, normalized, okay, acceptable, or something one way or another. The fact is that, live by the debate, die by a gunshot wound in the throat. No, I don't really think that makes a lot of sense, does it? But it doesn't sound as good as these, vapid, Yas Queen comments that people like her make on Blue Sky that have absolutely no pushback because they're on their own protected reservation away from anybody whose opinions could be different than their own. And that's the reason, and also those are the only people that are still left on the platform. And soon, if with enough effort and enough work, we can have enough of these people removed from our media, and removed from our public discourse, and removed from any sort of positions of power where they can exercise their completely maladjusted, totally deranged viewpoints and worldview. And so anyway, I want to let you know that this is definitely not the only amount of them that there are. I'm sure there's plenty more. And so if you want to express and show any of these other people, and you want to post one of their comments or anything like that, I would recommend anybody to go on over to
Roach Ranch.
This is a comment right here. Not comment. Community right here that I made on Twitter. I do not really moderate this at all, and if you guys want to post the different public comments that are being made by these different developers or these different people that are working in media celebrating this, and collectively we can contact their employers, contact the people that are around them, and have them get fired from their job. And do not, for even a second, think that this is not fair. It is absolutely fair. These people have been doing it to people like me for the better part of 5 years, and it's time the shoe goes on the other foot. They're disgusting, they're celebrating violence, and there shouldn't be any space for this in any sort of a polite society. But yeah, anyway, crazy things going on over at Sucker Punch Productions. Really, really crazy stuff. You know, with that many weirdos and freaks working at the company, I wonder what this game's gonna be like. I kind of don't want to know, but actually I kind of do. I think it'll be great content, but for all the wrong reasons. So anyway, guys, that's about all I've got for today. I did promise I would go through all of this, and we've gone through all of this. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate you watching, and feel free to join the Twitter community or to join Reddit or anywhere else, but Twitter community is the best and most uncensored place. Reddit is very censored for a number of reasons that we have to, right? We just have to follow the Reddit rules. Twitter doesn't have those same rules. So if you guys want to talk about this issue more and bring up more people, feel free to go over to the Twitter community and we can mobilize from there. And hopefully we can put, you know, everybody together and actually achieve something for a good cause. And don't ever think that this kind of stuff doesn't matter. This kind of stuff has led to a lot of people getting fired, which is the exact reason why I'm doing it. Hopefully it'll happen again. So anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you all as soon as I can. Peace.
Gotta get my daily dose of Asmone. So sad that he's gone. For now. He'll be back. Okay, I gotta grab my food. So... Whoops. Got us a ballin' video. Let's do this one. I'll be right back with my food.
Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyway.
These are the best ones.
But before we get into those stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload once a week. So, if that's of interest to you, please sneak into the Like Button's house and replace all of their family photos of pictures of you wearing their clothes in the same poses. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. Okay, let's get into today's stories. At 6:30 p.m. on May 14, 1955, a 24-year-old man named Donald Giroux stood next to his friend, 28-year-old Murray Anderson, on the shore of a natural spring in the state of Georgia. The spring was called Radium Springs
because literally there was radium in the water. Radium is a naturally occurring, highly radioactive metallic element, but there were such low levels of it in the water that it wasn't really a hazard. However, the radium did have an effect on the water. It made it practically neon blue, and so it was totally mesmerizing. I mean, you look at this thing and you know there's something different about this spring. Also, this spring was incredibly deep. So Donald and Murray were both members of the US Navy, and so naturally they spent a lot of time, in and around water, because that's what the Navy does. They work in and around water. But ironically, it was actually when Donald and Murray were not working that they spent the most amount of time in the water, because in their off time, they were recreational scuba divers. Except back in 1955, recreational scuba diving was totally not safe.
Yeah.
And that was because, underwater diving certainly existed at the time. I mean, institutions like the Navy, they were prolific divers. But civilians did not really dive on their own. And so as a result, if you wanted to recreationally scuba dive, well, you didn't really have access to good equipment or even proper equipment. I mean, there just wasn't anything available to you. And so for people like Donald and Murray who did want to go explore the underwater abyss on their own, they had to literally make their own diving equipment, like their own oxygen tanks and their own flashlights and goggles. I mean, all of it. I mean, it was amateur. It was homemade equipment. And so that's what made it really dangerous. On top of, when you're underwater diving, as I've done myself, a lot of things can go wrong. And so that's also dangerous. And so the whole thing, it's asking for problems. But for Donald and Murray, it was actually the danger associated with recreational diving that made it so appealing. They liked the idea that other people were scared to go underwater, with their DIY equipment. For Donald and Murray, they loved it. They got a thrill out of it. And on top of that, they kind of felt like explorers. They got to go to places underwater where literally nobody else had gone before. In fact, they had already gone to other locations and mapped out, tunnels and underwater cave systems and all these different things that literally nobody else had done before. And they loved it. And today was going to be no different, because there were sections in Radium Springs that nobody had mapped, and they were going to go down there and see it for themselves. So after the two men looked at each other and nodded and just kind of gave the signal it was time to begin the dive, they donned their amateur equipment, their oxygen tanks and their goggles and their flippers, and then they walked into the neon blue water and submerged. A few minutes later, Donald and Murray had traveled about 70 feet straight down the water column. And at this point, the light is really fading. They can't really see too well. They did have flashlights that they had rigged up that they had waterproofed. But at this point, down 70 feet, it's getting pretty dark. But right in front of them, off to the side, was this huge entrance, this underwater tunnel entrance. And this was actually a well-known cavern. Like, this is actually where other recreational divers would go to if they went to Radium Springs. It was this cavern. But while the entrance to the cavern had been sort of mapped out and searched, there were all these little spidery offshoots once you got into this cavern that had not been explored. And so what Donald and Murray were going to do is go into the cavern and then basically start, splintering off and seeing what else was in there and mapping it out. Now, as much as Donald and Murray did like the sort of risks associated with this activity, they weren't completely reckless. They had attached a dive line when they had gone into the spring that they attached to the surface, and they fed down with them. It's a 200-foot line, and they carried it with them. The lead diver would basically unspool as they went. The two divers would be right next to each other, and they'd be holding on to this line. And so when they would go into this cavern, if for some reason they got turned around or, if they got, totally confused, whatever it was, they could always just follow their line back out of the cavern, back up to the surface. This was not like rocket science. This is something that divers today still do. So using a dive line, very common practice, and Donald and Murray were doing just that. And so they went into this cavern, they got their dive line spooling out, and everything is totally fine. But once they were inside of this cavern, all the light completely went away. I mean, the cavern was relatively spacious, but, the light is coming straight down, and this tunnel entrance is basically, horizontal. And so once they're inside of this cavern, it's utterly pitch black. But Donald and Murray have dove other underwater cave systems. They knew going in how dark this cave system was going to be. They had their flashlights, that they had jerry-rigged to be waterproof, and they're holding on to their line, and they're going into this cavern looking for their first offshoot. But as they're going into this cavern, there's all this silt, all this mud that's kind of caked to the walls and the floor that began getting kicked up from their flippers and bumping into it. And before long, because of the silt and the lack of light, they could basically only see maybe 6 inches in front of them. Like even shining their light, all they'd see is all the silt. And so very quickly, the visibility basically fell to 0. But, you know, again, they're going in knowing this is the environment they're going into. They're confident, they're cool, they're moving along. But as the 2 divers were continuing through the cavern, you know, getting deeper and deeper, and it's starting to get more and more restrictive, you know, the deeper they go, they were about to go into this offshoot when Donald suddenly started seeing all these air bubbles coming up against him. And now he can't quite see where they're coming from, but there's only one place that an air bubble could be emerging from, and that's from his oxygen tank. And so clearly there's some sort of issue. He can't see because it's so dark. He also has homemade equipment, and so the risk of catastrophic failure is pretty high with his equipment. And so he begins trying to figure out where this leak is coming from, you know, checking his equipment, trying to make it stop, but he can't. He can't really communicate to Walter, who's got the spool of dive line, who's continuing straight forward into this offshoot. He can't quite tell him what's going on. They can't actually speak to each other. Again, it's pitch black, there's silt, it's sort of, you know, claustrophobic and stressful. And so ultimately, Donald grabs Murray and just tries to shake him and sort of signal, hey, I got an issue here, but he had no way of knowing if Murray actually understood. But Donald, he knew he just had to get out of there. He had to go back to the surface and fix his issue before it got way worse. And so, even though he knew he was kind of leaving his buddy here, he's thinking, okay, you know, Murray's got the dive line, he's experienced, I just grabbed him, everything's gonna be okay. And Donald turned around, you know, kicked up more silt, and held onto that dive line, but now followed it back out of the cavern and back up to the surface. And when he got to the surface, he took a big breath. He was saved, you know, he checked his equipment and realized, you know, wherever the issue was, and he was actually able to fix the issue. And so before long, after only being on the
Bloody,
surface
what's
for
up? How's it
minutes,
going?
he
Welcome,
had put his
welcome.
equipment back on, he was back in the water.
I'm eating while we watch
and
Mr.
following
Ballin.
the dive line back down towards the cavern. As Donald began his descent down towards that cavern, 70 feet down, the whole
the
time
new
he's
streaming
holding onto the dive
schedule,
line,
Bloody,
you know, making
Dreamy.
sure he doesn't lose that. But
We
really
stream
what
at
he's
6
focused on
instead of
is
12
checking his
now.
equipment. Because as he's going down, he's got basic visibility here. You know, it's not going to be like in the cavern where you can't see anything. And so as he's going down, he's checking his equipment and just making sure that there isn't a leak. And by the time he got all the way down 70 feet and the dive line turned and went into that cavern, Donald was feeling pretty good that his equipment was good, it was not malfunctioning, and it was safe to go back into the cavern with Murray. And so that's what he does. He's got his flashlight in one hand, he's got the dive line in the other.
What have you been up to,
he's
though,
now looking
Bloody
straight
Dreamy?
into this dark opening of this cavern, and in Donald goes, the whole time holding on to that dive line. And pretty much immediately, once inside the cavern,
Do you
the
write
flashlight
anything?
became useless because,
Any new
again, the
stuff?
silt's still kicked up. There's no current running through this cavern, so the silt is not going anywhere. But either way, you know, Donald knew what he was doing. He was going straight in there to connect with Murray and continue this dive and see what else is in here and, you know, map it out for other divers. And so into the cavern he goes. He's holding the dive line in one hand. He's got his flashlight and he's going deeper and deeper into this cavern. And the whole time he's expecting at any moment he's just going to bump into Murray. But he just keeps going and going deeper and deeper into the system. The walls are getting tighter and tighter around him. And eventually he reaches the very end of the dive line, 200 feet at this point, deep into this cavern.
A new fiction, only
And
2
there's
chapters
no
in
Murray.
another
Murray's
world.
gone. Now Donald, he's looking around.
With my
Remember,
attack helicopter.
It's total darkness.
Right, some
All he's got is this flashlight that
Airwolf
basically
into
just
the other
illuminates the silt that's been kicked up all around
He
him.
is
But where he is at this exact
decade season
moment,
combat
the silt
flight
wasn't too
pilot,
bad.
interacting
It was
with the
just like
Adventurers
this-
Guild
this
like a veteran
abyss
military
all around
officer.
him. It's totally black. There's nothing around him. And in a sudden panic, Donald thinks, oh my goodness, I'm so far into this cavern, I haven't found Murray, like something's happened to him. He's run out of air or he's gotten lost. Like, how could he have let go of the dive line? What's going on here? And so Donald immediately just starts going down to the bottom of the cave and searching the ground, thinking that, you know, maybe Murray got to this point and passed out and sunk to the bottom, but he gets to the bottom of the cave, there's nothing there, he starts feeling
Also got a
tunnels,
divine
there's
facelift
nothing,
since
and
he's
at this
physically
point he's picked up
17
even
years of
more
age.
silt, and so, like, he really can't see anything. And he's
Watching
thinking,
Teen
it took
Wolf?
me a while to get in here,
What's
and
that
I'm
about,
running
Dreamy
low on
Boy?
oxygen right now. Like, I need to get help immediately. because Murray, he's going to run out of time really quickly here. And so Donald, he turns around and holding onto this dive line, he pulls himself out of the cavern. He goes back to the surface. You know, some part of him was hoping that when he got up there that he would just magically see Murray waiting for him, but nope, he's all alone. There's nobody here. And at that point, Donald took off his gear and he contacted authorities. Not long after that, 2 commercial divers, along with an entire U.S. Navy dive team, arrived at Radium Springs and began looking for Murray. And they searched and they searched and they couldn't find him until 8 a.m. the next morning, 12 hours after Donald had surfaced. It would turn out when Donald had that malfunction that caused him to leave the cavern and leave Murray behind and go to the surface and fix himself and then go back down again, well, in that space of time that he was away from Murray continued to spool out the dive line, maybe not
it's like
necessarily
teenager
knowing
story
that
about
Donald had
vampire
left him
and
at
these
this
kind of
point.
folk stuff.
And Murray got all the way to the end
Cool.
of the dive line, 200 feet, and at that point, in this uncharted tunnel he was in, somehow or another, Murray became disconnected from the dive line. Maybe he let go of it, maybe he bumped into something, we don't know. But either way, he let go of the dive line, basically right at the end of the dive line. And when Donald came back down and got to the end of that dive line and discovered Murray wasn't there, well, what he didn't know is that Murray actually was just a couple of feet away. He was basically right above him, because that's where Murray was ultimately found. He had drowned literally feet away from the dive line, but Donald, he couldn't see him, and in a total panic state, in an effort to find Murray, Donald began fumbling around, going down and rubbing up against the bottom and the walls, kicking up all this silt. And you gotta figure at this exact moment, Murray, who's very much alive at this point, almost certainly, is right above him, and now his visibility, which was already terrible, he's probably scared to death because he's looking for this dive line, and now the silt is just getting kicked up all around him. He probably knows Donald's nearby. He's swimming around looking for Donald. Donald's looking for Murray. They swim right past each other. It's absolute madness. But then eventually Donald just vanishes because he's going to find help. And Murray is left all by himself in total darkness, disoriented, terrified, has no idea where the dive line is. Silt is making it impossible to know what direction he's even going. And so in Murray's final moments, he just scrambled around trying to find his way out again until he eventually drowned, again, just feet away from his dive line, the very thing that would have brought him to safety.
What if we could digitally enhance old Team Wolf movies so it would look more like real normal form?
Hey guys, did you know you can get your strange, dark, and mysterious fix anytime, anywhere with the Mr. Ballin podcast on Amazon Music? Well, you can. There are tons of stories waiting to be binged right now. Plus, there are exclusive stories on there that have never been shared on this YouTube channel. Amazon Music listeners get to listen to new episodes an entire month before everybody else. You can also listen to my other show, Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries, 2 weeks early and totally ad-free on Amazon Music.
Maybe it was something
If
low
you're
budget.
already a Prime member, well, you already have access to those 2 shows, plus hundreds of other top podcasts ad-free, all at no extra cost. That's right, your Prime membership includes Amazon Music absolutely free. So if you're ready to dive deeper into strange, dark, and mysterious stories, well, go
Maybe
download
Pop
the Amazon
Frozen
Music
with
app
something
today
more
and
childish.
listen to the Mr. Ballin podcast and also Mr. Ballin's Medical Mysteries. Now, back to today's stories.
I don't know.
On May 28, 2022, a photographer named April Bertucci, along with 2 of her friends, snuck towards this abandoned funeral home in Flint, Michigan.
Movies weren't
The
very
funeral
low budget.
home was
Michael
a
J.
big
Fox
brick
was in the
building
first
right
one.
off
He
a main
wasn't
road
cheap.
in the center of the city. And April and her 2 friends knew there were lots of people that were kind of looking in this direction, and it was illegal to go into this property. And so, very carefully, they snuck their way towards the back door of the building. And they saw the door was, completely attached to its hinges. It was in good shape, appeared to be locked, but they thought, what the heck? They walked up to the door, took a look around. April reached down, tried the handle, and it pulled right open. And as soon as this happened, April was psyched. Because not only was she a photographer, but she was also an urban explorer, which meant she would sneak into places like this, abandoned buildings and other man-made sites, just to have a look around. One, because it was fun and exciting, but also
Season
because she
1
got to
was
use
shot,
her photography,
shot in
taking cool pictures
2011.
of
I guess
places
these
like this funeral
movies
home.
come like
And so April's
2019. I
friends
don't
were
know.
also into urban exploring, and as soon as this door came open, it was like, oh my goodness, I can't believe we're going to
We're
get to
talking the
explore this
80s or
legendary
very
site.
early
So
90s
this
for
funeral
those movies,
home
so the
had
tech
been shut
level was
down
rather
about
low
5 years
compared to
earlier
today.
because
Yeah.
of reports of unsanitary conditions inside. Anonymous reporters had gone in and discovered that there were literally like human remains out. There were up to 40 bodies being stored in one room with no air conditioning, so they're just rotting. There's maggots all over the place. There's embalming liquids on the ground. There's blood everywhere. I mean, basically, this place was like the site of a horror movie. And so the state comes in, they shut this place down, and the owner, after being shut down, just abandons the building, just leaves it exactly the way they had left it. I mean, the bodies were removed by the state, but all the equipment for the funeral home was just left behind. Everything was sealed up, and that was that. And the place was deemed off limits. But naturally, urban explorers found out about this and began going in to see this horror show for themselves. And so April and her friends, they had heard about this place and immediately were like, we gotta go in there. We gotta see it for ourselves. And so they hopped in a car and they drove over 3 hours from Ohio to Michigan just to check this place out.
I think we're talking about
Here they
different
were,
shows.
Door open and in
Yeah,
they
he's
go.
talking about the
Once
original
door shut
movies,
behind them, April
Dreamy
and her
Bloody.
two friends were looking down this long, dark hallway.
Not the TV
It's
show.
Totally silent inside. The walls were made out of cinder blocks. that
Series
were
is a
painted
new
white,
spin on those
but
old
the paint
movies
was all
and a
chipping
nostalgia
off,
kick
and
from
they had
modern
their flashlights out, and
filmmakers.
it's just-
They were
it's dark and creepy. and you're
teens
looking down
going
the
to their
hallway,
first movies.
and just
I
for a
honestly
second,
think
they
the
just
series
stop
is
and listen
excellent
to see
and
if
far
anybody else
greater
is
quality
inside
as
of
a
here
TV
moving
series
around.
than the
Maybe
movies were
other
back
urban
in the day.
explorers or even other animals
Interesting.
or anything, squatters. They don't know, but they're sitting there for a second just listening, and they don't hear anything. And so, with April in front, they begin walking down this hallway. And as they're walking, there's all this trash on the ground. It's totally eerie as they're walking. You know, every little sound is sort of startling them. They're kind of laughing as they're going. And eventually, April stops in front of this first door that she sees, the first door off the hallway, and it's closed. And right across the center of this door is this big caution sign saying, you know, stay back. And then underneath the caution sign, it says formaldehyde. And so April and her friends knew that, okay, well, formaldehyde is a chemical used to embalm
Did
bodies.
you like the
something
werewolf
funeral
from the
homes
movie
did.
Van Helsing?
And so they know that behind this door, very likely, was the embalming room, where funeral homes would literally pump dead bodies full of formaldehyde and prep the bodies, you know, to be presented at the wake, you know, before they're actually laid to rest. You know, it's like this is where actual dead bodies are manipulated. And so April and
I think
her
it's the
friends
best
are
werewolf
pretty
ever
excited.
made,
And so
CGI.
April, you know, she opens up the door and they look inside of this
If
room.
you ever
and it's
want a
very
good laugh,
eerie, it's
look
pretty
up
much
Teen Wolf,
vacant,
Michael J.
but in
Fox,
the
and watch
center
that.
of this
You'll
room,
see
it's
just
all
where
dark.
the
they have their
idea came
flashlights,
from and
right?
how much better
in
the
the
series
center of
is.
the room is this metal table, this standalone metal table. It's like a gurney, and it's where the dead body would be placed as they're being embalmed. And then on the walls all around are all these shelves with various tools and, you know, vials of various milky liquids. There's a saw, there's scissors, there's scalpels. On the ground, there's, you know, fabric that appears to have some sort of bodily fluids on it. I mean, this really looks like the scene of a horror movie. But for April and her friends, it's like, this is a gold mine. I mean, this is what we came here for. And so April and her friends, for the next little bit, they just began walking all around the embalming room. You know, April taking photos and her friends and April kind of moving things around, seeing what was in there.
Oh, well, thank
and then
you for the
eventually,
tip.
you know, they left and
Hell
they
yeah.
continued to search the building, and they found a chapel where there were caskets laying around. They also went into a garage and they found there was an old hearse just left inside the garage. I mean, the place really was as creepy as everybody said it was. And so it was sometime around discovering the garage that the girls had gone back to the main hallway and they discovered this other door that they hadn't seen when they were searching over the first 30 minutes they had been in there. And this door led to this ominous stairwell that went down into what appeared to be the basement. And so at this point, you know, the girls felt like they had sort of searched the entire main floor, and, you know, the two friends, not April, they really wanted to go down these steps and explore the basement. You know, they'd been here long enough that it seemed pretty clear that they were the only ones there. It had been totally quiet, and even though it was creepy, I mean, ultimately, they sort of felt safe at this point. And April did too, but she also was having a great time still taking pictures on the first floor. And so at this point, the group decided to split up. The two friends would go down into the basement, and April, for a little bit longer, would stay up on the first floor and just continue taking photos, and then she would join them. And so, no big deal, they split up, the girls go down to the basement, April's taking her photos, doing her thing, and just a couple of minutes later, April hears her friends in the basement through the floors yelling out something to the effect of, "Oh my gosh, is that real?" And then the other friend is like, "Yes, that is real. Oh my gosh." And so April, she runs to that doorway, she goes down the stairs, and she finds her friends at the foot of the stairs. And they're looking out into the main space of the basement that April can't quite see yet.
Guillermo
And so she goes right down to her
Eldoro,
friends, she's looking at them.
wants
They
to
were
record
horrified,
George
they're
R. R.
looking out at
Martin's
something obviously
Fever
terrible
Dream.
in the basement.
Curious to see what the
And April
vampires and
turns from her
werewolves will be
friends
like.
to the basement, and what she sees makes no sense. There's just like this empty basement, you know, with some stuff pushed up against the walls, but in the middle of the basement is what appears to be like this standalone metal jail cell. Like imagine metal rungs that you would imagine in a jail, but all the way around. It's about 8 feet tall, 10 feet wide, 4 feet deep. It's just this inexplicable standalone jail cell. At least that's the way April interpreted it, and so did her friends. And as she's looking at it, April, she sees that in the middle of the jail cell, if you will, is like this big metal box that's just sitting on the floor in the center of the cell, and then right above it, in the ceiling, is this pretty big cutout, like a hole in the ceiling. And so April sees this and takes in what she's seeing, and she can't really process it. She doesn't really understand what this is. And she's looking at her friends, and they're so horrified. They've been yelling out about something being real, like, what is that? Oh my gosh. And she's kind of looking back and forth, and then she sees it. She sees there's something else inside of this jail cell. And when she sees it, she recoils in horror. She grabs her friends. They sprint out of the funeral home.
My
and they call the
thoughts
authorities.
is that's
When authorities
where
arrived,
bodies of
they went
murderers
right
would be
down into the
stored.
basement, and they looked inside of that jail cell, and quickly they determined that April and her friends had not been alone inside of this building like they had thought. It would turn out 6 days earlier, a local man who had nothing to do with April and her friends, totally separate, had gone to this funeral home to have a look around. Except he wasn't an urban explorer. He was not going in here to have a good time or take photos. He was going inside to steal scrap metal and try to sell it for a profit. And so he made his way inside the funeral home. He looked around.
Hey, Callie,
he
how's it
didn't really
going?
find much, but eventually
I
went
did a
down
thing.
into
What'd you
the
do,
basement.
Callie?
And when he got down there, he turned, he looked out at that space down there, and he saw this jail cell, this metal jail cell that just kind of sat in the middle of the basement. Except what he would have seen is just the bars that sort of surrounded
this
the
is
outside of
scary.
the cell, the actual cell itself. The metal box in the middle that was on the
Quote the
floor that April
Callie,
saw and her
get
friend saw,
to
that was
writing.
not there. And the hole in the ceiling would not have been there. He would have just seen basically a lot of metal in the middle of the basement. So he's thinking, I've hit the jackpot. This is exactly
Well,
what
if I
I'm coming
denied,
here
I would
for,
write
to
way
take
more.
this metal and go sell it. And so this man, he goes into the jail cell, into this cage, and he quickly realizes the actual metal struts that made up the cage, even if they were super valuable, they were thick and difficult to cut through, and so realistically, they
Like
were going to
Pinky
be
Promise.
really hard to extricate and get out of this place. But when the man is actually inside of this jail cell, this cage, he sees there's actually some other metal that he hadn't seen when he first came down that might be far easier to extract. Basically, right in the middle of this cell were additional metal rods that were running from the ceiling down to the ground. They were far thinner and easier to move around, and he's thinking, you know, I could actually cut these and get these out of here and turn a profit on them, and then come back at a later date with, you know, more people or more powerful tools to cut the metal that sort of was the cage, the stuff that he had originally seen. And so, feeling pretty optimistic, the guy put his stuff down, you know, his phone, his wallet, his other things off to the side, you know, in the cage. And then he got out his bolt cutters and he cut the very first one of these thinner cables right in the middle of the cell. And as soon as he cut one of them, there was this loud rumbling sound he would have heard right above him. And then this big metal box came crashing down and pinned him to the ground. It would turn out what this man had walked inside of was not a jail cell in the basement of the funeral home. It was actually the inner workings of something known as a casket lift. Basically, the funeral home has to raise caskets from the basement where potentially they're stored up to the main floor to be used. And, you know, they're pretty cumbersome, big things that need to get moved around. And so effectively, they have an elevator that brings them up. And so that big metal box that came crashing down on this guy was the actual lift itself that actually carried up the caskets. And the cord that he cut were actually the cords that supported that lift. And so as soon as he cut one of them, he was
The dead
cutting the
weight.
support to effectively the elevator car that was right above him that then fell and crushed him. However, he didn't die from getting crushed. He just got trapped. And as soon as he realized he was trapped and being kind of crushed to death here, he reached for his phone, but he realized his phone was just barely outside of his reach. He couldn't get to his phone. And nobody knew he was here. This was an illegal activity. He didn't broadcast where he was going. And so he's stuck. He can't call anyone, and no one knows he's here. And so for 6 days, that lift gradually crushed this man to death. And then finally, when April and her friends showed up and they went down in the basement, they didn't just see, this destroyed casket lift. They saw this dead man's body, and he was literally outstretched, still reaching for his phone.
Crazy shit. Bridge Patrol. Last story of the night.
On the morning of September 10th, 1987, Police Constable Dick Ellis walked into an interview room in a police station in South Yorkshire, England. Inside of this room was a table, and sitting on the other side of this table were these two security guards. One was named Stephen Brooks, and the other was named David Goldthorpe. And from PC Ellis's perspective, his first impression of these two guys is they were like big, burly, tough-looking men. He could tell they were both visibly shaken, like something had really rattled both of these guys. However, before Ellis could even sit down and begin asking basic questions about what was going on here, these two security guards just launched into this totally crazy-sounding story. The men told Ellis that the night before, they had been patrolling this construction site where workers were building a 6-mile stretch of highway and bridge that were called the Stocks Bridge Bypass. Now, at this time of night, there was nobody at the site, no workers, nothing like that. And so really it was the security guard's job to make sure nobody entered the site and either tampered with equipment or tried to steal anything. Now, the night had been very routine and quiet until around midnight. It was at that point that David and Stephen, these two security guards, had reached the bridge, the half-constructed bridge portion of this bypass. And as they're walking along the highway and they see the bridge out in front of them, they stopped because they saw clearly there was a figure standing on this bridge. It almost looked like a man who was wearing a long jacket, like a cloak or something, and he appeared to be staring down below the bridge, down towards the valley, underneath what the bridge was actually going over. Like this man clearly had not spotted the security guards. And so naturally, they began calling out to this guy, asking him like, hey, what are you doing here? What's going on? This is a private construction site. You need to
Kraken,
go.
Sovereign,
But
hey,
the
how's it
guy on the
going?
bridge
Thank you,
didn't
thank
react.
you.
He just kept staring down to the valley below. And so at that point, as the two security guards are now walking in the direction of this guy, one of them lifts up his flashlight and shines it at this man. And when he does, the beam of light appears to just go through this man's body. Like his body isn't solid, and the light just passed right through. And as soon as they did that, both Stephen and David just stopped, shocked at what they're seeing, aiming this light at the sky. And as they're doing this, the figure appeared to kind of turn and look at David and Stephen. And they were so unsettled and terrified by it that instead of protecting the construction site, they just turned and ran. And they went to the police. Now, after PC Ellis had been told this story, he did not believe in any way that what they had experienced was supernatural. He's thinking, okay, clearly, you saw some guy and, maybe he shouldn't have been there and maybe it was a trick of the light or something, or maybe that wasn't a person at all and you just thought it was. Like, who knows? But there has to be a logical, rational explanation here. And so feeling kind of annoyed that he was called in to deal with this, Ellis looks at these two guys and he's like, look, this is not a police matter. Why don't you guys, if you're so shaken up by this, go talk to the church or something. Like, this is not something we can help you with. And at that, the two security guards just said, okay. And they got up and they left. And Ellis, truthfully, didn't think about this at all. It was like, okay, great, that's done. I don't got to deal with that. And he went on with his day. But later that day, Ellis got a call from his boss being like, hey, did you tell two security guards who came in here to go talk to the church about some ghosts they saw at a construction site or something. And at this, Ellis had to kind of explain what had happened and how he had sort of flippantly told them to, go see the church if they really thought they saw a ghost. But his boss was like, well, they took you literally, and they are currently at the local church, those 2 security guards right now, and they are refusing to leave unless the church helps them with this ghost situation.
What?
And so Ellis's boss told him that you just need to go to the church, get these 2 guys to calm down, and leave. Go do that right now. So Ellis is like, I can't believe they took that seriously. Okay, fine. So he hops in his cruiser, he goes to the church, he finds these 2 guys who are still totally shaken up, and they're pleading with people to take them seriously. Somebody needs to go out there and see what's on the bridge, see what this could have been. And Ellis is like, guys, I will tonight go to the bridge, I will check it out, I'll see what's going on there if you leave the church and you don't come back. Like, leave these people alone. And at this, David and Steven, they're totally relieved. They're like, oh, you will? Oh my gosh, great. We'll leave, thank you, like, let us know what you find. And they left the church. And so they left, and PC Ellis is like, okay, great, I guess tonight I'm gonna go looking for ghosts. And so that night, around midnight,
Ghost hunting,
PC
let's
Ellis
go.
and his partner drove over to the construction site. Specifically, they went to the bridge. They got on the road that actually went underneath this unfinished bridge, and they camped out on this lower road. Looking straight up in front of them was this bridge. They're basically just going to monitor this bridge because that's where the security guards claim to have seen this figure, this ghost. They're going to stake out this bridge, see what happens, call it good. Now, at first, nothing happened on this bridge. Ellis and his partner just sat there, staring, bored up at this bridge, waiting for, the time to pass by so they could leave. But at some point, Ellis noticed movement up on the bridge, and so did his partner. Now, they couldn't quite tell what it was, and they couldn't even see if it was still moving around anymore, but clearly something had moved on the bridge. And so for a couple of seconds, Ellis and his partner are just staring really intently up at the bridge, waiting to see something else happen, but, nothing else did. And so Ellis is like, well, I gotta go up there and check because, maybe there is some guy who's trespassing on the construction site, and that's what the security guard saw. Like, I gotta go up there and see, because from down here, we really can't see too well. And so Ellis told his partner to just stay put in the car, that he, Ellis, would go up on the bridge and have a look around. And so Ellis, he got out of the car, all he had was a flashlight, and he began walking over to the bottom of this bridge. And there was actually a ladder he would have to climb up to the actual bridge, because remember, they're on the road below this bridge. And so Ellis, he gets to the ladder, he begins climbing up the ladder, and as he's going up, he's kind of staring up, almost expecting somebody to poke their head over, but, it's quiet, no one's looking over the edge. And eventually, Ellis gets to the top, and he climbs onto the bridge, and again, it's this unfinished bridge, there's no traffic up here.
Queen, don't be mad
looks
at me,
roughly in the
please.
direction of where he thought he saw movement when he was down in the car looking up here, which also happened to be roughly the area where
What
the
did
two
you do,
security guards
Callie?
had described seeing the figure that their light had shone through. And sure enough, Ellis looks and he sees there's this cloaked figure standing a little ways off of the side of the bridge, apparently just looking down towards his police car. And Ellis, at first, he's kind of shocked. He can't believe that, there's some legitimacy to the story these guys had told, and he couldn't help but be kind of frightened for a second.
Why are you
But then
drinking
Ellis
coffee,
raised his
Callie?
flashlight and shined
We've
it
been
at
over
this figure,
this.
and as soon as he did, he just laughed. Because all it was a plastic tarp wrapped around some construction equipment. That's what the security guards clearly had seen. And, when they shine their light, it's a clear plastic tarp here. The light could theoretically go through it. You can kind of see how they would think, oh my gosh, it's a ghost. And so Ellis is like, this is all this was. This was nothing. I knew it was nothing, and now I know it's nothing. And so after doing a cursory walk around the bridge to, make sure nobody was up there, and, he looked around, there wasn't anybody there, Ellis went back to the ladder, climbed back down, got in the car with his partner, and explained to him that this whole thing was a joke. And of course, there's no ghost, there's no criminals, there's nothing. This is no big deal. Now, Ellis and his partner could have, at this point, just left and gone home, but they had told their boss they'd come out here for at least an hour, and, they'd only been here for maybe 30 minutes at this point. And so the two of them decided, you know what, just because we said we would, let's just stay here a little bit longer and make sure nobody goes on this bridge. We'll give it another, 30 minutes or so. And so Ellis and his partner just kind of sit back in their seats and settle in for this last little stretch of their shift. However, about 20 minutes into this final 30 minutes, Ellis is still just sitting there, his window's open, and he's just kind of doing nothing, waiting around, when suddenly he's hit with this unbelievably cold gust of air that comes into the car through his window. And it's kind of like sudden, like he's being hit with this gust of cold air. And then at the same time, Ellis began feeling this incredible pressure on his chest. Like it was so intense, he thought he was having a heart attack. And he wanted to say something to his partner, but it was like he couldn't even move. He's like frozen. He's getting scared. He doesn't know what's happening. And as much as he wanted to like yell out and get his partner's attention to help him, he suddenly had this overwhelming feeling that there was someone off to the side staring at him, someone right outside the car. And even though he didn't want to look, he found himself slowly turning and looking out his open window. And right there, immediately outside the door, is this man standing practically pressed up against the window. His torso is inches away from Ellis's face, just standing there inexplicably. Like this guy snuck up on them. They didn't even hear him. And so Ellis, at this point, he breaks out of his sort of trance. He screams and gets his partner's attention, and then he pushes open his door, and he jumps out to confront this person who snuck up on them. But there's no one outside the car. And so Ellis, he turns to his partner and he's like, hey, did you just see what I just saw? Did you see that guy? And Ellis's partner, who's totally ashen-faced, just looks at Ellis and he's like, yeah, I did see him. And so after looking around for a couple more seconds, Ellis climbed back into the car, and then he and his partner debriefed what had just happened. And Ellis's partner would tell Ellis that from his seat, he actually had a better vantage point than Ellis did to seeing this guy. I mean, Ellis was basically right on top of this guy, but his partner was a little bit farther back and had a better angle. And he would tell Ellis that at some point he had turned and seen the guy standing there, and the guy, he was wearing this old coat, this long coat that sort of looked like it belonged in the 1800s or something. And the partner would say, like, he didn't hear this guy approach, he didn't know how he got there, but at some point, he said the guy in the coat, the guy outside, crouched down just enough that he was looking in the car in the direction of Ellis's partner. And Ellis's partner said he was staring right at the guy, but the guy, he had no face. Ultimately, Ellis and his partner would return to the station that night, and they would file a report about what happened to them. But they would simply describe it as inexplicable phenomenon, and after filing it, they basically hoped they would never have to talk about it again. Except that wouldn't be possible, because shortly after filing that report, the construction was finished, and so the highway and the bridge were open to the public. And pretty much right away, people started dying on that bridge. Like a crazy high number of people just inexplicably would get in these fatal accidents on the bridge. And this bridge was not like especially hazardous. It was a beautiful, brand new bridge. I mean, there really should not have been this many accidents. But it was not just that so many people were dying on this bridge inexplicably. No. Also, in tandem with all the fatal accidents were all the independently reported sightings of this dark figure standing on the bridge that had no face. So the leading theory amongst people who believe what's happening at this bridge is basically paranormal is that the construction of this bridge and the highway disturbed a gravesite, and that has led to all the tragedy and death that has followed. But they've never actually been able to prove if there really was a gravesite where this bridge or the highway was built. The two security guards, Stephen Brooks and David Goldthorpe, both quit their jobs. As for Ellis and his partner, they've never changed their stories, and they also have never found a reasonable explanation for what they saw.
The man without a face.
Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have hundreds of videos for you to binge right now. But if you're looking for a recommendation from me of that one video that's worth...
All right. It's editing time. see where we at. Just need to pinch myself, and I was working some tiny prick will shake me awake. Okay, so I don't need that. Panic welding me. Sound shaking my skull. Never had there been such a clear voice in my head. Who was it that called to me? Reflection of myself, the darkness that I buried an image of me I wish didn't exist. Talks is into like everything that I've seen women be into and that I've never been able to get into because I either get uncomfortable or get paranoid, and that would be erotica or murder ghost stories. Why not both, Callie? Erotic ghost stories that include murder. You didn't get the oh my god. Dogs, I'm a what? Throw milk at you? What the fuck? Guess I can indulge myself. Excuse me. Why do you have to stream, Callie? You should never feel like you're forced to stream. You should want to stream. Let me take this. Too many late nights. My brain is finally telling me to calm down. I guess I can indulge myself. Tox, I think you need to find your voice. How so, Callie? I thought that was the whole point of this story. Was for voice. Is my voice not good enough in this story, Callie? Shit. I wasn't saying that, just like was aware that you were doing that. Well, that's why I'm asking, Callie. Is the I'm asking, is the voice good? Like, am I heading in the right direction, or is this like, way too one-dimensional? There's some awkwardness in there, but it's fine. That's what editing is for, Callie. So let me know if, like, where specifically so I can hone in on it. I feel like I should just get rid of all of this. Like, there's 2 places, but you scrolled away from it. I mean, I guess I can indulge myself. What are you supposed to be, my alter ego? Ego? With panic welled in me, never had there been such a clear voice in my head. Who was it that called to me? A reflection of myself, the darkness that I buried, an image of me I wish didn't exist? Too many late nights, my brain is finally telling me to calm down. I guess I can indulge myself. What are you supposed to be, my alter ego? I blurted out. Yeah, it feels a bit lackadaisical to me, like, oh, I'm gonna do this even though it feels like, I don't really care. Maybe I have the voice say something else, Callie. What do you think? Maybe have this be like, I'm just thinking to myself, like, too many late nights, my brain's finally... I'm messed up right now, but I can do this. So then the Great Spirit, the voice responded. That the I guess part, it reads better. Okay. Voice responded. Oh yeah, my brain is not able to process text. That's okay, Callie. My brain isn't able to process dialogue. It's like really hard to do dialogue. Yeah. One and a half books to get it right. But if you like watch those film analysis videos, I think they explain it really well. Yeah, I could see that, Callie. That's where I feel this entire conversation was pretty fucked and needed to change. Too many late nights, my brain is finally telling me to calm down. I kind of want his voice to be like somewhat primitive, right? It's like primitive, sophisticated. But like short, concise sentences. Can you elaborate more? Like, what type of character is he, is she? It's the chieftain of the village. So think of an ancient tribe. And, like, basically that he's their spiritual and political leader. But he should be excited because he's like, oh my god, you know, in the back of my mind, I didn't really believe that the spirit was true, but like we're on the verge of the Karlach, and the Great Spirit has shown itself to me. Give it Yoda vibes without the syntax reverse, I guess. Just type Velociraptor and Velociraptor in a text, and neither one got tagged as a misspelled word, so I guess it's not entirely my fault I got it wrong. Velociraptor. What is it, a philosophical Velociraptor? Like, what? Because, you know, velociraptors are super intelligent, right? Okay, I'm gonna cook something up. Okay, hold on, guys. I think I got something here. So you want like a primitive but wise chieftain. Do you want me to write how I would do it? If you want to, Callie. Something like Great Spirit joins on the eve of the Carlock. You need to mention the Carlock, I need to mention that it's the spirit. All the dialogue? No. This is me. This is the dialogue for... That's the only thing so far that the chieftain has said, is the Great Spirit dreams. I was wondering if I just shortened to say dreams. And then maybe the spirit starts, or the chieftain starts talking about his dreams. Something like welcoming the Great Spirit. Because, like, if we're putting ourselves in the chieftain's perspective, right? He's sitting there preparing for the Carlock, mentally getting himself ready, and then all of a sudden another voice pops into his head. And he's like, oh, hello. Rat Girl Evolution. I only just read the rest of the title, from Lab Rat to Unrivaled. Poor main character getting experimented on from the start of their new life. Damn. Sounds epic, Sean. Dark and dystopian. Our dreams, the afterlife. What about that? Or You want to be dreaming to be like dreams or afterlife? Dreams or afterlife? Are dreams afterlife? Well, what about this, Callie? Afterlife be dreams. In that other world with my attack helicopter story, guy used Jesus Christ as a swear, which I don't care about, except it wasn't the main character that did it, but a local, so I pointed it out to them, and they will likely change it to something along the lines of "System preserve us." Actually, that's better than mine. Thanks, Callie. I can definitely manipulate it, right? Now, what do I say? Dreams be afterlife be dreams. Who, Callie? The chieftain or the main character? Main guy, he has this attitude. Well, he's kind of at this stage right now where he's like in between fear and annoyance. Does that make sense? He's like this, oh my god, is this my body and my brain fucking telling me that I'm overdoing it? Is this some sort of self-fucking subconscious therapy that it's trying to fucking do? Like, that's the attitude of the character right now. Like, just fucking wake up already. Pretty much, right? Like, let's get this over with so I can wake up. You know? Doesn't take it seriously. Knows that it's not important. Half thinking it's only a dream and half being annoyed by that. But also it's too real, which is causing fear. Exactly, Sean. So, I need to be able to, like, portray that, right? Where it's like, the feeling of it being too real is the fact that there should probably be some trepidation or caution along with that annoyance voice. Isn't that kind of what this is, though? Too many late nights, my brain is finally telling me to calm down. In contrast with, what are you supposed to be, my alter ego? Okay, this could lead the conversation in an interesting direction. I'm just like branching the conversation out in my mind. And afterlife. Or irritably blurted out in my mind any way you want, if you want. I don't know, Sean. Wait. Took a second to hit me. Afterlife. Is I actually dead? As am I actually dead? Great Spirit be all before. All be one. Something about the car lock. Set in car lock. You want two feelings to be expressed or just the annoyed voice? Because you can do both scared and annoyed. Well, it's more of... The first one was kind of scared, right? Like, this is me kind of being frantic. Right? And then I go from being frantic to being like... Why the fuck am I talking to myself? Like, myself can go fuck myself. Like, get out of here, bitch. I don't need your advice. Like, I do my own shit. I don't need to tell you to tell me what to do. It's like, I own you, motherfucker. And then this is like my... It's finally hit me moment. Where it's like, fuck, I'm fucking being delusional now. Like, that's supposed to be like the subtext of this. Is like, I'm getting delusional because I'm not getting enough sleep. My dreams are getting out of hand because my creativity can't be held in, you know, in line. And there's this voice that says dreams. Probably need to read more to get it, to get that. Yeah, I don't know. That's the hardest part, isn't it, Callie? Chieftain is great. Like, he has that one word he clings to because his vocabulary is limited. B? Yeah, that's what I was going with. I just didn't want to put it here. Set B, Carlock. It has to be in. He says B all the time. Yeah. the direction, like, I don't know if it... Okay, so... Callie, this is what I'm trying to get off with in subtext with the conversation. That the chieftain thinks that the main character is the Great Spirit, and the main character thinks that the chieftain is just his alter ego. Bleeding through because he's so sleep deprived. But the question of him being dead in the afterlife brings the main character to be like, wait, am I dead? And then if I'm dead, does that mean I'm a spirit? If I'm a spirit, could I be the Great Spirit? And then he mentions the Karlach, and I'm like, wait, say that again? Like, the Karlach, you mean the Kucha clan's succession ritual? The ritual that I'm literally at this very moment supposed to be developing? Because like I said, it's the idea of, hey daddy, hey Fireblade, how's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you? We are struggling with dialogue today. That is our conundrum. And, like, directing conversation that doesn't feel like it's plot involved. I'm good. What about you? We're doing fantastic. Like, while I was learning how to do dialogue. It's my problem, Callie. I don't have any formal education in this other than high school. So it's very much a winging it kind of process. Wait, above that message. Feel like I've done something like this before. I learned dialogue by journaling. You are very good in dialogue. The way you speak is always mesmerizing. Why, thank you, Fireblade. I really appreciate that. So it goes from me saying, oh man, I'm dreaming, to, oh, you dream, to, wait, what are you? Dude, my brain is going crazy. To afterlife? To be like, wait, are you my alter ego? To be like, wait, am I dead? Is this voice like God talking to me? And I'm like, wait, am I God? Because I feel like the old dialogue was kind of bad, and it didn't really press the direction of the conversation in the way that I needed it to, right? And it's like the small things that each character picks up on from one word that the other character says in order to escalate the conversation. Because right now we're locking onto the Karlach, and I'm like, wait, you said the Karlach. This is getting too real. And then maybe I use this moment to go back and reaffirm that idea at the beginning of the story that this ritual, this clan, these ideas that I have just seem to be too real for them to just be like created from the ether of my mind. So then maybe I switch to the perspective here of maybe this isn't a lucid dream, maybe this is a dormant memory. And in order to cope with it, I'm interacting with the memory. I think what's happening is you aren't practiced in letting the words have their power instead of what seems to be happening currently, attached power to the words because it's what you perceive the words are projecting. I don't know if that sounds harsh or if it makes sense. Okay. This is like the one thing I always say, Callie, is like I can't trust my own taste. Because I have a certain perspective and a certain idea associated with a word because I understand the full impact of the story. But I need to work more with words that show the impact of the story rather than me imposing, like, you have to have an entire back set of context and understanding in order to see the full picture. Yeah, you're seeing the words a certain way. Okay, you get it. Yeah. I'm just thinking here, I'm just so bad at dialogue, let's just fucking... Do there really need to be that many exchanges between them? Callie, I feel the exact same way. So then we just basically go into a tangent here about the Carlock and ask him, be like, oh shit, Carlock, wait, that's the succession ritual. And I feel like we're going down the same path that we were last time, and I didn't like that. I don't want to go down the same path. But we need some way to lock onto Carlock. And move the conversation towards the actual ritual that's going to be taking place. But it's like, what's the point in contemplating the fact that I'm dead? It's like, if I'm dead, then I can't imagine. And if I can't imagine yet I'm experiencing this, then we go back again to the beginning idea of this is not a creation from me. This is like some sort of memory interaction. This is me, you know, genetic memory of some kind. Or just picked up on it. The car lock. Oh shit. That would mean... No, no, no! But it hasn't been established yet, Sean, that the car lock is being enacted. At this point, it's only being stated because the character knows what the car lock is, and they're not necessarily referring to it being enacted now. They're simply talking about the fact that the car lock is the reason why the Great Spirit exists. And that's the mechanism by which their clan, the Kucha, use in order to maintain the Great Spirit and spread their, you know, consciousness through flesh and their spirit. So it shouldn't immediately jump to thinking that the car lock is going to immediately happen. It should be a small discussion about the car lock into bleeding in the now bleeding in sounds of the village and everything, and him starting to realize that yes, the car lock is on. And this is indeed the car lock, and that's the reason why, you know, the Great Spirit has come inside of the main inside of the chieftain. Because the only time when the Great Spirit enters the body of the chieftain is during the car lock. Hey, Psycation in chat. Hey, Ebola, how's it going? We're struggling with dialogue and conversation direction in order to not feel like the dialogue is being, or the conversation is being pressed by the plot, but the dialogue itself is leading the conversation, but the dialogue is set in the plot. So it doesn't feel forced, but it contains those little mechanisms. How are you? I'm doing good. I'm fine, thank you. A little sleepy. I hate it that it's still dark when I have to wake up. Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, today's a struggle. Well, that's okay. It happens. We get them once in a while. Glad to hear. Yeah. That's what it's all about. I'm neglecting having a toque, too. Oh, snap. What if the author main character is actually the reincarnation of the last chief, and he didn't go through the ritual in his last life, and now he's going through it in this life? Sean, I love that as a third direction. So there are three things. There is the main character's reality. There's the chieftain's reality. And then there's the objective reality of what's happening. So, to the main character, he's dreaming. To the chieftain, the main character is the Great Spirit inhabiting his body. But in reality, it's actually just a, like, you bitched out before and now we're forcing you to go through with it as, like, a punishment. Because there needs to be a reason why the main character feels like he's being punished. And this is like a punishment that goes beyond the idea of just his, like how fucked up the idea is in and of itself, right? Cameron tried to write 2 lines of dialogue that say the same thing but project different powers. So, scared would be, you're not real, I'm dreaming, and when I wake up, I'll laugh this off and everything will be okay. Annoyed would be, what is this? Oh my god, piss off, dude. And I think, like, scared and annoyed would be, whoever you are, I just want to wake up and forget that ugly mug of yours. So I'm using denial as a tool here. That's really good, Callie, I like that. That's really good. That was my idea. He was a chief, but either, as you said, bitched out, or else modern life made it illegal. That in his reincarnation, the Great Spirit forces him to experience what he failed to do in his life as a chief. That's an interesting idea, Sean, that he was the last chieftain of the Kucha. Or he was the first chieftain of the Kucha to not go through with the Karlach in, like, modern times. And the Kucha clan, like, still exists in obscurity under a different name after these, like, thousands of years. Now the question is, how do I portray that? So I think you don't just have to use subtext. You can use agenda. And I also want to show the contrast between the way that the chieftain talks in a very calm and meaningful way, whereas the main character is like, shit, what? Fuck, no, this ain't, no, please, just, no, oh god, why? Help, fuck! You know? Could have a conversation between the Great Spirit and the author after he has finished the experience, and then he'd gain all the lost memories of the tribe for having finished the rite. Like, this character wants something, and the two things he wants is, I want to get out of here, and I'm scared that I might be dead. And you can express those two things in a way that shows that this is what he wants. He wants out. He doesn't want to die. I don't know why there's a quotation here. So then it comes to futility. A lot of people teach subtext but don't think about agenda, and I'm glad I read that book that taught it. Yeah, that's good too. Very good, Callie. That's direction, which is helpful. But my problem right now is like, was it a punishment or was it actually the spirit helping the main character to write a true history of the tribe? Okay, so Sean, thank you, because I think there's one thing that I'm totally overlooking in the entirety of this story. I'm gonna go drink a ton of water now so I don't go nuts. Alright, Callie. I don't answer the question that I pose at the beginning of the story. I pose the question, do your ideas come from you or somewhere else? But I never even attempt to answer that question. So maybe being more direct towards answering that question and using the answer of that question to direct the story is going to have more impact with the story. So now I'm thinking in the background, like, there's the two people, right? There's the chieftain and the main character. But in the background, silently watching what's happening is the Great Spirit. But due to, like, ignorance and lack of experience, the chieftain thinks that the Great Spirit is actually talking to him. Now that it's inside of his body. And I want to play like a doubt factor here that the chieftain overcomes. So when it's brought up later, he's like, ha, I've already overcome that one, bitch. Because it's clearly not a dream, so it needs to have a cause. The Great Spirit is the obvious choice for the cause. Exactly. I want to say something like, is like, is this my subconscious? He speaks of I want to say he instead of the voice and kind of switch it so now you know the voice goes to being he, but I don't know about that transition, so is this some of my subconscious? Should be like the voice, comma, he. Like nose of the car lock. Is he telling me this is real? What if the spirit never encouraged this right? He was actually frustrated at the stupidity because the next chief only had to accept the memories. No ingesting of the previous chief was needed. It all started out of desperation where a chief literally had to feed his people or they'd starve, and it became tradition from that. I like that origin story too, Sean. I'm like, is it that, or should I just say that, like, this feels too real? I think this is just a different way of saying it. I looked at the outfit again, and I give it a 10 out of 10 because it shows off my huge arms. Nice. The chief that was to follow the desperate one was too young, and so the spirit was asked to transfer the memories of the tribe to... He could lead well regardless of his youth, and the chief sacrificed himself to feed the tribe. But again, we gotta attach onto the car lock, and we gotta make the car lock go into the next sentence, and the next sentence has to have, I don't know if it's great spirit. Still focus on dialogue, but we switched to plot or something. No, Callie. It's because we need the conversation to go in a specific direction. So the problem is using plot to direct the conversation, but using the words in the conversation to make it feel that the conversation flows and isn't being forced by the plot. So it's like these pieces that we need to be inserting, like the idea that he's dead, the afterlife, what the main character thinks the voice is, what the voice thinks the main character is. It would need to be in early spring before the first floods could be harvested. At a time with sparse games, the chief sacrifice will hold the people just long enough to spare his people. Which also just happens to be on, what, the... It's like the midway point between the equinoxes. Like the quarter of the year. So it'd be halfway between the winter solstice and the summer solstice. We're gonna feel like Sean knows more about this story than I do. I mean, technically Sean was around when I wrote... Wait, were you, Sean? Were you around when I wrote the original one last year? Spirit would tell the author that it was only ever meant to be a one-time sacrifice for the people. Our minds just work well in harmony. I just... Everything seems to just lead to a dead end. Like, if I start talking about the idea, right, like we were doing, and trying to place the voice beyond just my alter ego, and trying to say something along the lines of, oh, well, now I'm part of the Great Spirit because I'm dead. But being dead doesn't lead anywhere. So maybe going back to the drawing board, instead of like picking up on the car lock, we pick up on Great Spirit first, and then we move from Great Spirit into the car lock. And maybe that's the mentality that, like, the reason is because, like, I mentioned the car lock, so now we need to talk about the car lock, right? But we also talked about the Great Spirit, so we need to talk about the Great Spirit. But I don't want it to be an exposition dump. Am I now the Great Spirit, the accumulated knowledge of past chieftains? Okay, I think I found it. Am I now the Great Spirit, the accumulated knowledge of past chieftains? And lead into order matters. Whatever you talk about first is more important. So spirit first makes sense, but it can be a minor mention as the concept is well known in many tribes. Yeah. Yeah. So say something like, in life, I... So something like, I was connected to the Great Spirit, and then when I died, I returned to it. It's like, all of them seem good until it gets to a certain point, and then it's like the conversation just either teeters off in a weird direction, abruptly just ends, or it just keeps going on forever. Is there a coyote or other mischievous spirit that could have interfered with the transfer so that no chief ever got the part where sacrifice wasn't part of the rite? Because there is something in here about the like, originally the chieftain accusing the main character of being a trickster demon and trying to so there is definitely potential to bring that up, Sean, as just something in the, like, not specifically say it, but have it in the back of the minds. So have it kind of like the way that you reveal that is through the accusation, right? So when we get to the point when he starts the Ixiom and the main character starts like yelling at him and telling him, yo, stop the Ixiom, stop the car lock, stop all of this, you don't need to worry about it. Something the spirit reveals at the end in terms of details? No, it'd be something that the chieftain accuses him of. It's like, oh, are you the such and such demon? You know? The memory wiper. Something like that. Something to make it, put it in the ingrain in the mind of the reader that this is a, despite the fact that that's not what the main character is, the knowledge of this creature being a thing that fucks with the Great Spirit as like the opposite to life exists. So in turn you could extrapolate as the reader that no one knows this, but the reason why this communication is so interrupted is because that piece of information is stopped by this troublemaker, this mischievous spirit that says, no, maybe it's like a memory eater, and it eats memories. The rat, maybe, who stole some memory? Exactly, Sean. Exactly. He steals the memories and feeds on them, and he's like the dark part of and it's like he's the representation of the darker parts of humanity that you're like trying to eliminate through tempering yourself for this ritual. Does that work? Because then we could use this conversation in order to explain certain things about it before we actually get into the ritual. Actually like a ferret or weasel too. Memories are shiny and those creatures steal shiny things. It's true, Sean. I feel like this whole thing deserves a rewrite, but that's because this entire conversation, like the original conversation, just really doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It really doesn't go anywhere. So it's like we could literally start with this. But this is like too basic. Because this also shows and leads into the fact, oh, I'm in someone else's body, that's why I can't control my body. It does deserve a rewrite because you now have more of the broader strokes of the story. Exactly. But it's just this conversation directly right now and where it leads the story, right? And then the end of the story could also be exposition where the Great Spirit kind of comes in and goes like, congratulations, you passed the test. Here, have your memories. And then the character wakes up and remembers nothing. He's just like, man, I swear I had like the most fucked up dream. What the hell? Ah, shit, I gotta get to work. And it's just like gone. And it's like, so it's got to be prominent in the back of the reader's mind that memories and stealing memories is what this trickster demon does, and never really mention the trickster demon, but have to have them be like confused if they don't put two and two together. But it has to be so obvious and like out there and continuously brought back upon and thought about to the point that it's like ingrained in the reader's mind that, oh, obviously the memories are being eaten by this. Like the idea of him keeping the memories and writing the best complete history of the tribe as a result. True, Smokey, true. We're brainstorming here. I mean, that is true, Sean. I could definitely see the appeal of that. Because, again, it does answer the question. Oh, by the way, your ideas can come from outside sources, such as dormant memories, genetic memories, and stuff like that. But that pesky rat still steals the part where the sacrifice isn't needed. Yeah. So the sacrifice in the car lock is still written into it. Okay. I might have to germinate on this. This is some pretty intense backstory stuff that has a lot of implications. And then this is going to be the voice responding, and this shows that... No, I don't know. Is that too much? Too fast? And be like, okay, maybe the car lock leads into it. So maybe the car lock... So it's something like... The car lock, the Kucha, my mind erased. How? No. I just don't have it, man. I just don't fucking have it. There's another angle to come at it too, which is the fact that the main character has information that the reader doesn't. So maybe with a cryptic lean in? Because we're trying to add being dead, the Great Spirit, and the car lock all together in like one sentence in great dialogue to be able to say, oh, hey, if I'm dead, that means I'm the Great Spirit. If I'm the Great Spirit and you're calling me the Great Spirit and you talk about the car lock, that must mean you're the Kucha. But then there's always I want to do, wait, the car lock, that was it. The name, the ritual, what it all came down to. Yes, a twofold veil. The MC knows much that we don't. The Chief knows what the MC doesn't, and the Spirit knows what the MC and Chief don't. What it all came down to. If I was dead and joined the Great Spirit... At least it answers one question. At least some of my ideas are not my own. It answers one question. Some of my ideas are not my own. And again, I'm like stuck at where does this actually lead the direction of the conversation? This is just me thinking. This isn't me actually responding to the question. You're more than my ego, that's for sure. Not create these. I merely found them. You're more than my ego, that's for sure. How do you know about the car lock? Kucha be what's like a simpler word than like attached or connected? With. Bonded together. I think with is even more basic and better. Kucha be with Great Spirit. Great Spirit be Kucha. Harlock, keep Great Spirit. Some things were making sense. He had to be Kucha chieftain. Great Spirit will be Kucha. Kucha be Great Spirit. It's a statement of the chief's belief that the Kucha become part of the Great Spirit. Yeah, maybe that's better, and then just not talk, then be like, well, where does the car lock come from? Well, the car lock is the thing. Be with Kucha. Hey, have you done like a character sheet? Because I did one for like a few of my characters, and it lets me get into their heads. Not really, Callie, because this, again, really doesn't have any... Like, it literally, the main character is me, and the chieftain is just, like, a facilitator. So really and truly, it's like, I don't even know if I should be having a conversation with the fucking chieftain, right? But all the chieftain cares about is progressing the Karlach. So it's like the chieftain is super one-dimensional in that factor. His only goal in life is to fulfill this moment. So... Kucha be great spirit. Karlach make great spirit. Wait a minute, if this happened to you, your first emotion would be to geek out before the reality made itself known. No, Sean, because I'm working off of my lived experience of having sleep paralysis. And what my thought process is and what my reactions are under those conditions. So we might, Sean, eventually, I'm just thinking, like, where's the turning point? Because there's like 3 stages, right? I would think that if you hadn't accepted anything as real, but you recognized aspect of your story, you'd geek out at first, and only when you started noticing the reality around you would you begin to freak out. Like, you'd actually be trying to take notes so you could describe things even clearer than you already have. But Sean, the question is, where in the story should that breakpoint be? Should this be that breakpoint? Should this breakpoint happen before this? Because I'm thinking, like, if anything, this would be that moment, right? Where I would start to be like the dread would start to, like, dissipate. And I'd be like, okay, well, I'm a little bit more comfortable with this. Okay, I know what's going on now, you know? And then bring into the reality. But don't come back to that dread until I realize that the Karlach is actually being enacted right now. So maybe we could go back to as soon as he starts doing the breathing exercises for the Ixiom and opens his eyes, and like the main character like sees the village in the circle, and he's like, wait, this is a feast. Oh god, it's a moonless night. And it's like he's slowly describing this and like, you know, laying out the steps of how and explaining like the Karlach ritual through his like revelations, being like, oh, because this is happening, that's gonna happen because that's part of the ritual when you do this. Oh, that's happening because of this, because during this part of the ritual you have to do that. But first comes, holy crap, I'm interacting with someone who has knowledge of the Kucha. So I do like that direction, Sean, because I want you to get comfortable again. Like, I want you to feel that initial dread, and then being like, oh no, it's nothing. Oh, this is cool, this is nice, And then all of a sudden, you're like, wait, something doesn't feel right here. Something feels a little bit, oh god, no, oh, and it's like, because you've already described what the ritual is, which leads to the anticipation of now knowing, oh, well, that's about to happen to me. So maybe even thinking that he's a Kucha chieftain, so maybe he just has to be a Kucha. Nightmare. Too constructive, dream about your own story, then notice things that aren't part of a dream, such as smell and the feel of the air on your skin, all before anything really traumatizing happens. Exactly. Exactly. He had to be from Kucha tribe. And again, I want to go back to like, is this my subconscious playing games with me? Desperate denial, yep. Okay. So now I feel like there should almost be like an interrogation where I should be asking him questions, and this should be like an exposition dump in the form of an interrogation. But I don't know exactly what should be said. And he needs to say something that makes me go, oh, he's not just a Kucha. He's a Kucha chieftain. And that should be the turning point moment where, you know, the uncomfortability starts to build back up again. okay, maybe now we lead into this, like, into this. Where it's like, asking him, who are you? Falcor gave my head the tingles. Oh, you're watching Falcor the Book Dragon? She's epic. I told you she was great, Callie. Learn from her with the ASMR. 100%. But I still feel like this is completely forced, right? So we need to get this into better language. But it needs to establish that the chieftain believes that the main character is the fuck words. The main character is a great spirit. Jesus Christ. Great spirit, yeah. I told her I'm studying the ways of the ASM artist. And what did she say, Callie? You're learning from the best? The best, at least non-hypersexual. Later the accusation that they were the rat or whatever. Like she's too down to earth to say that. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%, Callie. Because that's the one thing, it's like we need establishment for who the characters are. So let me ask you this. Who am I? It's so fucking forced. Why would you say that? tricks with me. In games with me. I want it to come out without me asking that he thinks that I'm the Great Spirit. Currently, Callie, this is the conversation that we need to have. But we need to do it in better voice. So we need a transition between the Great Spirit and the Kucha, me saying, is this my subconscious playing games with me, and being able to find out who the voice in my head is. Without just being like, well, who are you? Because that doesn't, you know, like, where's the transition here? Where and I'm like, I gotta interrogate whatever's in my head, so I gotta ask them a question. What question could I ask them that leads to them saying that I'm the Great Spirit and them confirming that they're a chieftain? Which will then lead into him opening his eyes and me realizing and starting to enact the uncomfortability and dread of being like, oh shit. Actually, you know what? I'm missing something, Callie. Maybe that's the reason why this isn't working. The car lock. We need to discuss the car lock. That's what we need to do. I need to explain what the car lock is. Okay, so that's why. I'm trying to skip ahead too much. Okay, this makes a lot more sense. And then I have to explain what the car lock is. And then he becomes the chieftain. And then we find out that the car lock's being enacted. And now that we know what the car lock is, it creates that existential dread of, oh fuck, am I going to like wake up or get out of this before the ritual is completed? So we focused on the Great Spirit, but now we need to focus on the car lock. And we already asked the question, how much do you know of the car lock? And then he says, Great Spirit be with Kucha, Kucha be Great Spirit, Karlach make Great Spirit. I'm gonna have a toke, though. I need to get some creative juices flowing. I don't know if we're gonna stop here. I gotta go to the washroom, though. So I'm gonna take a toke, we're gonna have an ad break, I'll come back, and either we'll have some creative energy, or we're gonna play some Path of Exile. Who knows? But I love the depth of brainstorming, where we've gotten to this point where it's like, we now know a shit ton more about the story, right? But anyways, I'll be right back. So you mapped out each of the steps you need to fulfill to get that, and I feel like you will get closer to writing it. You just need the steps, then the voice. The problem is, Callie, this is the 4th time rewriting the story. So I have the map in my head of what I need to do and where I need to go. The question is just the delivery of it. Like, because I don't want it to sound like exposition, right? But I need to explain what this ritual is that I mentioned at the very beginning of the story. Wait, I'm like an almost master of delivery. You need to just change the word choice, you know? With what word Fox said. You mean Book Fox. Verb now. But I have to ask a question, Callie. I asked the question, what do you know about Carlock? Because depending upon how much he knows about it will dictate what kind of chief. Like, the fact that he's the chief, right? Because, like, for instance, here's what the people know. The people know that partaking of the chieftain's flesh passes his spirit onto you and multiplies it. What they don't know, that the chief does know, is that the, how do you say this? Like, like, I guess, let's take a step back. The better way to say it is like the worry that the village has that the chieftain could fail the trial and not be one with the Great Spirit. But the chieftain knows that as soon as, like, the Great Spirit comes into his body, it's like, that's the first stage of acceptance, right? It's like you've been nominated and now you have to see if you can win. But there's got to be something very specific that the chieftain knows that the villagers don't about, like, the concept behind the ritual and the reasoning behind the ritual. Some sort of greater truth about it. The Ixiom. The chieftain would know the Ixiom, and the people of the village would not know of the Ixiom. That's the key point. Now the question is, do I ask another question, repeat the question, clarify the question, or have like a space in time of pause before the chieftain carries on and starts talking about the Karlok? Because so far he's just said, you know, Great Spirit be with Kucha, Kucha be Great Spirit, Karlok make a Great Spirit. So he's just saying, like, the process. So it'd be like...
Javier281078 is now following. Thank you for following Javier281078. I hope you are enjoying the stream.
Thank you for following, bro. Welcome. How's it going, Javier?
Thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested.
How are you today?
Who?
You.
Why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll see it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice?
Okay. Okay, what about this? For like the next transition into it, something about games. So the chieftain responds, the Karlok is not a game. Or something like that. And this plays off of, like, kind of miscommunication and talking past each other. Seems like you're outlining in your head mid-writing session. Well, that's because I'm, like... Okay, Callie, I know I have to talk about the Karlok. I know I have to explain what the Karlok is. I just don't know how to get those pieces to, like I said, move through dialogue without having it feel like it's just being pushed by the plot, and it's not the characters actually developing the conversation. So I need to take a look at the actual words that are used in the dialogue and have the character pick up those specific words. Does that make sense? So I'm kind of on the fly, writing like 8 different dialogues in my head all at once, seeing like which ones lead in which direction, which words I can use and pick, and which ones lead me closer to the direction I need the conversation to go. So it's like I have a broader outline of what needs to happen, but I'm building the outline step by step as I'm picking out the words. Because I need them to be physically on paper to figure out which word I'm going to use for the sentence, right? So does it make sense with the way that I'm trying to progress the dialogue? Even if it's a weird way of doing it, the consistency, I think, is what's powerful in it, right? And especially if it's something like an object, a noun, or a verb. In this case, it's like a lot of nouns, but that's, you know, working also off of the noun verb thing, right? Like, well, what's the noun and what is the verb to do with that? Well, if the noun is, or object in this case is like games, then it's like games aren't, like the car lock isn't a game. So it's like, car lock be not game. Bathroom. Alright, Callie. Didn't help on the outlining mid-writing stream when I spotted some extra outline points. Well, like I said, Sean, it's just editing, so we literally have the entire story written. So now it's like building outlines within outlines. Like an outline of the scene now that we know, an outline of the conversation that we know. And then break that even more down to like what is each part of the conversation? How does the conversation flow? What is the purpose of the conversation? And to ask another question of, if we remove this from the story, does the story still work? And then I feel like if I do something like this, I guess this is an example of something that I don't want to do. I wouldn't want to say after this, where the chieftain then goes, the only game in the car lock is the Ixiom. Okay, well now we have another, we now have the car lock and the Ixiom. Well, what's the Ixiom? So I need to explain the car lock before I mention the Ixiom. So that's an example of something to not to do. Because it's leading me in the wrong direction, right? So I'm like, okay, well I have to scratch that off my list. What's next? Games that work with... Well, the car lock's not a game, but it still hasn't explained anything about that. So it's got to be like, the car lock not being... It's like... It's too Is it too complicated? Essentially, I want to say self-sacrifice isn't a game. Whole village life not be game. Village's life not be game. Be not game? Village's life be not game. And this is to show that, like, not only is there, like, the voice that the character has, but the chieftain can read his thoughts. And not just, like, the projecting your voice into your mind. Just simply the, thoughts streaming through your head. Even though they're not projected outward as words, where it's like, you know, yelling the words in your head. Versus just like thinking. So then it connects the entirety of the village's life to the car lock. Excuse me. Hey Jesse, welcome back. How's it going? Sorry, no worries. Don't apologize. Don't feel any obligation for anything with mixing songs. It's all good. I'm always AFKing in other people's streams, doing editing in the background and stuff like that, so I totally understand. But hey, do you want me to read your story now that you're here, if you are here? Maybe that'll give me some creative juices flowing here. Because I believe we're on chapter 2, right? Village life not to be game. Be not game. Yes. Alright, I don't know what to do from there, but I'm going in the right direction with that one, that's all I can say. Badoo. Badoo. Okay. Go over here. Be no game is how I'd say it. Oh, that's actually really good, Sean. I like that. Village's life be no game. Or do you just want to get rid of Village's life? Because I think it has to tie into it's the entirety of the Village's life. Feast, keep. Feast, be. Kucha. Yes, perfect, there you go. Kucha life, no be game. Perfect, Sean. Absolutely. Feast, be. No, feast, make all one. Feast, make great spirit. So now we know that the car lock is a feast. Right? And we want to give like slow information one step at a time. Okay, it's a feast. Well, if it's a feast, what are we eating? But I don't know. I'm kind of burnt out with it. I need some cooking in my mind. That's what I need. I need to just like rest on it, right? Because now I'm starting to feel like it's being forced. Yo, we talking about secession? I know that feeling. Yo, Levi, what's up? I mean, we technically were earlier about whether it's, if the political violence at this point gets worse than it is, and there's no ability for the left and the right to be able to talk anymore, at what point is it a better solution to just break the country into one side being liberal and one side being conservative? And just having, like, two different federal governments. As opposed to this bullshit, like, you know, inability to have any kind of political discourse. And the question was, how far do we have to go? And we have to go pretty fucking far, don't get me wrong. We're not there yet, but it is a first step. And the first step is never good when you're walking towards the edge. issues is both sides of our government are used to sticking their oath into other people's boats, or into other people's boats. Like, I think California should secede because they don't want to comply with federal immigration law. See, I think that totally makes sense, Levi. Okay, I don't know, Jesse. I can't find this. It's in the public stories, right? Or was it not? Am I dumb? I have no idea. Sorry, Jesse. Do you want to post it again in public stories? I have no idea. Is your name not the same in Discord, or is it in a different spot? Or did you just give it to me in chat? I have absolutely no idea. I don't remember fucking anything. It's just a Sam. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. How are you, Sam? Since California wants to exert federal control over the rest of the country, they don't want to secede. Sent it in public stories. That's what I... Okay. Okay, that's why, because it's restricting access to it. I just requested access. But that was the other one I looked up, wasn't it? And we already read this one, didn't we? Whatever this is, I've read this. But it's not this. Okay, this is it, but then I'm super confused. Where are we? It's not the end of chapter 1, it's not the end of chapter 2, right? Or did I fuck something up here? But I also read... Okay, hold on. Yeah, so it's like halfway down. That's like right here, right? So then there's chapter 1. And there's chapter 2. So I was like, wait, if there's no chapter 3, then I've read everything. Except for some reason, at the end of chapter 2 in the Google Docs is something completely different. I don't have this... For some reason, I didn't... I'm so confused. But Daniel, don't worry. And then, for some reason, there isn't this. The Beatrice sent Swan and Swan's blunt to the back of the trailer and told her to stay in her room until 11 a.m. When she heard Swan's bedroom door shut and locked, Beatrice finished through the far back of the kitchen pantry behind an expired box of instant grits and pulled out a large copper bowl. I don't know why that wasn't in there last time. Okay, so I didn't read chapter 2, but I did have it in here. Okay, that's what confused me. Sorry about that. Sean, is that you heading out? Because I didn't see you say, oh, I'm out for the tonight. Houdini has an appointment at 8 in the morning. Alright, have a good night, Sean. Take care, good sir. Yes, all the chapters are in one single project. I spent that, like, usually I only put in what I read, but I guess we never got through to chapter 2. So let's do that. Let's do that. And let's do that, and then we'll go chapter 2, and we will start from there. Of course, it fucking resets when I do that. Okay, well, here's... Yes, this is indeed fucking chapter 2. This should be like that. So chapter 2 can actually be seen there. Talks, I have ideas! What are they, Callie? What are they, Callie? Okay, I'm back. Alright, let's do it. Grand B stood in the farthest corner of her field where the potatoes and the peanuts grew. Blushing clouds passed over Clementine. Her honeysuckle-laden straw hat shaded her eyes from the dying sun. Her stout body leaning on a shovel that had stabbed in the soil. A hum left her throat quiet, like the wind that evening, rain making its way up north. She looked down at the bucket that rested at her feet, a tangled mess of roots with peanut-caked dark soil. Beatrice Lily planned to use it all, her dark eyes dazzling and careful, studying the vastness from where she stood. She can feel something watching her from the horizon, a revelation yet to be recognized. God bless Beatrice, because she can always see ahead before it even shows its face. The problem lies in the fact that these sights always appeared like bait balls in murky coast waters. She will always see the shape an event, but to get the clear definition always took months of work. Only God can see through and around it all, but I'm blessed to even see its shape of it. I'm pretty sure we read this, Jesse. And then she dumped, like, the end of the chapter is her, like, dumping out the thing and them freaking out because of what they saw. But what's confusing to me is it doesn't feel like it ended the way that, like, there was something that I didn't read. Okay. Yeah, because I was like, what the hell is it? It was like everything was like rotting, right? And it's like something is coming over the horizon kind of thing. Yeah, and he's talking about Daniel, and then there's like this part that I didn't get, which was like Beatrice sent Swan and Swan's blunt to the back of the trailer. And then when she heard Swan's bedroom door shut and locked, Beatrice fished through the far back of the kitchen pantry behind the expired box of instant grits and pulled out a large copper bowl. And I'm guessing this is some kind of like divination thing, right? Because she sees things, so it's like the perfectly fine, you know, stuff. It's like you turn it upside down and it's like all rotted and fucked and like dying and like, you know, not what it's supposed to be. Like describing like literally death and like death is coming for you kind of thing. Definitely has a power to it, though, that's for sure. Yeah, something's coming back. Richard's coming back, but not the way he's supposed to. An entity is coming. So, not quite aliens, but definitely of a supernatural-ish kind of, like, level thing. I have my focus. Great, Callie. What are you going to focus on? I think Muffin or someone keeps changing my directory to Trackmania. It's either fucking Smokey or it's Muffin. But either way, I think it's fucking hilarious. Basically a demon that steals skin. Oh, that's badass. That is badass. Nala Ashcult, hello, I'm new. Could I see what you stream? I don't do much with me. I trade in stocks and am retired. Anyway, neat story. Yeah, we, welcome, Ndala. Are you a reader? Are you a writer? Are you a purveyor of stories? Do you enjoy creativity and imagination? Are you an explorer of the world of words? Well, welcome. I'm Intoxication, and here we do writing and reading tips. We're all about improving your skills and actionable advice in order to improve your skills, as well as social commentary on politics and society in general, mainly for world building, depth purposes, in order to look at the real world and mirror the real world in your writing to create a much, you know, more rounded type of world that includes aspects you would expect from a society. So that is like one of the main reasons for like research purposes that we do that, as well as just writing on our own, as well as reading other people's work and playing video games. I'm writing my mythos and do enjoy a number of books. Well, that is fantastic, Ndala. If you want, you can feel free to join the Discord. And we have the public stories section where you can post your public stories if you want me to.
Where's my toque? 700 septillion.
Thank you for following.
Oh, you're out there, aren't you, Smokey? You're just
I
sitting
hope
there,
you're
you
enjoying
bastard.
The stream less than 3
Thank you for the follow. Super appreciated, Ndala. But yeah, if you want to join the Discord, we have the public stories where if you want me to read your story, feel free to post it there. If you have any promotions that you want to do, whether it's Patreon, Royal Road, whatever it is, feel free to drop any of your promos in the self-promotion, you know, and go check out other people as well, you know, if you want to go see other people, feel free to go in there. But yeah, if you have anything, I'd enjoy reading a chapter or so. We're about to get into some Path of Exile 2, because we usually like to end the stream with a good, like, hour of comfortable gaming to, like, relax and recharge the creativity and, you know, just kind of generally just have a good time with it. Not be pressured or stressed for, like, timelines or due dates or stuff like that. I shall be a cyberpunk femboy who treats his viewers like his pets and uses the items in the Discord I just posted. Okay, what is this, Callie? Whoops.
I wish that a Latino would come sit up on my face. Kick my uncle in the balls, yeah, I'm Batman. I just ate a protein bar out of a trash can.
Alright, Callie. Good one, good one. And these are what you're going to be wearing? So we've got your ASMR brushes, we got your dog collar, we got your dog bone, and your pens for writing. Plus you've got your epic gay shirt, your claws, your helmet, and your hand things. You're gonna be so hot, Callie. 100%. I will be your lurker. I'll be your lurker pet, Callie. Yeah, what kind of mythos are you writing there, Indala? I would love to hear about the premise of your story. I know we're kind of moving into the gaming section now, but you know, it is what it is. Doesn't mean we can't chat and talk stories just because I'm playing a video game, which is of course heavily based on stories. Storytelling. Do. Me, I wrote about me, but I need to realize sleep soon, so I'll be up later, going to lurk. Alright, sounds good, man, no worries. Always good to have lurkers in the background. My army of Zerg can definitely use more lurkers. Whoo, almost fucking died there. Bugs out of my face. Map is creepy as fuck. Woo, I don't need to die. Definitely some interesting mobs, I'll give them that. Do pretty insane damage with that. Went straight out of the ground for me. He wants my dad. Oh shit, I literally can't see anything until I'm on top of it. Like, what is this? So they're on top of me? Oh my god. This is insane. I have like no defenses. It's never good at that. I'm like, a best defense is a good offense. We just keep hammering them and don't get hit. Smokey online? No, he's not. Motherfucker. Ooh, another map. Third map. Let's go. Yo, wait, what's up, Callie? If, like, Adami Momi literally said my voice was gonna make her come, I feel like my voice is already super effective. Yeah, I would agree with that, Callie. That logic tracks.
Rot before us in eternal.
Yeah, if I can just get confident.
Timber bark, wilt to ruin by word and curse of the Everdark. Catch their screams and hold them close, then still their eyes. Deliver them to us by the morn, so the Wendigo may drink them dry. Against the dead of night, the Blackwood coils forth and craves. Now you, worthy Fellspring, follow the unlight all your days.
Damn.
Fall before me. Desert fire! Victory is mine. A prize waiting to be claimed. No mana!
We swore our oaths to the first ones, beneath the same stars that lit their hunt. Yet one by one, those stars flicker and fade, and in their place, darkness. The absence of warmth, endless, inescapable. Now come the whispers, no longer faint, but gnawing at the marrow. With each word we are unmade. Soon we will be but hollow vessels, our oaths devoured.
Well, that was easy.
Wall of flame!
Even the dead peddle their wares.
Ooh, 10 intelligence. Critical spells. Extra lightning damage. Extra lightning damage. Well. That kind of made it worth it, right? That reminds me of the curator from Expedition 33.
Sands take you! Will of the Marrakech!
Oh shit. I added light up keyboard keys. So it'll be like cyberpunk anti-villain hacked into a mechanical dog's neural network with ASMR. Damn, Callie, that's a backstory, bro. Oh my god, I love it.
By the order of the Red Thane, mark the walls, mark their doors, mark their fate. The Wendigo beckons. We must rise to the occasion. Those that deny his voice must pay with blood. Use it to rouse the side of the heretical. Brandish it. Once marked, Oswin will have them, and so shall we. Lend your ear to the voice. Drink your fill of that sweet embrace. Give yourself to the eternal night.
Sounds like a vampire. Oh, and as for the brushes, I just want to be able to say, let me paint you one of the Cruel's 101 Dalmatians. One of Corella's 101 Dalmatians. Nice, Callie. Smart.
You will burn! Didn't break a sweat. Out of mana!
Wolvenhold. Okay, well it still says return there, so we're just gonna grab this and then we're gonna go back. Apparently there's still something here. Okay, this is critical for spells. So we're gonna wanna go that way. Critical for spells next. Okay, so there's still like one more area I gotta go to. Oh, my frickin'. Game seems so laggy.
Strange creation.
Oh, mistake.
What have you learned?
You're back. Who knows what prizes await? Deal. Good luck out there.
Wait, Talks, do you remember when I was like talking on stream and then the whole seduction thing started? Yes, I do, Callie.
You're back. Take a punt. Guess I can help move that for you. I'm feeling better already.
This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames. Oh, there it goes. That's the face only
True,
your mother can
Callie.
love.
You guys should watch the VOD. Was it the first stream? I don't know, Callie.
Wall of flame! Flesh to cinders! Didn't break a sweat. Embers to inferno! Blaze of glory! Need mana! Will of the Marrakech!
Oh my god, fucking destroyed me. Holy shit. The fuck?
Out of mana!
Power blocked their way.
Need mana! Sands, take you! once more. Wall of flame! Victory is mine!
Dear Oswin, the Red Thane and I are thrilled with your attention to detail. The scarlet bathing was an exquisite moment that we shall not soon forget. That you were able to acquire so many heretical younglings in such a short time. Well, we cannot thank you enough. The whispers grow deeper. He sees us. He sees you. We shall know unfathomable prosperity by his grace. The Red Thane, the Pale Bride, and their loyal hound. A hound most faithful, a hound most strong. I must away, for tonight I shall dance once more. Join us to feast. Look upon me as you will, Ellsworth.
Damn. She went hard on that one. Was that Ed Siri?
Fresh meat for the cages.
You'll die for your crimes!
Spoil! Throw!
Wall of flame!
Savor your spines!
Out of mana!
Try and run! I'll fly you slow!
It will
not bring back your victims, but it may bring them peace. Fall before me.
My dearest Elswith, his voice grows clearer by the day. I can feel his presence. He thirsts so deeply for this world. I know that we shall be rewarded beyond measure upon his arrival. I am so proud. The night we committed to him is still vivid in my mind. You gave so much, so willingly. On the cusp between he and I, you fell to and fro, your flesh pale white against the moon. I am eternally yours, as we are his. Your Wolfric.
Soon you will serve our master.
They dance while they're... I have danced with scorpions. I'll dance with you too.
Goblins! I'll have your throat!
Darkness, spy!
Need mana. Your shadow darkens Ezomir no more.
My valiant Wulfric, you drive me forward, you give me purpose. I am but dust without you and him. But we must have more. My skin grows tired, my heart grows heavy. My brow wrinkles and my bosom betrays me. I must have what was promised. I must have his desire. Oswin will prepare the scarlet bathing. In a fountain of fatality, the lifeblood of youth shall make me whole. There you and your hound must take your renewed pale bride, as to please the watching master. I cannot wait. Yours, Elswith.
Yeah, I'm getting exalts up ass. Talks, I feel like before the whole stream with this stuff, I should train. I mean, you can, or you could just use the training experience as content, Callie, but it's up to you. Do you want the feeling of people growing along with you, or you just want to start off strong? All depends on how you feel about it. There's no right answer, it's just which one will determine, you know, a cultivation of some kind, right? Both. Like, learn along the way, but give the illusion of, oh, I've been doing this my whole life. Yes, exactly. There you go, Callie. That's confidence. It's like you say the most ridiculous thing with the most confident tone, and people will, like, have to question you. You're like, you sure about that? It's like, of course. How, did you not hear how I said it? Like, there's no doubt. Hello, everyone. Pork Chop. Hey, what's up? How's it going? Welcome back, good sir. How's the day going for ya? Playing some... Hey-o-wee!
Inhuman beast!
Well, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?
Well, I'm through with Pork Chop. They gonna have to change their name to Chopped Pork.
I knew you'd answer. You've never let us down. I thank you. Now, as promised, we're prepared to follow you into the great battle you spoke of. I've spoken on your behalf. The Thanes will answer the call. The clans will all join this war. If this is the end, you bloody well know the Ezamites will go down fighting.
Nice.
You saved us again. I can't thank you enough. Now, our people follow you to save the world, I suppose.
As long as we're together, we can face anything.
I'll play songs to soothe our brave soldiers' nerves.
Oh, my talented songbird.
Good luck.
Aye. Who knows what? Make us proud, will you?
We must leave this place. It is best the Ezamites come with us. If we survive what is coming, we will return here with force and face the origin of this nameless threat. But for now, we must away. At this time of year, I know where to find the Ardura Akara. Let us travel to the Vastiri.
I never tire at the sight of home. It is good to see you. Likewise, I have discovered that the beast is in Oriath, and we must wage war. Yes, We have learned this as well, and have been looking for you. Your return is timely. I am making moves to gather the Akaras for war, but they will not follow my leadership unless this goes well. This year, because of what I am attempting to do, it has become my duty to oversee the gifting of water. In the city of Kima, the Akaras gather at the appointed time, as marked by the skies. There, we divide sacred water. We keep the river flowing, as it is said, the same waters that once flowed through Keth. I am familiar. Is there a problem? The Selkari, the sacred guardians of the first barrier, have not arrived. 3 nights before the gifting, they are to bring the barrier here. We cannot find them, nor have we received word. It is not mere chance that this has happened at such a time. There is an enemy at work. I am not permitted to know where the Selkari live. Zarka, can you entrust this knowledge to an outsider?
Yes, in times of need. This surely qualifies. You earned our trust by your care and service at Desha. Come closer, young one. I must speak to you privately. The location of the Selkari is closely guarded. You must never speak of it to anyone, or there will be consequences. Ascend the Tower of Abinai. At its height, you will find a guiding seal. Activate it, and you will be shown the way.
Sounds easy enough.
burn!
Die! Forgotten! Die, scum!
Time to watch Dommy Mommy and Daddy Dom videos as research. Well, there you go. Perfect timing, Callie. Get to it. Could make some recommendations for you. I mean, what? Ayo, gimme. Are they like pets? In some cases, it depends on like who, you know, depends on who it is. Where's Queen? Probably playing Rivals. That'd be my guess. Oh my god, holy shit, I almost died.
didn't break a sweat. Fall before me. Wall of flame. No mana.
Nice.
Come, Steve. I shall bring you the storm. I need more time. The tail.
It's been a while since I got my unique. Place is pretty damn fucking big though. Holy shit.
Sands take you.
Right, this is the base. This is home base. Oh.
Welcome back, my friend. I've been studying under Zarka to become a tailwoman. I now live in better conditions than I could ever have hoped for. And I owe it all to Asala. And to you. I tease. We do have serious business, however. The scorpion and the worm are dead. 10,000 praises, my friend. I cannot thank you enough. Now, the other Akaras can join the gifting of water.
Some sort of merchant thing here?
Come, beasts! I shall bring you the storm! Die, scum!
You are a sorcerer, Harry. Nice. How's it going, Smokey? Welcome, welcome, bro.
A moment of your time. He won't last long unaided. Didn't break a sweat.
Shalom.
I'm trapped in here. Could use your help.
Trapped in where? Oh.
Amazing work. Oh, I didn't realize I was in the presence of someone such as yourself. I have only humble trinkets, but whatever I have, I offer to you.
With a very special discount in your honor, of course. Browse my wares.
Shit.
The Titans built monuments to themselves. Now they are the monuments. Desert fire!
Smokey, why do you always show up so late, bro?
Get up, you fat fuck, and touch your toes. I know you can't, but try anyways. Don't fall over, though.
Fuck you, Smokey. You're such a dick. Why are you so mean to me, Smokey? It's not fair. Yeah. I just want to play Path of Exile. Not my fault. You start like 1 a.m. my time. Retarded. Well, that just means you have to go to bed earlier and you have to wake up later, Smokey. It's not my problem, it's your problem.
Nice try, better luck next time, fat ass. Get back in that chair, you lazy ass shit streamer. This basic bitch stupid streamer can't even get his camera right. Fuck freeze frames. Oh, there it goes, that's the face only a mother can love. This streamer is garbage, I don't want these El Channel points.
You're not worth it. Thank you, Smokey, you're so kind to me. Oh, this is kind of like its own little... Oh, okay. I'm like, why the fuck is there nothing here? Because there's fucking nothing here. 'Cause I am the Willy Wanderer, and I've come to wander your Willy. Man, I literally can't get over that Discord. The Dommy Mommy Discord? Why ain't you at endgame yet? Because I haven't been playing that much, Smokey. This is the last act. I'm so close. I've done both the other interludes. I just need to do this one. No, I haven't actually played once. I haven't played once off stream. No, not once. Not once, Smokey. Yeah, like everything is just like, hey, you're cute and your voice is gonna make me come, and I'm like, you make the most adorable sounds, and I don't know, man.
Behold the storm!
People say that about you, Callie? I say that about Callie. My morning voice. What's your plan, Smokey? Watch you? That's it? That sounds boring as fuck. You know who I watched today? Because there's no one else to watch, Smokey? I watched Mr. Ethical himself. I meant, are you gonna hop on and play with me, you fuckhead? Quinn, he died. It was funny. We all saw it coming. I was like, are you really gonna do that? And then he died. And I was like, well, I guess I do the same thing. You annoy me. That's the whole point, Smokey? That's the dynamic. Or did you miss the memo?
Die, forgotten!
I'm like the really bad comic relief. You're just so retarded. Only when I'm playing with you, Smokey. Like, look, I mean, I've been fucking dominating the game. But the second I play with you, I'm like, my brain cells just turn off. Because I want to have fun. Give me 18 divines and I'll play with you, Smokey. Fun for you. Exactly! Gotta be at someone's expense. Especially your XP. I have to throw your XP out the window. Like, it just has to disappear.
Desert fire!
Level 97 now?
Fire spawn. Need mana. blaze is but smoke.
True. I lied. What'd you lie about, Smokey? Your level or your wanting to play with me? Oh shit, can I not go back? Yo, mom? Shut the fuck up, Smokey. You don't know what you're talking about, man. Okay? My mom is a beautiful, kind woman. Don't ever speak about her like that. You hear me, you fuck? No, you like it when I talk to you like that, don't you? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. Yeah, your mom says she likes to be talked like that, Smokey.
Victory is mine.
Roger, shut the fuck up. One day you will complete the campaign. That's a lie, Smokey. I'm gonna quit the game before I quit the campaign. Before I complete the campaign. Obviously. I'm just bad at video games. Maybe I'll go play Silk Song. You never know. Also want those 100 eggs off. You don't deserve. Too bad I spent them on your mom. I know she's expensive, but she's worth it. She ain't no cheap fucking whore, that's for sure.
No mana.
Holy shit, we did it. You need to change your name when you do that, Smokey, or I am gonna ban you. You know what, next time I'm just gonna ban you just fucking because, Smokey. Okay? Shut the fuck up, you stupid fuck. You're a fuck you, fucker. How does it feel to fuck yous when you're fucking a fucker, fuck you? Bitch. Suck my dick. Bet you won't. Fingers.
Didn't break a sweat.
After your mom? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. You know, it's bad when her when her pussy smells worse than her asshole. White supremacy is real, guys. Yes, lighting pen.
I'm carrying enough already. You will burn.
When I was born? Man, you're old, Smokey. You're fucking old. You weren't even born in 2000? Phone's gonna die. 2%. Well, that's okay, Smokey. I'm probably gonna call it after this this level. I'm fucking tired. It's 3:30. This is about time to call it. No, don't end. You almost did end game, motherfucker. Yeah, I know. We'll get there tomorrow. I'm in no rush. I want to actually play when I get to end game, so I don't want to get to end game because I'm going to want to go to bed because I'm fucking tired.
I have no space for that.
Oh my god. I literally have no room. Oh, I do have room.
Strength lingers.
This streamer is garbage. I don't want these L channel points.
True. Let's go. Smokey, give me all your points, motherfucker.
I can't do that yet. Out of mana.
Why jump off? What do you mean, why jump off? Jump off what? A bridge? You don't even gotta work, pussy. Yeah, but I'm tired. And, like, it's a different kind of work, right? Like, I'm getting rid of the... I spend, like, 6 to 8 hours a day just getting rid of the backlog of videos, waiting on rendering, and shit like that, and then doing research. Like on YouTube channels, on, you know, different things. Guys, you know what I actually discovered yesterday? Someone subscribed to me on Rumble. People actually watch me on Rumble. Someone even talked in chat today on Rumble. And I missed it. Because I've been going into the community and actually interacting with people. And I've gained like 6 extra subs or followers on TikTok. Which I went from 22 to 29. But that's pretty impressive. Plus, my Clips channel gained an extra subscriber. So, like, we've been going fucking hard with the shit. It's just, like, more offline, like, back of the scene stuff. Plus, we're getting, like, the whatchamacallits, like the carousels for the images for the thing. I know L Streamer missing chats, right? I need to find a way to integrate Rumble and Twitter into like the all chat. Or I'm gonna need a fucking second monitor to look at all that shit. Couldn't even hold out until I was done the level, Smokey. Man, you're a bad friend. Holy fucking shit. Okay, now we gotta go back. See, you just gotta talk to people on the site. Exactly. Exactly, Cal. Interacting with people is the best way to go.
What have you learned?
Don't need that. Salvage bench. Is there not a salvage bench here? Fuck. Well, that's annoying. Oh, I'll just throw these in here for now.
An ancient force, made new in my hands.
Ooh, large. Nice. Make sure this is the end of the map, even though I'm like 100% sure it's the edge of the map. Aha, see, I knew it! And then I would have lost this place and never would have come back. Wait, is there nothing here? Do I have to come back here at some point in time? Oh, shit.
I'll break you.
These two areas and then we're done. So whatever was here, the 7 pillars. I have no idea what that is.
A place to honor the Sekemas of old.
Okay. Should I get movement speed?
Let her wisdom guide my path.
see any zone that leads out of here. Oh, there's that zone way the fuck over there that I can't get into. How do I... Smokey! No, how do I get in here? Okay, so I have to go here first. Alright, we're gonna call it here, even though we're gonna have to re-explore that map. It is what it is. I'm just gonna level up because I know I'm just gonna jump on and die before I level up. Alright, that will do it. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out, thanks for coming by. Fucking, you guys are amazing. Never stop being you. And remember, we'll be back again tomorrow as always for another run. Fuck you, Callie. Alright, and remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Alright, get your wheels ready, boys. Who we are raiding today? Let's go. Who's out there? Who's on the list? Who's at it? Let's go!
It's actually pretty good. It's actually pretty good.
What do I do with this one, Rick? Help me out here.
Do you want the
Gonna put it in your mouth.
Do you want the belt on that?
Oh,
It's actually
Rick,
really good.
hold on. I don't really know if we should be doing this, Rick. Hold on. Stop. I don't speak Wales.
Oh shit!